Half of her face was covered in white gauze, and her hair was singed. He scrunched his nose. You look awful. She pursed her lips. I lost 8 of my people today. My guild is the laughingstock of the wastelands right now. I look how I feel. You should feel awful. You screwed up. I told you to go in at sunset, precisely, not before, not after. And so what did you do? You went in nearly an hour early. She scowled. I was forced to launch the attack early. We were seen by a Haft-Hunter. If we didn't attack when we did, we would have lost the element of surprise. They would have had time to prepare. And what? Do something more dramatic than dropping a gas tanker on you? They got lucky, she gritted out. No, you got lucky. I wanted you to go in at sunset because I was going to have several of my mercs there to retrieve someone. If you'd attacked 5 minutes later, they would have been caught inside with the rest of those Haft riffraff. I thought that with you leading the job, you'd ensure it succeeded. But I see that you stay in the office for good reason. She took time to breathe before speaking again. She could tell she was struggling to hold back rage.
Open Starport Services.
Perhaps it's time for us to part ways, she said, her jaw set square. We're not done until I say we're done. Her brow, the one he could see, rose. I may work for you, Mr. Sloan, but you don't own me or my guild. In the near future, those who aren't on my side will find they have a very tough go of it.
Open Starport Services?
You want to be on my side. Her gaze narrowed. My apologies, Mr. Sloan. What can I do for you today? He sneered. Get ready to take any remaining Haft-Hunters. But the agency is still operating, she said. He snorted. Not after tonight. Chapter 27. Joe's comms chimed, and he looked down at his armlet to see an incoming call from Sarah. He downed his drink and pushed back from the table he'd been sitting at with Rex and Reuben. He slid on his helmet and walked to an area of the room where he had more privacy. What's up? He asked. I heard about the attack. I could see the smoke from my house. Are you okay? Sarah's panicked voice came through his helmet. Yeah, I'm fine. That's better than I can say for Harry Haft. The bar got beaten up pretty bad. Places can be rebuilt, not people. He didn't mention the soldiers in his life that he'd seen rebuilt. One woman he'd met had over 60% of her body replaced by bionic parts after she'd been hit by a bomb blast. How about you come by for dinner? Nick would feel a lot better to see that you're okay. He knew he'd be leaving town tomorrow, if not tonight, returning to Clearwater to wrap up the mess he'd left there. He couldn't risk waiting any longer than that, not with him being on the Sloan Brothers hit list. But he knew MRC administrators. They were politicians through and through and incapable of moving fast. Even if the Sloans were different, they'd never be able to track Joe to Sarah Swinton's house within one night.
13 missions. I can do this by myself.
You know me. I'm never one to turn down a warm meal or a cold drink. I'll head that way. How's Romy doing? She's settling in nicely, but we'll see how her first night in a new place goes. Joe disconnected the call, gave one final glance back at the table.
One person.
Reuben and Rex were in a conversation, so he turned and headed out through the bar. Rather than using the broken door, he stepped through the hole in the wall. Outside, scavengers were picking through the wreckage, taking anything that could be of value. Scavengers reminded Joe of insects on a dead body, eating away everything until nothing remained except the bones. Except human scavengers were even more thorough. Often nothing remained after they were through. Already all the steel from the tanker had been taken away, and 2 scrawny teenagers were using laser cutters to get through the axles. Other crews worked over the Iron Guild cutters that had been too badly destroyed for Reuben to claim. The bodies inside, even the weapons, would have been burned to ash. The scavengers were more optimistic as they rushed to complete their work before sunset when the true dregs of society came out to play. The Haft parking lot was across the road from the bar, and Monster showed signs of char on its front grille from proximity to the explosion. Even a full block away, the heat had warped the solar array built into the cutter's front hood. Joe didn't have the energy to stop by the butcher shop, so he drove straight to Sarah's. He pulled up behind her house and stepped out of his vehicle. He took several steps, then stopped.
Turn this down a little bit.
He saw boot prints on the ground, multiple pairs, and with a different tread than his. Neither Sarah nor Nick wore boots. The prints could have been from anyone, most likely from the water delivery driver, but he didn't like it. He headed back to Monster and put it into lockdown mode before he turned and walked back to the house. He didn't knock. Instead, he pulled out a blaster and opened the door to hear Champ barking. He scanned the room in a microsecond. Sarah was standing near the edge of the domed ground floor room, in front of her picture collage corkboard. A merc stood to her left, rifle aimed at her. Another merc stood to her right. Nick and Romy each had a soldier standing behind them, their blasters to the kids' heads. A couple more mercs stood off to the side. Joe was outgunned, but that had never stopped him before. Joe didn't think and took the easiest shot, the man to Sarah's left. The shot went right through the center mass of the man's chest. He hadn't yet hit the floor when Joe ducked inside and spun to fire at the other 5 mercs in the room. Joe was about to fire again when Sarah yelled, "Joe, stop!" His finger froze on the trigger, and he turned to see Sarah watching him, her eyes filled with fear. The merc standing off to her right spoke as he leveled his blaster on Sarah. "Havoc, I have an order for your arrest, under the authority of the Monuments Republic Command. Put down your weapons, and we won't harm the family." Joe looked across at Nick, Romy, and then at Sarah. All were terrified, and there was nothing he could do that wouldn't cause their deaths. Well, there was one thing. "All right," Joe said, and made a careful movement to set his blaster on the floor. "I'm laying down my weapons. Don't hurt them. Hands in the air. Keep them pointed at the ceiling. I know about the darts." The merc in charge ordered and motioned to the 2 soldiers not holding the kids hostage. Champ continued to bark, and the man in charge yelled, "Shut up!" When the dog continued to bark, he swung his blaster and fired as the kids screamed at him to stop. Champ yelped and limped away, the light fur on her back hip singed. "I'm going to kill you for that," Joe gritted out even as he complied. "You should worry about yourself," the merc said with a cruel grin. "Besides, it was just a stun blast," another added in. The first one glared at his comrade. "Shut up, Gary." Joe stood, muscles tight with fury, as the pair of mercs relieved him of his other blaster and began to peel off his exoshield. Joe turned to Sarah. "I'm sorry." She forced a small shake of her head. "It's not your fault." Guilt tightened his features.
Okay, we'll do this one too.
He glanced down at his exoshield, now piled up on the floor.
Alright.
The red banner was wadded up and stuck between the armor, and Joe felt soul-wrenching defeat. He closed his eyes as he stood in plain clothes and boots, his face open to the world. He was going to have to kill all these guys. The merc in charge called out over his shoulder, "It's clear." Joe heard multiple pairs of footsteps coming up the stairs at the edge of the domed building, and he looked to see Tumbler emerge, followed by Gabriel Sloan and Bolt last. The middle-aged man had the same slicked-back hair as his brother, though this Sloan had a hooked nose and beady eyes that reminded Joe of a vulture's. Joe glared at the pair of bounty hunters serving as Sloan's bodyguards. Sloan remained between Tumbler and Bolt while he spoke to Joe. "You cost my brother thousands of credits with your and that sheriff's shenanigans over in Clearwater. Your actions also hurt my brother's reputation, which in turn hurts my reputation. And that's something I will not tolerate." Joe didn't speak. He knew that silence was often the best answer when a smug MRC administrator with a superiority complex was in the room. "I'll make an example of you and of the Haft Agency for not completing a Sloan ticket. In the future, anyone I choose to do business with will think twice before tarnishing my goodwill." Sloan looked across the people in the small home. "As for these 3, you have me. Let them go. They're innocent," Joe cut in. "I suppose I can put the kids to work on the cleaning crews." "No," Sarah said. Sloan lifted his brows. "No? You think you can tell me what to do?" I'll work for you willingly. I'll do anything you ask. Just let the children go free. She spoke in a rush. Joe turned to her. Sarah, no. Sloan sneered. Will you now? He steepled his fingers. You have a deal, Ms. Swinton. I don't have much use for kids anyway, but you... Why, yes, I think I can find some uses for you. His sneer morphed into a straight face. But if you do anything that displeases me, I'm coming back for your children. I won't, she said.
Launch.
Joan noticed her chin wrinkled.
Pre-launch
nodded to the
diagnostic
Merc
check.
nearest her. Take her to my cutter. Please let me say goodbye.
Loading configuration.
Sloan waved his hand through the air. Of course.
All systems prepared.
Sarah walked over to the kids. Each step was heavy as though her
Crew,
shoes were filled
standby
with
for
lead.
launch.
She knelt before Nick and Roman.
Pads attached
I
quickly.
need you two to stick
Observe
together.
station
Nick,
regulations on
do
exit.
you remember what we practiced? He nodded. Joe saw the boy's eyes had grown wet with tears that hadn't yet fallen. Good, Sarah said, forcing a smile. She pulled the two into a hug, and Joe knew she was whispering more instructions. He clenched his fists. He would kill Sloan and all his lackeys. All of them. Sarah stood and faced Sloan. Let them go. I'm ready. Sloan gave a nod to the Mercs, who released Nick and Romy. They ran toward the stairway. Nick paused long enough to throw a frightened glance at Joe before disappearing underground to hide in the subterranean tunnels until Sloan was gone. Sarah was far more trusting than Joe. He didn't believe Sloan for a minute that he'd let the children go free. But he did trust Sarah and Nick to know that with a head start, Nick and Romy had a fighting chance to avoid Sloan's labor camps. A Merc grabbed Sarah's arm and led her to the door. As she was escorted past Joe, he whispered her name, not able to find any more words. She lifted her chin forward. The devil in her eyes told him she didn't believe that any more than he did. Once she was outside, Joe glared at Sloan. You'll pay for this. Sloan laughed. No, you'll pay. He nodded to Bolt. Bolt smiled, raised his blaster at Joe, and fired. Chapter 28.
I guess it's gonna be.
Gabriel Sloan remained in his heavily armored vehicle while his specialized squad of 12 Mercs, all in exoshields, set fire to the derelict building that bore a faded sign reading Harry Hafts. The people inside hadn't expected a second attack, and they'd been woefully unprepared. They hadn't even taken a single shot before the bomb went off. Hunters who had their exoshields on ran through the flames, only to be gunned down by Sloan's
Engage
squad.
jump.
One of the hunters had been carrying out a badly burned woman when he'd been shot, and she toppled out of his arms when he collapsed. The woman, likely a barmaid, tried to crawl away, but a single blaster shot finished her off. Fire and soot showered down, pelting Gabriel's windows. He grimaced. He didn't understand why Roderick enjoyed being at the front of the battle. It was messy and chaotic, two things Gabriel thoroughly disliked. A gunfight erupted in the alley behind the bar, and Gabriel leaned forward, craning to see, but all he could make out was flashes of blaster fire. He tapped his comm on his armlet. What's going on back there? 2 targets escaped through a hidden tunnel in Tally's office. We're pursuing them now. Update me when you have them. Gabriel waited
Why is this game so freaking loud?
He found it incredibly tedious to sit and wait for an update that he didn't receive for nearly an hour. When the squad leader approached empty-handed, Gabriel fumed. He opened the window. You let them escape? They lost us in the tunnel, sir, but everyone else that was inside is confirmed dead. I don't care about everyone else, Gabriel glowered. Find him and kill him. Chapter 29. Reuben and T-Rex had been having a drink in his office when an explosion blew in the door. Reuben was sent flying back off his chair. He couldn't hear anything except for a terrible ringing in his ears, and the world spun all around him. All he could make out was dark blobs and bright orange movement. He hazily felt like he was floating through the air. The colors changed, and all he saw was gray with periodic blinding light.
Open comms?
His world came into focus slowly, like a tilt-a-whirl coming to a stop, and he realized that Rex was carrying him through the escape tunnels. As Reuben reconnected with his body, he felt himself jostling as though Rex was running, and he looked around to see they were moving fast. Lights, set 10 feet apart, blinded him, and he covered his eyes. What happened? Reuben asked, or at least he thought he did. He still couldn't hear anything. Soon, the ringing began to subside somewhat, and he heard Rex speaking as he ran. Hang in there. I've got you, Rube. Rex repeated over and over. What happened? Reuben asked again, this time hearing himself. Shit hit the fan, that's what, Rex said. Reuben took a deep breath, then patted Rex's chest. Put me down. Rex slowed, stopped, then helped Reuben to his feet.
Okay.
He wobbled at first, then found
that was easy, wasn't it?
They're going to break through. We need your
weapons.
Reuben nodded. Okay.
Awaiting further instructions.
He nearly tripped, but as he moved, he found a rhythm. Rex caught up
says
to
anything about
which
taken.
meant Reuben was running slower
Weapons.
than he realized. He pushed himself to pick up the pace.
Full power to
and
weapons.
even recognized where he was in the tunnel.
Diverting power to
When
request.
they reached a T intersection, Reuben turned left.
Shield offline.
Far down to the right, Rex said. I have a place. This way, Reuben said, and kept running. Chapter 30. Joe noticed two things.
Wasn't expecting him to attack me, though.
First, every muscle ached. Second, someone was kicking him. He swung out with his hand and grabbed his attacker's ankle and rolled, knocking the person off their feet and onto the floor with a resounding thud. Hey, a man yelled. Joe ignored his protesting muscles and pushed himself to his feet. Well, he tried. The room around him spun so badly he had to settle on a knee. When his double vision aligned into a single view of his world, he focused first on the man shoving away from him. You didn't need to knock me down. I thought you were dead, he said, rubbing his butt. Take a pulse next time. Joe growled and looked around. He was in a dark room lit only by sunlight coming through small square holes positioned high in one wall. The other 3 walls were comprised of bars. He counted 4 other people in the cell with him, all watching him. Where am I? Joe commanded with more vigor than he felt. You're in the Devil's Playground, the man said. The name was familiar, but it took a few seconds for his thoughts to bubble up through his mucky brain. I'm in Shiprock. Of course, where else would you be? The man said. Joe took a deep breath and made a second attempt at standing. His legs wobbled, and he reached out for a bar to stabilize himself.
Shield up.
Don't touch! Electricity shot through Joe's hand and through his body. He fell back, landing hard on the floor. That, the man finished. The bars are electrified. Joe shot the prisoner a hard glance and pushed himself to his feet once more. As he found his footing, he cracked his neck from side to side, remembering how he'd ended up here. After stunning him at Sarah's, they'd shot him again every time he'd awakened. He remembered they shot him in the arms and legs for fun. Blasters set on stun wouldn't permanently maim, but it didn't mean getting shot didn't hurt like hell. The entry was left. If his captors had any sort of decency, they would have knocked him out with a sleeper's patch. They would have kept him out until they removed it. Clearly, the Sloan brothers and their mercs didn't know what decency was. They needed an introduction to Rex's and Joe's fists. How long had Joe been out? Were Sarah and the kids still okay? He knew Nick was as wiry as they came, which meant the kids should be safe as long as they stayed hidden. But Sarah, there was no telling what Sloan would do to her because of her friendship with Joe. He had to get back to Cavill and break her free, assuming she was even still alive. And then there were the Sloan brothers.
Oh, I'm not running.
He'd see them both dead. He had a plan. Save the Swintons, then kill the Sloans. He just needed to figure out how to get out of this cell and back to the Midlands first. His first steps were small and shaky. The movement made his muscles burn, but the pain receded with each step, and soon he found his body responding to his commands.
Status.
Joe eyed each of the other prisoners as he walked by them in the cell. These men were the dregs of society. One had gang tattoos on his neck. Another had the calloused knuckles of a professional brawler. One had the telltale needle marks of a glutton. The man who'd kicked Joe awake walked alongside him. He was the scrawniest of the four, but had shifty eyes. Likely a card shark or professional thief. Not that there was any real difference between the two professions. "I'm Terry. What's your name?" He remembered he wasn't wearing his exo-shield, and these men looked of the sort that Havoc often brought to face justice. "Call me Joe." "Well, what are you in for, Joe?" Terry asked. "I ticked off the wrong person," Joe replied.
Deploying weapons.
"Yeah, me too," Terry said. "Me too," the druggie added. "Same," the other two prisoners chimed in. Joe looked up at the small windows, which were placed about 9 feet off the floor. He walked up to them and jumped. He fitted 2 fingers into one hole, reached out and placed 2 fingers into another, then pulled himself up so that he could look out. The sun was blinding, but when his eyes adjusted, he recognized the labor camps outside. He'd delivered more than a few targets to the Devil's Playground, an area so deep in the hot bowels of the Shiprock Zone that the only folks who lived there were the mercs who managed the workers in the copper mines. He dropped down and walked around the cell, searching for weak points in the bars. The Devil's Playground was rumored to be the only prison with no successful escape attempts. It wasn't because the camp was impossible to break out of. Quite the contrary. They didn't even put fences up around it. Rather, it was because the prison was surrounded by a dry desert that reached temperatures of 130 degrees during the day. A person would die of thirst within 10 hours in that kind of heat. Joe turned to Terry. "How long have you been here?" 3 days myself. I was the newbie until they dragged
you out of here.
Today. "How often do they send us into the mines?" Joe asked.
"Get us out of here."
Confused. "I've never been in the mines." "We're not going to the mines," said the tattooed prisoner glumly. "We're fodder for the mutants on the dance floor." He nodded down the hallway. Chills climbed Joe's spine when he realized exactly where he was. He wasn't just in the Devil's Playground. Sloan had sent him to the Devil's dance floor. Chapter 31. Kat positively dreaded taking calls with Gabriel Sloan. The older of the two brothers, he was the planner and negotiator, so she'd never had to deal with Broderick, who she'd heard was even less rational. She accepted the call and forced a smile. "Mr. Sloan, it's a pleasure, as always. I'm beginning to think
you may be able to outgun me, but you can't outfly me, you piece of shit."
Eyes narrowed. She ignored his statement. She really didn't care that he knew the truth, but he was too smart to verify it for him. "I have 6 new hunters who transferred in from the Haft Agency. They told me about the fire at their guild. Burned the entire building to the ground. No survivors." "There were survivors," he said. "How fortunate," she said, knowing he wanted the opposite to be true. He grunted. "The thing is, when I dismantle a company like a bounty hunters guild, I need people to understand that I completely dismantle it. I can't have survivors running around discrediting me. I need you to verify that the Haft Agency is fully dismantled. If they still wear the Haft sigil, they should not still breathe." Her gaze narrowed. How did a person become as despicable a human being as Gabriel Sloan? She inhaled before speaking. "Do you know who the survivors are?" He nodded. "Reuben Talley escaped, along with his personal bodyguard who has the call sign T-Rex. All the rest are now under your employment, confirmed dead, or," he sneered, "on his way to being confirmed dead." She watched him. "Consider the job as good as done. Tally will cost you the regular price, and T-Rex is on the house." Chapter 32. The Devil's Dance Floor. Joe knew that the worst of the worst were sent to the Devil's Dance Floor to fight for their lives in a cage pit, while the wealthy gambled on who would win and who would die. He knew that a few prisoners volunteered to fight on the dance floor in hopes of winning their way out of a life sentence. That was the deal. Survive 20 fights and you went free. Joe had never heard of anyone going free, not since the mutants were introduced. Yeah, real mutants. Abominations produced from mixing DNA strands that had no business being together. They included the Elephant Man, Wolf Man, and Rhino Man. Joe had once seen a picture of a hybrid of human and crocodile DNA.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Pretty,
Find me a launch pad!
Mutants existed if he hadn't seen the picture.
Dude, fuck off. I'll do it myself, piece of shit.
Humans thrived at pushing limits, and the urge
Take
to
us in.
Often
Can you understand that?
The logic of restraint and morality.
No? Take us in!
Terry said. Yeah, I've heard of it. Terry motioned to the tattooed man.
Fine.
I just learned about it.
Again, I'll do it myself.
He leaned closer to whisper in Joe's ear. I think Bobo's loco, though. Joe's jaw was tight. Whatever he told you about this place
I know what's going
isn't nearly as bad as what it's really like.
Let's see if I can fucking do this. I haven't done
Terry
this
stared at him for a moment, fear holding his eyes open wide. Joe squeezed his shoulder. Relax. You don't need to worry about it. I don't? Joe forced a smile. You don't. He didn't tell Terry the reason why he didn't need to worry. Because you'll be dead in under a minute once you walk into that cage. Joe glanced across at the other three faces in the cell. Any of you see the dance floor yet? They shook their heads. I have. Joe turned to see a prisoner in the next cell over watching him. Joe stepped up to the bars so that they faced each other. The other prisoner was as beat up as Joe felt,
landing gear,
with bruises and cuts covering his face and arms. The man stood a foot taller than Joe and weighed at least 100 pounds more, which was saying a lot. Joe was pushing 6 feet tall and was in good shape. Those mutants aren't human, the prisoner said. I barely won, and look at me. He glanced down at his bulky muscles, then looked back at Joe. Look at you. You don't stand.
I haven't been this damaged in a very long time.
Sorry, pal. Joe took a step closer, within inches of the bars separating the two cells. You see, friend, I have this mental condition that causes me to get these weird ideas, and there's nothing I can do except turn those ideas into reality.
He fucking,
you know
he
the
knows what he's
condition I'm
doing.
talking about? He shook his head. It's called optimism, and I wouldn't bet against me in the cage. He chortled. Then you're an idiot. Joe shrugged. Half of all the people in the world are idiots. The other prisoner stepped closer to the bars and sneered. At least you have plenty of company. Joe rammed his hand between the bars, careful to avoid being shocked, and chopped the man in the neck. The prisoner grabbed his throat and stepped back in a coughing fit. The other half of all people in the world know how to take advantage of those idiots, Joe said and stepped back. Terry gave him a dry look. You're off to a great start making friends here. Joe remained quiet. Terry didn't need to know he wasn't planning on sticking around long enough to make friends. Several pairs of boot steps echoed through the hallway, and Joe turned to see four armed mercs approach his cell. Back to the wall, one merc ordered. Terry skittered back to join the other three near the stone wall, and Joe joined them.
Certainly.
The merc who'd spoken stepped forward, waved the key card, and the door unlocked.
No.
He clipped the key card on his belt, grabbed a bar, and pulled the door open. Joe eyed this. Likely the lock was engaged purely by electrical current, meaning that all the locks would fail should the power grid fail. Bobo Nash and Joe Ballast stepped forward. The tattooed man scowled, tossed a quick look at Joe, and walked to the front of the cell. Joe joined him. Trepidation throbbed in his sore muscles. The merc smiled. It's your lucky day, boys. You're next up for the Devil's Dance Floor. Wow, Terry said. Last in, first out. You must have really ticked off the wrong guy, Joe. Joe shot a wild grin at his cellmate. I sure did. Chapter 33. The mercs led Joe and Bobo down a long hallway before leaving them in another cell. This one had bars on only one side, the side they'd entered, though there was a metal door on the opposite wall as well. Through the cracks around that door came screams and yells. Both Joe and Bobo peered through. Only narrow slits of the action taking place on the other side were visible. What Joe saw scared him. Yeah, he was scared and wasn't afraid to admit it, at least to himself. A pair of men who he assumed were prisoners like Bobo and him were being chased by something. The mutant was the size of an average man, but had the horns of a bull, an overly thick neck likely to support the extra weight, and hooves for feet. He was covered in brown hair so much that it was impossible to make out the color of his skin. The cowman, or bullman, he supposed that was more fitting, was gaining on the shorter of the two prisoners. The man stopped, which surprised Joe, grabbed a wood pike from the dirt, and turned to face the mutant. Joe's features tightened. "Never go at a bull from the front," he cautioned as he watched the man shake the stick. Sure enough, that was as effective as waving a red flag, only this mutant had arms to grab the stick and yank it from the prisoner. The short man shrieked and began running again. The bullman lowered his head as he charged, and one of his horns skewered the prisoner through the back. The crowd cheered. Joe looked beyond the cage to where bystanders were shouting and waving credits. Large screens displayed points and spreads by name. If someone hadn't seen the cage dome that sat over the arena, they would have assumed they were at a rodeo. The sight made Joe nauseous. The mutant shook his victim off his horn and searched for the second prisoner who'd made it to the far edge of the cage and was trying desperately to open a door. He threw furtive glances over his shoulder as he tried every crack in the frame. As the bullman closed in, the prisoner sprinted to the next door, the one Joe and Bobo stood behind. Bloody fingertips squeezed into the cracks, and Joe could hear the man's panting. Joe stepped back and analyzed the door. It had no handle, and there was no touchpad. Based on the vertical gaps, it opened into either the ceiling or the floor. Joe scrambled against it and tried to push the door up. When that didn't work, he tried to push it down. The door didn't move, not even a millimeter. Frowning, he peered through the crack to see the prisoner run away. The mutant was catching up, and the man began to hedge right and left like a jackrabbit trying to flee a faster predator. It worked, for a time. Then the prisoner jumped right when he should have jumped left, and the bullman's left horn caught his leg. He was lifted up and over the mutant's back to land on the ground in a daze. The bullman reared up, then dove head first onto his prey. The crowd screamed with pleasure. A voice droned over a loudspeaker, and Joe turned to Bobo, who'd paled. "Listen, we stand a chance out there if we work together." Bobo seemed to regain his senses and nodded. He seemed to be a fighter, which was exactly what Joe needed. He hoped the two of them would be enough. The door to the dance floor opened.
Oh, this is... that's awesome.
Chapter 34.
This one's not.
The wall of bars behind Joe and Bobo closed in, forcing the pair into the arena. As they entered, the voice on the loudspeakers began. "For our next event, we have two participants who are sure to bring you enjoyment. Bobo the Butcher Nash ruthlessly killed 14 MRC soldiers guarding a caravan of supplies meant for orphaned children in the Salt Flats." The crowd booed as Bobo's image rotated around the large screens. Joe had never known a caravan to deliver supplies to an orphanage. Those caravans delivered supplies to the MRC administrators and their mercs, and no one who really needed them. The speaker sure knew how to spin stories to work a crowd. He glanced at Bobo, who was gritting his teeth. "It ain't true," the prisoner growled. Joe turned back to the audience as the speaker spoke again. "Our second participant is Joe Ballast, also known as Havoc the Bounty Hunter, also known as Havoc the Raven. He murdered countless innocents during the Revolution and later in the Shiprock riots. Unable to quench his thirst for blood, he became a bounty hunter, taking money to kill anyone without question. The crowd booed even louder as an image of him in his exo-shield covered in blood ran across the screens. The picture looked like his guild photo, except that it had been heavily doctored. While he was impressed that the speaker knew he'd served in 2 wars, they clearly didn't know about Wild's Rising, which would have really got the crowd going. The speaker continued. Havoc was finally caught when he tried to murder an MRC administrator in cold blood in the Midlands earlier this week. He faces justice today on the Devil's Dance Floor. The crowd cheered. You're a bounty hunter? Joe turned to see Bobo glaring at him. I'm here because of one of your buddies, Bobo spat. Joe shook his head. Don't listen to them. They're just trying to rile up the crowd and turn us against each other. From the continued glare on Bobo's face, the speaker's words had delivered the desired effect. Well, crap. The speaker continued when the cheers quelled. These 2 convicted murderers will face none other than Wendigo. Part man, part polar bear, all wild animal. That announcement really got the crowd going. The ground rumbled beneath Joe's feet from the applause and foot stomping. He took the moment to scan the ground. The broken wood pike lay nearby. Other tools lay near the edges of the arena by the cage bars. A hoe was nearest to Joe, and a shovel lay a little farther away. He frowned. He was going up against a mutant, and all they provided were old garden tools? He felt naked without his exo-shield. Worse, he felt helpless without a decent weapon. The bids for each participant begin at 200 credits and will be increased in 10-credit increments. The event begins in 60 seconds, the voice said, and a countdown appeared on the screens. Bystanders outside the cage tapped at tablets, and Joe wondered if the Sloan brothers were entering bids at that moment, too. Who was he kidding? Of course they were. They'd probably sent him here just to make money off his death. Joe cast another look at Bobo, who was still glaring at him. The guy knew he wasn't the one who'd captured him, right? Joe turned away, jogged over to the edge of the cage, and picked up the hoe. He felt the weight and swung it a couple of times. The wooden handle seemed sturdy enough, though the metal was rusty and stained with dried blood. He looked around, trying to determine where the mutant, Wendigo, would come from, but he couldn't tell. There were over a half-dozen doors along 2 sides of the cage. Any one of those doors could be holding back a monster. Bobo had picked up a pitchfork, which made Joe slightly jealous. As far as old garden tools went, Bobo had a far better weapon. The countdown was at 30 seconds. Joe walked to stand in the center of the cage so that if his opponent emerged from any of the 4 sides, there would be some space between them.
Launch!
Fear gave Joe adrenaline, which he needed, but his muscles were still sore and weak after getting stunned. Exo-shields weren't light, so Joe was stronger and faster than many, his body accustomed to carrying the extra weight. Still, he needed that strength and his newfound mobility to make up for the lack of armor. Adjusting to the difference was going to be tough at first. His body wanted to fight and move, and he had to force himself to stay calm. He had a feeling he'd need every ounce of energy in a fight for his life. That was assuming they'd let him win, even if he did beat the mutant. For all he knew, they'd gun him down if he survived. And if you do, and if you don't. He refused to think like that. Negative thoughts did nothing to win.
Balance power?
He needed to focus on his enemy, his strengths, weaknesses, the way he moved, and what was going on inside that head. A bell sounded. Joe gave a start. He did a 360 searching for Wendigo and stopped when he caught the movement of a door sliding upward. Out came... Holy cow. The mutant had to bend to make it through the 8-foot-high doorway. After he stepped through, he straightened to full height.
Full-powered engines.
Bobo cursed, and Joe agreed.
Max engines.
The crowd cheered and began to chant,
Launch.
Wendigo, over and over. Wendigo, the mutant with polar bear DNA, was a monstrosity. They say no man is an island, but this mutant was sure as hell a mountain. He stood naked, though clothes aren't necessary when you're covered in white fur. His hands were huge paw-like things with webbed fingers. Instead of fingernails, he had long claws that looked like they'd been dipped in silver.
Let's go.
He was obese, or at least he looked fat, but Joe suspected that those layers were as much muscle as they were thick protective hide. He could have almost been mistaken for a real polar bear standing on its hind legs, until you saw its face.
Jumping to next.
That was an unfortunate mess of DNA.
Maximum velocity.
The nose was all polar bear on a flat face with a humanoid mouth full of sharp teeth. His eyes were humanoid, but they bore no humanity as he strode, teeth bared, toward Joe. Wendigo's first steps were like those of a toddler with outstretched arms, walking toward his mother. Then he picked up speed, and what had seemed like clumsy steps became an earth-pounding gallop that thundered like a stampede. But it was only one guy, not a herd. Joe gripped the hoe and glanced at Bobo. "You ready?" Wendigo ran straight at Joe since Bobo had moved off to the side. As the mutant closed the distance, Joe realized just how massive he was. He must weigh over 800 pounds. The mutant barreled toward Joe, a flurry of white fur and spittle like a bloodhound after a scent. Joe stood on the balls of his feet with knees bent, ready. Even at his current speed, Wendigo wasn't fast, but if he tackled Joe, it'd be game over. Slow, good. Heavy, bad. Worse, those claws looked like they could slice through skin, muscle, and bone like cheese. As Joe suspected, the Wendigo arced one of his arms back to swing when he was nearly in range. A right-hander. The swipe came just as Joe rolled to the right. As he came to his feet, Joe used his momentum to swing the hoe around. The metal blade struck the mutant's left shoulder. Wendigo gave an inhuman scream and clawed at the hoe. The blade had gone deep enough to stick in the bone.
Weapons?
The mutant's forward momentum yanked the hoe out of Joe's hands and dangled from Wendigo's back as he made a slow turn to come back around.
We kill.
Joe eyed the two halves of the wood pike and started toward it, and he caught movement to his right. It was too late. A sharp white pain stabbed at his thigh, and Joe fell to a knee. He found Bobo standing over him, sneering and holding the handle of the pitchfork. 3 tines of the fork were stuck in Joe's thigh. "Sorry, pal," Bobo said, his sneer growing to cover his face. "I just needed to slow you down so I can kill that thing while he's eating. Good plan, huh?" Joe grabbed hold of the pitchfork. "That's a lousy plan," he grinned. Bobo went to pull the pitchfork out, but Joe held it firm. Every tug was agony, but he held on. Bobo's sneer fell as his eyes grew wide. Joe glanced to see Wendigo within swinging distance, though the mutant's confidence seemed shaken by the hoe hanging out his back. Joe put all his strength into holding onto the pitchfork while rolling away from Bobo. The tines in his flesh tore deeper, and Joe cried out, but held on. Bobo hadn't expected that, and in the end, Joe tore the pitchfork from the man's hand. He'd also rolled out of Wendigo's direct path, leaving Bobo in his place. Bobo, with no weapon of his own, made fists and threw a punch. It was like a punch from a tree. Joe would have laughed if he wasn't in so much pain. He pulled the pitchfork out, grunting as he did so. One tine broke off, remaining in his thigh. Blood trickled from that wound while it ran in streams from the other 2. He blamed himself for having tunnel vision on the great risk, that being Wendigo, and not considering the secondary risk of Bobo being a fool, because only a fool would get into a fist fight with a mutant. If Bobo had wanted Wendigo's complete attention with that punch, he got his wish. The creature roared and swung with a closed fist, or paw, rather, sending Bobo flying several feet. But the mutant hadn't swung out with his claws, instead mirroring Bobo's punch, and Wendigo was either not very bright, mimicking the actions of his prey, or that he liked to draw out the fight to have as much fun as possible. That Wendigo had swung first at Joe, in what likely would have been a killing blow, making Joe suspect that the mutant was running off pure instinct, with little activity going on upstairs in that brain pit.
Great shot, Commander.
The mutant set about walloping on Bobo, punch after punch.
Oh, shit.
By the third punch, Bobo was done for, but Wendigo hadn't seemed to figure it out yet. Wendigo has defeated Bobo the Butcher Nash in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Justice has been served, the voice over the loudspeaker announced. The crowd cheered. Joe was bleeding strength fast, which meant he had to finish this fight even faster. He swallowed and pushed himself to his feet, using the pitchfork for support. The pain narrowed his vision, and he favored his left leg. He took in a deep breath and yelled, "Hey, you!" Wendigo's head whipped around at Joe. "Yeah, you. I was wondering, do you like penguins?" Joe asked. Wendigo frowned, confused by the question. After a moment, he stood and turned toward Joe, his left arm hanging limply. He let out another roar and charged. Joe readied himself. This was going to hurt. Like before, Wendigo pulled back his arm to swing. Joe waited until the last moment, till the mutant began his downswing and fell to his knees. At the same time, he planted the pitchfork handle against the ground and angled the tines toward Wendigo. With Wendigo's size, he couldn't stop, let alone slow in time, and he ran straight into the pitchfork. The tines pierced his stomach while Joe rolled away, narrowly missing being tackled. The crowd gasped, but their cheers and goading quickly resumed. Screeching, Wendigo pulled the pitchfork out of his stomach and dropped it. He howled in pain. He struggled to his feet just as Joe was struggling to stay standing. Joe eyed the pitchfork, the nearest weapon, but it was inches from the mutant's feet. Not the easiest spot to get to at that moment. Wendigo followed Joe's gaze, snarled, then stomped the pitchfork into the ground with a single smash. He bellowed in rage, pounded his chest Tarzan style, and ran at Joe. Joe ducked to the left, but this time Wendigo's claw connected. Pain seared Joe's right shoulder, which he ignored to pivot behind the mutant. Joe grabbed the handle of the hoe still embedded in Wendigo's back and yanked. It didn't budge. Well, that didn't work as planned. He yanked again, but Wendigo was already turning, swinging as he did so. Joe lunged back to escape being shredded. He spun on his good leg and ran, or at least tried to. It was more like a slow jog. Every movement fed agony upward from his left thigh. He clutched a hand to the wounds, but it did nothing to stem the pain. Wetness ran down his right arm, and he knew his shoulder had been sliced, but that pain was far overshadowed by his injured leg. Joe had no weapons, and could hear Wendigo gaining on him over the crowd's wild cheering. Joe tried to go faster, but his leg was responding less and less to his commands. That was when he saw a handle in the dirt 20 feet ahead. He glanced over his shoulder to find Wendigo closer than he'd realized. He ducked to avoid a vicious swing and by some miracle discovered more speed. He limp-jogged with the injured mutant on his heels. To spectators, they likely looked like they were racing in slow motion. The handle was attached to a spade, as rusty and abused as the rest of the implements. Joe bent for it, grabbed the handle, and swung the shovel with all of his strength. The wide arc brought power to his swing, and the flat back of the metal spade connected squarely with Wendigo's nose. The mutant stumbled and fell back. Wendigo was as big as the Titanic was rumored to have been in Joe's mind, so when he went down for good. Joe rushed around the beast to stand at Wendigo's head. The mutant was cupping his face. Joe raised the handle high. "I'm one to call a spade," he muttered as he brought the shovel down in a vertical descent to the mutant's throat. Even rusty, with the weight Joe put behind the thrust, the edge sliced through the soft tissue. The crowd fell silent as though the world had suddenly gone deaf. Wendigo's hands flew to his throat, and his eyes grew wide as he struggled to find the breath that he'd never be able to find again. He looked young in the face, far too young, and Joe knew that Wendigo was as much a victim of the Devil's Playground as he was. Joe Ballast has defeated Wendigo in 5 minutes and 29 seconds. See your personal concierge for payouts. the announcer said after a moment's delay. Rage rose like bile in Joe's gut. He swung the spade and flung it at the cage. Metal clanged against metal. The nearby onlookers cowered. Someone yelled for Joe's head. Soon the entire crowd joined in on a bloodthirsty chant. Joe bared his teeth at the crowd. He wanted to do more, but he was struggling to stay on his feet. He turned away, only to see mercs running toward him, all holding blasters. Chapter 35. Nick Swinton stared at the door just like he'd stared at it for the past 3 days. The hideaway he shared with Romy was small and stuffy, and the bucket they used for a toilet stank. Champ was as antsy as he was, whining as she paced the room. She still limped from the blaster burn that had singed her fur, but from what Nick could tell, it looked like she only had a bad sunburn on her leg. "It's been 3 days," Nick said. Romy looked up from the tablet she held. "It's been almost 3 days. You told me that your mom told you to wait 3 days in the shelter before leaving." He frowned. "Yeah, but she just made up that number in her head. I bet it's safe to leave." "How do you know it's safe?" she asked. He thought for a moment. "I'll find out. Stay here. I'm going to check out the house." She jumped to her feet. "I'm going with you."
Find me a landing pad.
You should stay here until I know it's safe.
Sending docking
She put her
request.
hands on her hips. "Why? Because I'm a girl?" "No, because it's my house and I know all the hiding spots."
Aye, Commander.
Sheesh.
Yes, sir.
He looked down at Champ and then at Romy
1/4
before he
impulse.
turned back to the door. He took a deep breath and opened it. He peeked his head out and took another breath, this time of the cooler, fresher air of the tunnel. When he saw and heard nothing, he stepped out. Champ bounded out around him. "Champ!" he whispered, but she was already a dozen feet ahead of him and relieving herself near the wall. Nick walked into the tunnel and Romy came out to stand next to him. They looked at each other before moving together down the tunnel toward his home. Champ took the lead, and since she didn't seem the least bit worried, Nick felt confident no one else was in the underground passageway. Champ ran up to the sub-door to his house and waited. Nick bent down. "Okay, Champ. When I open this door, I need you to check out the place, got it?" She cocked her head as he spoke, but that was the closest to an agreement he received from her. He shot another glance at Romy, who looked as scared as he felt. Then he entered his code. The door opened and Nick jumped, even though he'd expected it. Champ ran into the house and moved erratically through the rooms, sniffing every piece of furniture. Her fur never bristled, and her tail wagged even as she checked out the upstairs. Nick took that as her all-clear sign. "It's clear," he said, as much for his own benefit as for Romy's. Romy continued her light pace through the house as she checked every closet and under the furniture. She paused at Joe's exoshield, then went about carefully stacking it in a pile. "Do you think they're dead?" she asked. Nick got chills that he shook off. No way. Mom's working for that fat guy, and Joe's got to be still alive." "Right." He girded his self-assurance. "Joe's still alive because if they wanted to shoot him, they would have done it here, but they didn't. So that means he's still alive. I bet he's working for that fat guy too, and we can go rescue them together." "Rescue them? How?" Nick jogged into his bedroom and grabbed the pellet gun propped against the wall next to his bed, along with a box of pellets. He carried it out of the room, suddenly feeling like a protector rather than a helpless kid. Romy watched him without speaking.
"Max engines."
He strolled confidently around the house, carrying his gun before an idea hit him. He ran over to a side table where Joe had stashed a blaster for his mom to use in case of an emergency. He set down his pellet gun and pulled the blaster out of the drawer. He hefted the weight in his hands as he considered the weapon. Since both Joe and his mom were missing, he figured Joe would agree it definitely counted as an emergency. He glanced once more at his pellet gun. He was a great shot with it. He could even fire it blindfolded, but he'd never tell his mom about the one occasion when he had. On the other hand, he'd only shot a blaster once in his life when Joe showed him. It had been super easy to shoot, but his mom had gotten mad at Joe, and Nick never got the chance to shoot one again. Is there another blaster for me?
That's kind of far away, dude.
This is the only blaster, but I'll show you how to use my pellet gun. Her nose wrinkled. What's a pellet gun? It's a gun that shoots pellets. Duh, he replied. He set the blaster down and handed the gun and box of pellets to her. He began showing her the ins and outs of the weapon. All you do is drop a pellet in this hole here. Then you pump air into the gun using the grip here. I usually pump it 3 or 4 times if I'm hunting varmints. The safety button's here. See? Red is ready to fire. Black means the safety's on. She frowned. All that work to shoot only 1 pellet? He grinned. Yeah, so you'd better be a good shot. He paused, then took off. Hold on. He ran to his bedroom and grabbed the makeshift paper targets he'd drawn on butcher paper and ran back to her. He grabbed the blaster. Come on. We need to practice if we're going to rescue Mom and Joe. Chapter 36. Joe searched for a weapon as the 4 mercs stalked him, but he'd thrown the only one that had been nearby. His fingers brushed across the pitchfork tine. He clamped his jaw and sucked in a breath as he yanked out the slim piece of rusted metal. He slid it into his waistband, careful to not look like he was doing anything suspicious.
Max engine.
The 4 had their blasters leveled. When they were within 5 feet, they encircled him. The one in front of him spoke. Follow me,
that
prisoner.
Thing could crush you. What is
the
wrong?
mercs began walking, and Joe struggled to keep up. Hell, he was struggling to stand. A little help here, guys? Joe asked. In case you haven't noticed, I had a pitchfork shoved through my leg. He received a blaster tip poked against his back in response. I'm moving as fast as I can, Joe said. He was half tempted to just fall and let them drag him back to his cell, but he didn't know if they'd just kill him instead, so he stayed on his feet. His left thigh hurt worse than anything he'd felt in a long time. The tines had skewered muscle, and he couldn't take a step without stressing the injuries. On the bright side, if there was one in all this, his shoulder didn't hurt too badly. Wendigo's claws were so sharp they cut like razor blades. The slice in his shoulder had gone deep, but not deep enough to hit muscle or bone. The wound bled, but as long as he held his right arm to his chest, the pain was bearable. The prick in front never slowed down, but at least the merc behind Joe didn't shove him forward, because if Joe fell, he knew he wouldn't be able to get back to his feet. His muscles shook from both weakness and the adrenaline hangover, now that the fight had ended. He wobbled every time his left boot connected with the ground, which was constantly, since he could no longer lift his leg. He clutched his thigh as he dragged his leg forward. The door they'd entered through opened, and Joe wondered if he'd have to make the long walk down the same hallway again.
Engage jump.
He hoped not.
Engaging jump drive.
He walked the same damn hallway to the same damn cell. His cellmates watched him return. They all seemed surprised to see him. Bobo? Terry asked from the other side of the bars. Joe shook his head. The prisoner in the next cell over gave Joe an appraising nod before turning away. The lead merc slung his rifle over his shoulder and pulled a tube out of his pocket. Joe recognized the coagulant gel immediately. He'd used enough of it through his life. The merc squirted a line across the cut in Joe's shoulder and then put 3 dots in the 3 holes in his thigh. Since you're playing doctor on me, I sure could use a bio-wrap, Joe said. The merc laughed. Don't worry, you won't live long enough to get an infection. Joe frowned. He didn't like that response one bit and realized he had 1 shot. The odds sucked. 4 against 1, but he'd take those over another mutant any day of the week. You're sending me back out there? Joe asked the lead merc as he gripped the pitchfork tine while leaning forward to rub his thigh. The merc chuckled. Of course you're going back out there, probably even tonight. You came in on an immediate death sentence. Lucky me. How about a painkiller then? Something to help dull the pain so I can at least give them some kind of a show, Joe said. The merc eyed Joe for a long moment before shrugging and putting his hand back into his pocket. As soon as he did that, Joe grabbed the merc's arm, spun behind him, and pressed the tine to the man's throat. Joe was careful to use the merc's body as a shield. I'm going to kill you myself, the lead merc growled. I'm dead already, Joe said. He spoke to the others. Drop your blasters and put your hands up in the air. If I see any of you even twitching toward a weapon or a comm, your buddy's going to become a kebab, got it? Fortunately, none of them had a hero's death wish and wasted no time doing exactly as Joe instructed. As soon as their hands were in the air, Joe shoved the tine into the merc's neck and grabbed the rifle. With the blaster still slung over the man's shoulder, he brought it up and fired at the three mercs. A smoky haze filled the air. As all four fell, Joe unslung the rifle and held it ready, tight against his side, since movement made his shoulder protest. Prisoners in the cells on both sides of Joe began pleading to let them out. "Quiet," Joe ordered. He bent down as carefully as he could, the rifle through the merc's pockets for more coagulant gel. He was relieved to find the man actually did have painkillers on him. He popped a tablet in his mouth and shoved everything else in his pocket. Through the hopeful faces in his old cell, he spied Terry. "If I let you out, will you help me get out of here?" He motioned to his bum leg.
I can't do that.
Terry nodded vigorously. "Of course.
Right?
Just get me out of here." Joe took the key card from the lead merc, grabbed a second blaster, and opened the cell door. Terry stepped out. As expected, his other cellmates followed. They pilfered the remaining weapons and took off running, but Terry stayed with Joe. He hoped he'd read Terry right and could count on the man until they were at least clear of the Devil's Playground. He handed Terry the other blaster, and Terry looped an arm around Joe to help him walk. "What about us?" the prisoner in the next cell over asked. Joe grabbed a second key card off a fallen merc and tossed it to the prisoner. "Let out everyone you can." Terry and Joe headed quickly down the hallway, though prisoners ran past. "As soon as they get outside, the mercs are going to see them," Terry chided. "I'm counting on that," Joe said. "Yeah?" A nervous tick caused Terry to blink. "Yeah, they're our diversion." Chapter 37. Joe and Terry made their way down the hallway. When they came to a T-junction, forcing a turn to the left or right, Joe pointed to the left. "This way." "But everyone's going that way," Terry said, gesturing right. "They're going outside. If the mercs don't get them, the heat will." Terry went along with Joe and assisted him in the opposite direction. Terry was in no way assertive, and for that matter, he looked to be barely a man at all, probably still a teenager, and Joe wondered what the kid could have possibly done to end up in the Devil's Playground, let alone be slated to fight on the Devil's dance floor. The alarms sounded, echoing through the halls. "It's an official jailbreak now," Joe said. He nodded to a doorway. "Through here." Like all prison doors, this one was locked, but the key card opened it to reveal a cargo elevator. The pair stepped through the doorway, but the tight fit resulted in Terry's knees bumping Joe's thigh. Joe grimaced, though the pain was muted courtesy of the painkiller he'd taken a couple of minutes earlier. "Sorry," Terry said. "Don't worry about it," Joe said. He tapped the button for subfloor 3. The elevator descended. "The good news for us is that the mercs will go after the herd first. It'll take the mercs hours, if not days, to get a full head count, let alone identify anyone still missing. As long as we're not seen, we have a pretty good shot at getting out of here. You make it sound easy. It's only easy if we move fast and don't run into any mercs. I'm guessing we have 5 minutes tops till they discover the dead mercs and disable their key cards. You think we can be out of here by then?" Terry asked. "Maybe. It depends on the train schedule." Terry frowned. "Train schedule?" Joe nodded. "It's how they get all their food and supplies this deep in Shiprock. How do you know this stuff?" "I've been through here a few times, and I noticed the train schedule on the wall one time a while back." Terry's frown only deepened. "How many times have you been in the prisons here?" "First time." When Terry continued to watch him, Joe added, "I'm a bounty hunter." "Oh," Terry said, and his eyes darted around as thoughts ran through his head. The elevator stopped and Joe readied his blaster. The door opened. Joe held Terry back for a long second before the pair stepped out of the elevator and into a wide corridor. Joe expected little opposition, but he hadn't expected the service hallway to be empty. He looked from left to right and motioned right to where a large double door stood. The pair stopped when they reached it. Joe peered through the windows in the door to see a cavern beyond. A supply train sat on the tracks that ran through the center, but he found no staff. Then he realized a prison break would cause a mandatory lockdown. All non-armed staff would be holed up in some room waiting for an all-clear before going back to work. Joe pulled away from Terry. Check the schedule. How much time before this train leaves? Terry glanced around him, then rushed to a panel on a nearby wall. He ran his fingers down the list. 23 minutes. Joe nodded. He would have preferred 3 minutes, but 23 was a hell of a lot better than not having a supply train out there at all. I saw the parking level is just one above this one. We could take someone's cutter, Terry offered. Joe shook his head. No, as soon as the owner knows their rig's missing, they can initiate a lockdown on their vehicle by entering a simple code through their armlet. Then we'd be sitting ducks. He motioned to the train outside the door. That train is our ticket out of here. I don't see anyone out there, but I can't see what's to our left and right from here. That means we could find ourselves in front of some mercs the moment we step through that door. Shoot at anyone you come across. No hesitation. Got it? Terry hesitated. I've never shot a blaster before. I just point and shoot? Joe eyed his companion for a moment. Then he motioned for the young man's blaster, checked the weapon, adjusted the settings, and handed it back. Point and shoot. Just make sure I'm not anywhere between you and your target when you pull the trigger.
She was stopped.
Got it. Terry eyed the blaster like it was alien technology. His expression didn't give Joe a warm and fuzzy feeling. How about you just stick by my side out there, and if I tell you to shoot, you shoot, okay? Joe asked. Terry nodded. Okay. Joe raised his rifle. Open the door. Terry did as instructed, and Joe stepped through the doorway, swinging his blaster from left to right. No one. He would have found it odd that they hadn't assigned at least one team of mercs to every possible escape route, but the sounds of battle coming from outside the cavern likely explained the lack of soldiers near the tracks. Joe motioned for Terry to join him, and they moved as quickly as Joe could limp toward the train. When they reached the track, Joe said, "Find us an unlocked car. I'll keep an eye out for company." Terry checked the door at the nearest car before moving down to the next one. Joe constantly scanned both sides of the tunnel while following Terry. Every locked car made Joe more and more antsy, and he was beginning to wonder if all the cars locked and unlocked as a single unit. Got one, Terry called out, and Joe hobbled over to a car, outside of which several pallets of garbage were stacked. As Joe approached, movement caught his eye, and he dove behind a pallet. When he peeked around the edge, he saw two mercs enter the tunnel from a doorway. Joe cursed to himself and went to motion Terry to be quiet, but the prisoner had disappeared inside the car. Joe turned back to the threat and watched them jog toward him. They had riot gear on, which meant that any blaster shot had to be precise to take them down. Since they hadn't spotted him yet, he was counting on them running by, none the wiser. Terry's head popped out of the car. "Joe, aren't you coming?" Damn it. Joe stood, aimed, and fired at the surprised mercs. His first shot took down one, but his second shot ricocheted off the other merc's blast shield. The man ducked and began firing back. Joe didn't move. Instead, he fired off several more shots until he hit the merc in the arm. The soldier lowered his shield, and Joe followed up with a hit to the chest. "Get down here and help me hide these two," Joe ordered gruffly. Fortunately, Terry moved quickly, and they dumped the bodies into a pallet that contained a tall bin. The pair hurried back to the train car. Terry jumped up first, then helped pull Joe on board. As soon as they were inside, Joe pushed the door closed and fell onto his butt. He took a deep lungful of air and immediately regretted it. He grimaced. The good news is that any car on a Shiprock train has to be somewhat climate-controlled because of the intense heat. The bad news is, we're stuck in a car that smells worse than a dung pile in summertime. I could keep looking, Terry offered. His voice had a nasal twang since he was pitching his nose with his fingers. Joe shook his head. This was the only car that had pallets by it. I'm guessing the other cars have already been loaded and locked. As long as this train leaves on time, we'll be safe until the next stop. Terry looked depressed. They'll probably not let the train take off because of the jailbreak. Trust me, it'll leave, Joe said. The guilds have tried to stop trains before to get their targets, and it doesn't matter who the target is. The trains are going to run on time. There's too much cost involved in delays. But the mercs do whatever they want, Terry countered. The Mercs might control the wastelands, but they have no control over the trains. That's the RSTC, Rapid Shipping Transportation Company, and trust me, they won't stop for anything. And since they're fully automated, there's no one who can be bribed to stop a train. These trains come and go on schedule and don't stop, even if someone is standing in the middle of the tracks. Trust me on this. The car rumbled. Joe swung his rifle toward the door, but it didn't open. Instead, the rumbling smoothed into a gentle vibration as the train picked up speed. Terry looked around in wonder. It really took off. Joe leaned back and smiled. See? That wasn't so bad. You didn't even have to shoot anyone. Terry pushed aside a carton of compressed garbage. We really did it. We're free. At least until the next stop, Joe said. The young man's brow pinched together. Then what happens? The Mercs will be there, waiting for us. Chapter 38. You opened that bottle yesterday and it's half gone already, Reuben scolded. Rex shrugged as he leaned back in his chair with his boots on the table. You know me. I don't drink unless I'm alone or with somebody. Reuben paced. That was all he'd done since his agency and bar went up in smoke. He had no idea if any hunters besides Rex were still alive, and he feared the worst. He paused. We have to reach out to the rest of the guild. No, Rex said. But they might need our help. Rex took another drink. If anyone's still alive, they're likely on Kat's payroll by now. He tilted his head. Hey, that makes me the sole employee of the Haft Agency. Can I get a raise? Why would I? Rex cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand. You hear that? Hear what? Cutter door's closing. Rex jumped to his feet and peeked out the front window. He snapped around. We're about to have company. At least one hunter and 4 Mercs. Reuben's brow furrowed in confusion. I don't understand. How'd they find us here? There's no paperwork. I've never told anyone about this place. Rex paused. Wait. How did you come about this place? He shrugged. It was my mom's hideout. Rex scowled, then pulled on his helmet. Kat knows all of your mom's hideouts, you idiot. Why would she know? Reuben asked, but Rex ignored him. The hunter grabbed the bottle of whiskey and began pouring it on the floor and walls. When he'd finished the bottle, he grabbed another and threw it against the door. What a waste of alcohol, Rex muttered as he motioned for Reuben to follow. Rex had his blaster out and led the way through the back entrance. Once outside, Reuben saw their attackers stalking toward the small domed house. Rex pointed up. Reuben frowned, confused. What? He mouthed. Rex holstered his blaster, then bent and interlocked his fingers. Oh. Reuben stepped onto Rex's cupped hands, and Rex flung him upward. Reuben caught himself before sliding off the roof and dragged himself up. He reached out to Rex, but instead watched as Rex backed away and then sprinted at the wall. Reuben had no idea how he managed it, but Rex ran up the wall and onto the roof. Rex walked to a vent and pulled it out of its bracket. He then peered down and watched while Reuben crouched and spied on the Mercs preparing to break down the door. The hunter stood behind them, his blaster raised. There came the sound of the door crashing, and blaster fire filled the interior. Rex began firing down into the fray. After a couple of seconds, Reuben heard the whooshing sound of a fire coming alive. His eyes went wide when he heard the screams. Rex leaned back.
We're gonna go back to Seoul.
Best bit of wisdom my old man gave me. He always said, give a man a match, and he'll be warm for a minute, but set him on fire, he'll be warm for the rest of his life. Reuben stared in shock. Rex clapped him on the back. All right, now we go to my hiding place. Chapter 39. The garbage bales stacked in the car gave the air a heavy, cloying odor that made it impossible to get a decent breath. Worse, the garbage was compacted, which meant that anything that could have been of value, like a partial bottle of water or a half-eaten protein bar, would have been crushed beyond use. Sloan had taken his armlet along with his exoshield, so he had no way to pull up a map of Shiprock in the train routes. He also had no idea of time. Not that knowing the time would do him any good until he learned where and when the next stop would be. If he was a gambler,
fortunately, I am not able to hack.
He had to get back to Cabell to find Nick and Romy and to rescue Sarah. Joe watched Terry's depressed expression as the prisoner stared at the floor of the dimly lit cargo car.
Oh well.
He knew that there were two types of people, those who gave orders and those who took orders. It was pretty obvious which type Terry was. Don't worry about the mercs. We'll be long gone before we get to the next stop, Joe said. Terry's features brightened. Really? Joe held up a hand. It's not as easy as it sounds. First, we need to figure out when and where the next stop is. And we need to figure out if there's any towns between here and there, because we won't last long out there without water. With my injuries, I can't do the legwork that's needed. I'm going to need your help. Terry nodded. What do I need to do? Joe pushed to his feet and winced. The painkiller was wearing off, and his wounds would soon be hurting worse than before. He leaned against the wall, eyed the door for a moment, then looked up. Cargo cars are designed to open from the top for loading. These side doors are only used when people have to unload cargo manually. There has to be a way to open the roof from inside. Okay, Terry said, and he practically jumped into action. As he moved garbage bales, he said, You know, Joe, I've never met anyone like you before. Joe paused while he searched a wall. A bounty hunter? Terry shook his head. No, a bona fide hero. I've heard about them, but I've never met someone who put others' needs before their own. You saved my life, Joe. Joe chortled. I needed a crutch. You were the easiest sucker to convince. Terry eyed Joe with a straight face. I'm serious. You're a hero. Joe frowned. Trust me, you don't know the stuff I've done in my life. I'm no hero, and calling me one is akin to calling a beggar a banker. If Terry's enthusiasm was injured by this remark, he didn't show it. No longer focused on Joe, he'd climbed up a stack of bales. Hey, I found it! A second later, the entire roof of the cargo car retracted. A fresh, albeit hot, wind hit Joe's face, and he sucked in a deep breath. Good work, kid. Terry sat on top of the garbage bales for several moments, his face in the wind. When he came back down, he had a smile on his face. What do you want me to do now? This next bit will be tricky, Joe said. I need you to climb up on top of the train cars and walk all the way to the engine, which is at the very front of the train. You'd better be careful because this train is traveling at well over 200 miles per hour. Terry's eyes grew wider and wider. You want me to walk across the top of a train going 200 miles per hour? Crawling may be easier, but we don't have time to waste. When you get to the engine, its roof may or may not open, but I know it'll have a side door. There'll be a panel in there with all the details on the train, its schedule, everything. There has to be one in case the automated systems fail and an engineer has to enter the engine to work on it. I need you to get inside, find out how much time we have before the next stop, and the two towns between us and that stop. Terry's jaw hung open. And you think I can work a computer? There should be nothing to work. The informational stats should be viewable by anyone. It's only the engineering stuff that you wouldn't have access to, and we don't need that. Terry slumped. I don't know if I can do this. Sure you can. Didn't anyone ever tell you that there's no place around the fire for a quitter's blanket?
Find me a landing
Terry's brow furrowed. What's that supposed to mean?
Contacting Starport Control.
Joe sighed. It means that we're going to get out of this, but I need you committed to make it happen.
Take us in.
I can try,
Acknowledged,
Terry said with a hint of exasperation in his voice.
Thank you.
No, you'll
One
do
quarter
it. Trust
impulse.
me.
Engaging.
This isn't rocket science. As long as you're careful getting to the engine and back, I'll get you out of here safely. Now listen, because this is important. The reason I want you to pick any two towns that are midway before the next stop is because we don't have a clock back here to gauge when we have to get off this train. So we have to work from a little guesswork and visual cues. When you find two towns midway on this route, when we pass by the first, I need to know how much time we have left before we reach the second, which will be our stop. And I want to know how much time we have after we jump the train before the train arrives at its stop, because it'll be not long after that that the mercs will see that someone hitched a ride on the train and they'll launch a hunt. Does this make sense? Terry nodded, slowly at first, then with more confidence. Yeah, I think so. Joe reached out and squeezed his shoulder. You've got this. The two of us together busted out of the Devil's Playground, and you didn't freeze up on me once. I know you have what it takes to do this. He reached out. Give me your blaster. You won't need it. Terry did. Joe continued. When you have what we need, meet me back at the last car. Terry frowned. Not this one? Joe shook his head. If we tried to jump off a train at this speed, we'd be killed. I'm going to disconnect the last car, and we'll ride that until it slows enough for us to jump. But you're not going to disconnect the car until I'm back there, right? Joe smirked. I'm not going to disconnect the car until you're back there. But that doesn't mean you can slack off. Now you need to get a move on. You've got a train to ditch. Terry took off, pausing at the top of the garbage bales to look down at Joe. You've got this, Joe said. Terry seemed to gird himself, then moved out of Joe's line of sight. Joe slung the second rifle over his shoulder and climbed the garbage bales. He struggled through the pain, and it took him 3 times as long as it had the wiry kid. When he reached the roofline, he sat to catch his breath. The oven-like wind tried to press him back, but he leaned into it. He rummaged through his pocket, gripped the second painkiller, and popped the pill in his mouth. That left a single pill, which he hoped would get him by until he found safe transport back to Capel. He wondered where Nick and Romy were, if they were still in the nook in the underground hallway, hiding from Sloane's goons, or if they'd ventured out. Worse, had the Mercs found them and made them Sloane's prisoners like Sarah. Just the thought of Sloane made Joe furious. He looked forward to killing that man. As the painkiller kicked in, he slid from the edge of the garbage car to the next car back. The gap between the cars was less than 2 feet thanks to their oval shapes, and Joe was able to move from one car to the next without jumping.
Alright, I gotta go grab
With the wind at his back, which helped.
Yes, you can come. Sheila, stop. Stop.
Transferring power to engines. Diverting power to engines. All power to engines.
Again, Uh-huh.
Diverting power to engines. Max engines. Max engines.
Helped, he slid across the roofs to rest his leg. He turned back every few seconds to check on Terry. The wind burned his eyes and made them water, but he could make out the young man making headway toward the front of the train. Joe didn't know how Terry, a slip of a human being, was managing against the wind, but he was, and Joe was relieved for that. There was no way Joe would have made it to the front in his current condition. He could feel the wind sucking the moisture out of his body even now. His throat was parched, but he assumed that the entire train had been unloaded at the playground and was being returned with garbage, which would be burned to provide power to the train lines. When Joe reached the last car, he slipped down between the two cars. There was little room to work. He bent down and searched for an emergency disconnector, but found none. He grimaced. This was going to have to be done the hard way. He unslung the rifle and, holding onto the rail with his left hand, fired a shot at the metal connectors. The blast didn't even chip at the thick metal. He fired a succession of shots, melting away the smallest fraction of metal. Scowling, he fired non-stop for the next few minutes.
Engines.
The wind cleared the smoke as he fired, but the blaster grew hot in his hand, and he was forced to set it aside to cool. Heat radiated from the connectors, giving the air a wave-like illusion. When he saw how little progress he'd made, he scowled. "Hey!" Joe swung up the blaster to see Terry's wind-blown face and red eyes. "Whoa," Terry said. "It's just me. What are you doing there?" "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm trying to cut through the connectors," Joe said, then added, "You got here a lot faster than I expected." Terry's nervous tick returned. "You weren't thinking about leaving without me, were you?" Joe frowned. "What? No. I was trying to get the connector cut down enough so we can detach at the right time." "Oh. Did you get what we need?" "Yeah. The next stop is in 40 minutes. I picked Sandville and Templeton because they're midway. We're coming up on Sandville in 10 minutes and Templeton in 15 minutes. That's sooner than I expected. My guess is that we'll need to detach at Sandville to slow down enough to jump off at Templeton." He handed the second rifle to Terry. "Start shooting." After 5 minutes, both men were forced to let the blasters cool. Joe checked the power setting on his rifle. "I'm down to 10%. What's yours?" Terry searched for a moment before finding the data screen. 45. Joe eyed the connector. It was only a quarter melted through, nowhere near enough to detach the car. He didn't say anything. As soon as the blaster was cool enough to touch, he began shooting again. When his rifle died, he scrutinized the connector. Terry stopped shooting and whipped around. "We're passing through Sandville." Joe muttered a curse, then narrowed his gaze on the connector. "Hold up. I have an idea." He opened the battery compartment on his blaster to expose the battery, knelt and placed his dead blaster over the connector, using the rifle strap to secure it in place. He stood. "All right, get to the roof." Terry shimmied up the side. Joe struggled up, and Terry helped him the last couple of feet. Joe reached out for Terry's blaster. He had to shout to be heard over the wind's noise. "Give it to me." Terry handed him the weapon. "What are you going to do?" Joe rolled onto his stomach. "An old trick I learned during the Revolution. Blaster batteries are explosive. They make one hell of a boom if you fire a direct shot to the battery." He nodded. "Hold on, and cover your face." Joe aimed the blaster at the compartment. The motion over the tracks required Joe to take an extra second than normal to aim. He fired. The explosion knocked Joe back, and he went sliding across the car. He dropped the rifle to grab at the smooth roof, but slid over the edge of the car. He grabbed the railing as he went over, and his shoulders screamed at the sudden jolt. He held on, but felt the speed of the car already decreasing. Terry's head popped over the side, looking down at him. "Oh, thank God you're okay. I thought you were a goner there for a moment. Your idea worked. We're detached from the rest of the train." Joe nodded. Indeed, the rocks and cacti weren't zooming past as quickly as they'd been a minute ago. But the car was slowing a lot quicker than Joe had intended. Already he could make out every individual rock and even count the needles on a cactus as they came to a full stop. He couldn't even make out the outline of Templeton in the distance. He looked behind them and could barely make out Sandville. Sandville it was. Chapter 40.
We're back again.
Not bad, buddy's here. Grab that. Wash my face. Hey!
Max engines. Max engines. Max engines.
Alright. Let's see what I can do with this.
Max engines.
No shot. Yeah. A shiny Sneasel. Let's see. This thing only has 2 hard points, dude. So I don't use it.
Diverting power to requested system. Max engines. power to engines.
Of course, they're both fixed, but.
Transferring power to engines.
Oh, but they don't have much here.
Val scanned the moonlit landscape before entering the cove that hid the silo. She parked and turned to the 6 people crammed into her cutter. They were thin and had no possessions except for the worn-out clothes they wore.
Power diverted
"We're
to
here,"
engines.
she announced. None spoke. They were still too afraid. She led them to the door and pressed her hand over a panel. The door opened to reveal an elevator. She still held the key card. It was the only way to fully lock down the silo should the need ever arise, though she prayed she'd never need it again. She stepped onto the lift first to show that it was safe, and then the group joined her. She pressed a button and the elevator carried them down so far that her ears popped. When it stopped, a woman stood outside holding a blaster. "We have new people joining us," Val said. The woman with the blaster smiled and then tapped another button. Within seconds, a man arrived. He was still too skinny, but Val was glad to see he'd put some weight on since she'd last seen him. "Welcome," he said. "If you come with me, I'll get you processed and your credentials into the system. You'll have your own cabins within the hour." One of the women who'd come with Val grabbed her hands. "Thank you, Sheriff. You've saved our lives." Val gave her a warm smile.
Max
"I do what I
engines.
can." With that, Val left the latest group of refugees in the silo and returned to the surface. Her smile fell into a frown as she left the silo behind. She'd continued to bring refugees, people who'd escaped from Roderick's farm, to the silo, but until the Sloan brothers were killed, there'd always be more slaves she couldn't save. Havoc had told her he'd return to help her take down Roderick once and for all. He'd told her he was a man of his word. But he hadn't returned, and she knew that if he was coming back, he would have been there by now. It didn't matter. She should have known better than to trust a hunter, a raven. Ravens had killed the rest of her squad during the revolution, which meant that it was likely that Havoc had a hand in the death of the soldiers under her command. She tried to never think of the past, but it had a way of creeping back up on her. Like how she'd thought she was finally free from Zenith's control, then realized they'd never stopped watching her. She climbed into
Max
her
engines.
cutter and pulled away. She'd found a home for the refugees, a place where they'd be safe from the Sloans. Now it was time she prepared to go after the brothers on her own. Chapter 41. It was hotter than hell in the Shiprock Desert, but Joe's leg was even hotter. His wounds were infected and only going to get worse until he found medicine. He'd taken his last painkiller an hour earlier and could already feel the effects wearing off. Terry helped him walk. Joe could scarcely put weight on his left leg now, and the pair were soaked in sweat. They'd reached Sandville, but Joe was already wondering if they shouldn't have gone toward Templeton instead. The Merc posse would know by now that fugitives had been on the train and would be scouring every town along the tracks until they tracked them down. Sandville was an 18-building town. It would take all of 10 minutes for a posse to find Joe and Terry there. "Water," Terry said, and Joe didn't know if the man was begging for a drink or telling him he'd found some.
All power
It
to
wasn't
engines.
until Terry led them to a covered dome a few feet off the track that Joe realized it had been the latter. Terry practically pushed away from Joe before he took the last couple of steps to the underground tank. Joe couldn't stand. He fell onto his butt, then dragged himself to the well cover. Terry located a spigot and turned it on. He was down on all fours, drinking from the spigot like a thirsty dog. Joe crawled up next to him. As he waited, he scanned the area for signs of trouble, but the only building nearby, a train depot, seemed vacant, which was good news for them. No one to tell the Mercs about the fugitives who'd passed through their town. Vandals had painted the side of the buildings facing the tracks, reinforcing his opinion of the situation. Joe's gaze panned over the various shapes and colors and settled on a haiku painted in bold letters. Shiprock's end came when indecisive governments became divisive. Joe nodded lightly at the logic. He reckoned it summed up the days before the Shiprock War as clearly as anything he'd ever read. Each land zone managed itself after the revolution, which the MRC's wealthy, corrupt administrators proved soon enough was a fiction. Shiprock had been the first zone to fight back. On the 10th anniversary of Black Knight, the Shiprock War began, with the Ravens assassinating the local MRC administrators. Joe remembered all too clearly each person he'd killed on that bloody night in hopes of bringing control back to the people. Shiprock had the numbers, but Mercs had the power, and they'd quashed the ill-fated rebellion in 14 months. Joe had traveled to Cavil after the war to fulfill a promise he'd made to his closest friend and brother-in-arms, Nick Swinton. Of all the battles and of all the killing Joe had been involved in, the hardest thing he'd ever done was to give the news to Nick Swinton's wife, that her husband had been killed before getting the chance to see his infant son. Joe hadn't stayed long. He should have stayed longer, but the next war was already brewing in the wilds, and he went to make things right after the defeat in Shiprock. The rebel army in the wilds had learned hard lessons from Shiprock, and in 28 days they'd killed every Merc and Merc sympathizer without mercy. The Wild's rising was so short, yet the death toll so much higher than its predecessor. The Mercs had left the Wilds to govern themselves, and the zone closed itself off from the rest of the wastelands. Joe knew he'd crossed lines in the Wilds and tried not to think back for fear of getting lost in those suffocating dark corners of his memories. Terry leaned back from the spigot. "Best water I've ever drank." Joe hurriedly looked away from the haiku, leaned in, and began lapping up the water pouring from the spigot. Since the water was stored underground, he trusted it to not be polluted with radiation like most above-ground tanks were. He drank until his stomach was full, then leaned back for Terry to drink more. "Water's not free, fellas, and you're wasting it, letting it pour on the ground like that." Joe unslung his rifle and swung it around to find an old man, tall and lanky with leathery skin that looked like he'd spent a hefty chunk of his life in the desert. "We don't have credits on us, but I can send money as soon as I get back to where I need to be," Joe stated, not lowering the rifle. The man scowled. "Credits aren't worth much around here. Bartering is a lot more useful." He nodded to the rifle Joe carried. "The blaster's not for sale," Joe said. "Then you pair will have to work off what you owe," the stranger replied as a matter of fact. Joe shook his head. "Afraid we have to keep moving. We have trouble on our trail, and it's the kind of trouble I doubt you want around here. The only kind of trouble that follows strangers around here tend to be either the Merc kind or the Hunter kind. You have one of those kinds of trouble?" Joe gave a single nod. "Please, mister, we don't mean you any trouble," Terry said as he slowly turned off the spigot. Just because you don't mean to bring trouble doesn't mean it doesn't ride along with you. The man's eyes then narrowed. Pointing that blaster at me makes me think you do mean to bring trouble with you, though. After a moment of staring each other down, Joe lowered the weapon.
Diverting power to request
My partner's
the system.
right. We're not here to cause trouble. He paused before continuing. I'll give you the rifle for water, a meal, a biowrap, and a ride out of here for both my friend and me. I don't have any antibiotics, let alone a fancy biowrap, and you don't look so good, the guy replied sharply. You carrying the plague? Joe motioned to his left. Been stopped through here anymore. The water had given Joe strength, but his head throbbed, and he knew without feeling his forehead that a fever was building. He needed to get back to Cavil soon, or else he wouldn't be of any help to the Swintons. Where are we headed to next? Terry asked. Joe looked up. I need to get back to Cavil. There are some folks dependent on me. How about you? Terry shrugged. Wherever you go. I'm from Garrington, but I can't ever go back there. What happened in Garrington? Terry swallowed before answering. I worked a catfish farm there, and the farmer's daughter is the most beautiful woman you'd ever lay eyes on. Her name's Luna.
Diagnostic checks.
Joe kept himself from smirking. He'd heard a story like this 100 times before, and despite the details, they all ended the same.
Transferring power to
The doomed tale of Star-Crossed Warriors. I fell in love with Luna, and she loves me too, Terry continued. Her father had other plans for her. He wouldn't even consider the idea of her hooking up with one of his workers, and he forbade her from seeing me ever again. Well, we made plans to elope, but he found out and called up his buddy, the MRC administrator, and I ended up in the Devil's Playground with a life sentence. You're not going back to Garrington to get your girl? Joe asked. Terry's face grew sadder. Before the Mercs took me away, Luna's father told me he'd rather see her dead than see her with the likes of me. And if I ever showed my face in Garrington again, he'd kill her and then kill me. That's a rough deal, friend, Joe said, the smirk falling. A sound outside the front window.
Craziest fucking shit ever, dude.
He trudged over to see the old man drive up in a beat-up two-wheeled bike. He grimaced. The bike didn't even have a cabin, though at least it had 2 seats and 2 sets of controls. He turned to Terry. Our ride's here. Terry met Joe at the door. The pair headed outside and down the steps. The old man stepped off the bike. She's fully charged, so she'll get you where you need to go. He handed Joe a bag. There are 2 ration bars and a canteen of water in there. It'll do. Joe took the rifle, set the safety switch on, and handed it to the old man. The man took the weapon and checked it over with hands familiar to handling weapons. He slung it over his shoulder. You know, you could have just shot me and taken what you wanted. I could have. But you were gutsy enough to barter with a rifle pointed at you, so I figure you need a gun more than I do right now.
Engaging jump.
The man gave a small nod. The Mercs drop off the mutants they can't use in the desert. Most are harmless. Some aren't. I came across one before, and I'd be happy to never come across another one again in my life, Joe agreed. The man looked out across the dull brown land, no more vibrant by the harsh sunlight. He pointed. Driving alongside the tracks is the nearest thing you'll find to a road around here. We're not going to follow the tracks. That's what I figured. You'll need this then. He pulled out a compass and handed it to Joe. Since you're on the run, I recommend you go south to the wild. It's the safest place if you're on the run, but it can also be the most dangerous place for the same reason. Or I'd tell you to go west and you'll find yourselves in the Tool Coast. The land's good, but you'll find too many refugees for your liking. Then again, there are enough refugees to get lost in, if you know what I mean. How far is it to Cavil from here? Joe asked. The old man shook his head. I've never heard of the place, so it's nowhere nearby. It's in the Midlands, Joe said. Oh, well, if you head east-northeast, you'll reach the Midlands, but the edge is well over 500 miles from here.
Oh yeah, Super Cruise.
If you don't follow the compass carefully, you could find yourself
Hell
in
yeah,
the
brother.
and no one wants to end up in those swamps. Joe thought for a moment. What's the nearest town outside of Shiprock from here? That'd be Copper Gulch in the Salt Flat. It's a decent town, but there's a bounty hunting guild up there, which could be a bad thing if you're on the run. It's also all desert up that way, too, and some nasty beasts that prowl the nights. But there are oases if you look for them. Are there any good directions to go? Terry asked. The old man chuckled. Not in the wastelands. He suddenly stiffened and cocked his head as though listening for something, but Joe heard nothing. The old man knelt and touched the ground. We're about to have company. It's too soon for the next train, which means that it's not likely to be welcome company. Our business is done here. You've got to be going. He hustled across the road and disappeared through a doorway in a dilapidated saloon. Joe took the front seat of the bike. Climb on, Terry. Which way are we headed? Terry asked as he scrambled onto the seat behind Joe. Joe held up the compass and lined up the direction with a rock in the distance to drive toward. He snapped the compass closed and slid it into his pocket. North. The Copper Gulch? But he said that there's an entire guild of bounty hunters up there, Terry protested. The Iron Guild, Joe said. We definitely want to avoid them, but I know someone up there who'll help us. Joe took off. The bike was old, rough, loud, and probably hadn't had a tune-up in over a decade. Nearly every system displayed on the screen had a red warning light. He was surprised the solar bike still ran. He noticed the dust cloud in the distance and throttled the bike up to maximum speed. It protested with a grinding of gears and slowly gained speed. Behind them, the dust cloud grew too quickly, and Joe grew nervous. The bike wouldn't go any faster, and there was nothing but flat land for a few miles. There was what looked like a gully and larger rocks to the west, so Joe changed.
Find me a landing pad.
He threw regular glances over his shoulder.
Docking Clarence.
He could now make out 3 Merc cutters in the dust cloud barreling toward Sandville. If he could see the cutters, then the Mercs could see him.
Take us in.
He hoped they weren't looking.
Certainly.
A flash of blaster fire shooting
Thank
out
you.
from the first vehicle
One
and slamming
quarter
into the
impulse
ground to
engaged.
Joe's left dashed the idea. Hang on, Joe yelled and began weaving the bike to make a harder target. Shots erupted from the 3 cutters, which spread out in a line. He drove as quickly as he could toward the uneven landscape, but progress felt terminally slow. The vehicles were gaining. Joe made tighter swerves to move faster forward. Blaster fire continued to zoom past him on both sides. They shot me, Terry cried out. Hang in there. I can't stop until we lose them. Joe pressed forward. They were nearly to the rocky terrain, and Joe could make out that what he thought was a small gully was a deep and winding ravine, likely an old riverbed back when water ran through the area. It hurts something awful, Joe, Terry gritted out. I think I've reached the end of my rope. Joe yanked the bike around a boulder and found a narrow path into the ravine. He glanced over his shoulder before going off the ledge. Tie a knot and hold on.
Ship is on the ground. Ground crew dispatched.
Chapter 42. Hang in there, Terry, Joe said for the umpteenth time that hour.
Power to
He
engine.
drove through the hardened riverbed. The area was narrow enough that the cutters could only follow one behind the other, and the smaller bike was putting distance between them and the Mercs. The vehicle still fired, but it had become sporadic, as there was at least half a mile between them now. Terry had gone quiet, but Joe couldn't take his eyes off the rough terrain to check on him. The sun was setting, which brought both benefit and danger, since he could lose the Mercs in the dark, if he didn't run into a boulder or off a cliff and kill himself first. The painkiller had long since worn off, and Joe felt every bump and turn in his throbbing wounds. His leg felt like it was on fire. His shoulder hurt as well, but it didn't burn like his thigh, which meant that, hopefully, he had only a single infection site to deal with. His head pounded from the fever, and every couple of minutes he had to blink multiple times to bring his double line of vision back into a single line. "Hang in there, Terry," he murmured as he blinked. The sun set behind the horizon, and an orange twilight set over the desert before being overtaken by the dark. The bike's lights automatically turned on, and Joe scrambled to turn them off. The cutter's bright beams caused shadows to dance around Joe, and he struggled to separate them from the rocks. Then he noticed a massive boulder that had rolled into the riverbed. "Hang in there, Terry," Joe said, louder this time. "Our lucky break is coming." He had to slow the bike to squeeze around the boulder. They fitted, barely, and as soon as they were around, Joe sped up. But with the vehicle lights blocked by the boulder, Joe was soon forced to slow down, unable to see more than a few feet ahead of him. After several more seconds, he heard the sound of engines grinding and brought the bike to a stop to look behind. He could see the glow from the cutter's lights behind the boulder. From the sounds of the mechanical strain, they were trying to push the rock out of the way, which meant they had no cannons. 3 cutters pushing a boulder that size was like an eagle trying to carry off a whale. Joe laughed. "We did it, Terry." He turned back to Terry, and his grin fell. Terry had slumped in his seat, his side blackened by the blaster shot.
Power to shield.
His eyes stared out into the night, void of humor or life.
Approaching landing zone.
A cool breeze made Joe shiver, and he clenched his fists. "I told you to hang in there, Terry," he said, though he knew the youth didn't stand a chance from a rifle shot to the stomach. Joe turned in his seat and started driving. Going slowly to avoid crashing, the numbness in his chest did little to pacify his wounds. He drove for several miles farther before finding a way up the ravine and onto flatter land. He didn't turn on the lights in case the mercs had drones. Instead, he drove under the moonlight, careful to never look back, not to avoid searching for their pursuers, but because he couldn't bear to look at his fallen friend. The bike's solar battery drained some time before dawn. Joe, shivering, pulled Terry's body to a nearby overhang,
Alright, well,
and he did his best to bury the young man under rocks. Still, he expected beasts would find the body soon enough. When he'd finished, he stood over the makeshift grave. Joe wasn't a religious man. He'd seen enough in his life that would make a person either turn to religion or turn away from it altogether, and he was one of the latter. He took a seat, eyed the rough pile of stones, and said quietly, "I'm sorry, Terry." He closed his eyes to push the day out of his mind, and when he opened them again, the sun was shining brightly. He'd meant to stay awake and jerked to his feet. His body moved sluggishly, and his left thigh had swollen, causing his pants to tighten. He forced himself to stand, stumbled from dizziness, and struggled back to the bike. Settling onto the seat, he frowned at how even his fingers seemed to be filled with cotton. He pulled the water and a ration bar out of the bag and forced down the contents, even though his stomach fought him at every bite. Joe took a long breath to settle his stomach before checking the bike's battery. It had charged enough to start, though the battery was old enough that Joe suspected it had not make it through a second night. He looked at the compass, though he knew he was miles off course after the chase the day before. Still, he established his path to the north and went through the bike's cracked operator screen to set the autopilot. He initiated the program, the bike's wheels spun as it entered autopilot, and Joe left Terry's grave behind. Joe rode non-stop through the day. His stomach refused to eat the second ration bar, but he was able to drink the rest of the water. The sun beat down, and Joe's lips cracked like the ground he rode on. As he rode the bike, he no longer sweated. He even shivered. His vision had broken into 2 lines, so he held tightly onto the bike's yoke, staring off at the 2 deserts before him. He saw tribal signs, or they could have been rocks. Everything seemed to morph in front of his eyes. His ears rang, and he thought he heard the dead winds blowing in from the distance. Fear caused him to yank back, and he nearly wrecked the bike, somehow managing to right it before tumbling over. "Hang in there, Terry," he mumbled as he leaned over the yoke. He started to doze, but a nagging cramp in his left forearm brought him back. He opened his eyes. The world was blurry and doubled, but he saw a piece of wood sticking out from his arm. He grabbed at it. It took him multiple tries, and pulled it out, noticing that it had feathers on the end. He frowned in confusion. An arrow? Who even used arrows anymore? Then another pain showed up in his side, and he found a second arrow protruding above his hip. He reached for that one too, but lost his hold on the bike and tumbled off. Pain hit him from everywhere, and he felt oddly like he was rolling. He came to a stop.
Does this have what I need it to have?
He reached for the arrow in his side and found that it had been broken off, with only a couple inches sticking out from his skin. It felt good to lie down, so he left the arrow in place and closed his eyes against the harsh sun. Blaster fire echoed from both sides, and he vaguely wondered if he was in a gunfight. The sound stopped, and he wondered no more. When the sun was blocked by a cool shadow, Joe pried his eyes open to see a person wearing an exo-shield and a helmet staring down at him. The person bent down. Joe held out his hand to be helped up. Instead, the newcomer punched him. Joe's pain, along with his consciousness, was flung into the black. Chapter 43. It was bad enough you sent that criminal to the devil's dance floor rather than send him to me for punishment. But then you let him escape? What were you thinking? Roderick practically yelled through Gabriel Sloane's armlet. Watch your tone with me, little brother. I run the operations around here, not you, Gabriel said. Well, maybe that should change, Roderick spat back. Gabriel clenched his jaw shut. You might be family, but that won't prevent me from cutting you out of the plan if I must. Now, I will recapture the fugitive, and I will kill him. You have my word. I want to watch him die. He humiliated me in front of my soldiers. Gabriel nodded. I'll report back once I have him. He disconnected the call. Then he tapped an intercom line on his desk. Send them in. A moment later, 2 hunters stepped into his office. Both wore full exo-shields. If they didn't have the expensive armor, Sloane wouldn't have bothered hiring them, but it was still cheaper hiring than outfitting more of his troops with the stuff. Bolt, Tumbler, Gabriel began. I have a job for you. Do you have a ticket? Bolt asked. No, and you don't need one. You know this individual. Bolt's head lifted slightly. Who is it? He's a hunter who goes by the name Havoc. Bolt chuckled dryly. We'd be happy to hunt him down. Is this a knockout? Gabriel thought for a moment. Alive, if you can. But dead is just as good. Bolt tilted his head forward, and the two exited the office. Gabriel steepled his fingers as he considered a plan. He nearly called off Bolt and Tumbler until he decided that it was better to have 2 plans in play rather than just one. He made another call on the intercom. Bring in the new girl, Sarah. Minutes passed before his door opened. A guard escorted in the woman who'd tenured herself to Gabriel a week earlier. She held her chin up, not making eye contact. She stood defiantly, but he noticed her fear, evident in her trembling fingers. Your friend Havoc has escaped,
Powering shield.
Gabriel began lightly. She met his gaze, and he saw the spark of hope in her brown eyes. How much do you mean to him?
True. It's time for lunch.
Eyes narrowing. She swallowed. I mean very little to him. She was a very fat liar. He smiled, then spoke to her guard. I want her kept near me at all times and quadruple the security. Havoc is going to try to rescue this woman, and I want him caught when he does. And send patrols to any place Havoc was known to frequent. Yes, sir, the guard said. Gabriel sneered as he watched the woman's face blanch. Yes, you make tantalizing bait. I look forward to this game. Chapter 44.
How do you know that he's there also to kill you?
Nick and Romy were sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, brainstorming a rescue mission, when Champ shot awake and looked at the stairs. A few moments later, Nick heard footsteps above them. He sucked in a breath. Nick grabbed the blaster while Romy grabbed the pellet gun. He jumped to his feet and she ran behind the sofa to hide. He held a finger to his lips and she nodded. He tiptoed to the stairs and looked up, but saw nothing. He crawled up one stair at a time, holding the blaster with one hand in front of him. Champ tried to follow, and he pushed her back.
What?
Stay, he whispered, even though she'd never obeyed that command before. When she kept at his heels, he gave up and crept up the stairs. When he reached the top stair, he peeked out, still holding the blaster in front of him. He saw one man in an exo-shield. His armor was uglier than Joe's. The green paint was all chipped up, but he was also a lot bigger than Joe, scarily so. The man had the same picture of a fist on his arm that Joe had on his, and Nick remembered Joe telling him that the picture was for the guild he worked for. That meant this guy could have been a friend of Joe's, or not. He was rummaging through Joe's armor, which ticked Nick off. Nick gulped, then jumped out. Freeze, sucker! The man turned around and cocked his head at Nick. Since the hunter had a helmet on, Nick couldn't make out whatever expression the man had. T-Rex was painted on his chest plate, and Nick wondered what that call sign meant. You know how to use that, kid? The man's voice was gruff, like he always wanted to sound tough. Nick fired, and the shot ricocheted off the hunter's shoulder. Nick ducked, nearly tripping over Champ. The hunter was on Nick before he could fire again and pulled the blaster out of Nick's hands. You're lucky that blaster's on stun, or else you would have ticked me off, kid. Nick jumped up, reaching for the blaster. Hey, that's mine, give it back. He didn't give it back. Where's Havoc? Don't know him. Champ crept up to the hunter and sniffed his boots. Are you the kid that lives here? The man asked as he bent down to scratch Champ's ears.
Engage
Who's
jump?
asking? Nick demanded.
Friendship drive.
Where's your mom,
Engaging.
kid? None of your business. Back off, Buster, or I'll shoot you between the eyes, Romy said, and Nick turned to see her aim the pellet gun at the hunter's head. Is that a pellet gun? The hunter laughed. You kids have spunk. I like you already. The hunter sighed, then stepped back. Listen, I stopped by to check in on you. The Mercs have put a beating on anything connected to the Haft Agency, and that goes for their families, too. Joe's not my dad, Nick said. Potato, potato. Since Joe's exo-shield is sitting on the floor over there, I'm guessing trouble's already come your way. What happened here? Nick scowled at the man before blurting, The Mercs took him. Same with my mom. The hunter seemed to watch him for a moment before lowering his head, shaking it. I know I'm going to regret this. He raised his head. You're coming with me. No, Nick said. Listen, kid, I don't have all day. It's not safe out there right now, and I'm not leaving you kids here with no adult to look after you. We can take care of ourselves, Romy said, still aiming the gun. I can see.
Engage
He paused, set the blaster down, and brought his
Preparing for
hands
jump.
to his helmet. I'm going to take off my helmet now, so I'd appreciate it if you don't take my eye out with that pea shooter. He pulled off his helmet to reveal a man with a shaved head and a square jaw. He looked even scarier without the helmet. He slid the helmet under an arm. See? I'm not here to hurt you. He looked across their faces. It's not safe here. There's no telling when another patrol will pass through. There's a couple of us from the guild hiding out from it. If you come with us, you'll be safe.
Fuck away,
Go
dude.
with you. We have to rescue Mom and Joe, Nick insisted. T-Rex's eyes narrowed. Tell me what happened here. And Nick did. Romy lowered her gun and filled in the parts he skimmed over. T-Rex rubbed his stubbly chin. I'd say your mom has a good chance of still being alive. As for Joe, he's alive too, Romy said. The man shot her a humored glance, but didn't answer. So, you see why we have to rescue them? Nick asked. I see. He thought for a moment. Okay, here's how this is going to play out. You come along with me to my safe house. Then we'll talk more about this rescue plan of yours. Nick considered the man's offer and held out his hand. Deal. T-Rex smirked and shook his hand, and Nick winced at the man's grip. The hunter handed the blaster back to Nick, but pulled it back before Nick could grab it. No more shooting me or anyone until I say so. The same goes for you. He eyed Romy. Fine, Nick said and took the blaster. T-Rex walked over to the bulletin board where Nick's mom kept all her pictures and Nick's drawings. Does Joe stop by here a lot? Nick shrugged. Just about every day. The man continued eyeing the board, then pulled off the biggest picture. Oh, well, ain't that cute? He grabbed a pen and scribbled something on the back, chuckling as he wrote, then hung the picture again. Nick frowned and walked over to straighten the picture.
I gotta fucking dock this myself. I hate this shit.
Leave it. You're weird, Nick said. I've been called a whole lot worse names than that. The man slid on his helmet. Now, let's get you both out of here. Nick froze. There's 3 of us. We can't leave Champ behind. She's coming with us too. The hunter paused, then started walking again. Of course she is. Chapter 45. Joe returned to consciousness to find himself on a relatively soft surface, at least softer than the ground he last remembered lying on. His eyes opened, but they were dry, and he reached up to rub them. Pain in his left forearm and his right shoulder made him reconsider, and instead he blinked the room into focus. Seeing clearly added little detail to the sparse space. White walls bore no decorations. The only furniture in the room was a single bed. The room wasn't familiar. He tried to sit up only to give up as he realized he lacked the strength and hurt all over. Instead, he gingerly pushed down the blanket to see that he was naked, which wasn't especially comforting. He checked his left thigh and found a bio-wrap around it. There were additional bio-wraps on his left arm, right shoulder, and left side.
Contacting docking control.
Someone had saved his life. But why? Given his many enemies and few friends at the moment, he figured the most likely reason was to heal him enough to dump him back onto the Devil's Dance floor. You're awake. I knew you were too hard-headed to die. The owner of the voice stepped through the doorway. He was roughly Joe's height and easily in as good shape as Joe, sans wounds, although his Asian features bore a few more wrinkles and a few more scars since the last time Joe had seen him after the Shiprock War. Joe smiled. Kit Argall. Kit stepped into the room and leaned against the wall. Joe Ballast, the man who carries the weight of the world with him. The foulest parts of it on his clothes. I washed them. Should have incinerated them. Joe tapped the mattress. And is this lumpy slab what you consider a mattress? The thing feels like it should have been put out of its misery before people moved into the silos. You still into that self-torture stuff? Kit's brow rose. It's called frugality, and there's a lot to be said about being content with what I have. And is that your thank you for my saving your life?
I haven't done this in a while. This is going to be interesting. I mean, I technically did it earlier, but that wasn't in the fucking Starship
Of course I did,
station.
you idiot. If I hadn't shown up when I did, you wouldn't have lived another 5 minutes. Joe sifted through his most recent memories. It took him a couple of seconds to remember the arrows and the blaster fire, and he gingerly reached up and felt his chin. You punched me. Kit's lips curved upward, almost into a smile. I owed you that for leaving me hogtied in Nowhere Land. Joe grinned, remembering better days. You didn't seem so bothered at the time. In fact, I remember you were enjoying yourself. For the first 10 minutes, maybe. Have you know that Susie left me tied like that for over 2 days?
Where's 15?
He held up 2 fingers. That woman fed and watered me like I was a baby and used me like I was her personal love slave.
There it is.
Won't even say what else she did, just that she was very creative. Joe's smile faded. I tried to reach out to you a few times after we left the wilds. You never returned my calls. Kit looked away before shrugging. I guess I just needed to leave some things behind me and start fresh. I get that, Joe said. There's been times I wished I could leave everything behind and start over too. Kit gave a knowing nod. Yeah. Joe eyed his caretaker. You miss it too? The war, the ravens, all of that? Kit thought for a moment before sighing. I miss almost all of it.
I did it!
To brush his thoughts away. How'd you end up riding into the salt flats on a dilapidated bike with a leg that looks like someone went after you with an ice pick? It was a pitchfork, Joe clarified. I picked up those wounds on the Devil's Dance floor. Kit frowned. You went up against the mutants? Believe me, I didn't go in by choice. Seems I got myself on the wrong side of a couple MRC administrators. The Sloan brothers, Kit said, then
I'm glad this is still here.
I'm not surprised.
Python, though.
I figured they held a grudge when they hired my guild to take down the Haft Agency. I figured you were in that Iron Guild convoy the day they attacked Haft, Joe said. I had a job that took longer than expected, he said. Kat knows I have little interest in the political jobs she takes. I wasn't there the day Kat brought in the convoy, and I wasn't there when the Sloan army burned the place to the ground either. What? Joe asked. You didn't know? Joe shook his head. The Sloan brothers sent in their mercs to burn down the Haft Agency. It's gone. Nothing left. A chill settled over Joe, and he swallowed hard.
Oh, shit,
Did anyone survive? From what I hear, Reuben Talley and one hunter are still unaccounted for. Kat extended an offer of employment to any remaining Haft hunters, at least the ones her double-team lackeys hadn't brought over yet, and they gladly accepted to save their skin. Bolt and Tumbler, Joe said. They were there the day Sloan came for me, and I figured they'd been working for Kat since she jumps any time the Sloan is around. I didn't agree with her tactics. Ambushing hunters and then giving them a join-or-die ultimatum, but that's always been her way.
I got a lot.
She's never been one for diplomacy.
I have a lot of credits to make up. This is going to be a fucking interesting one,
Kat
dude.
won't hire you if the Sloan brothers don't like you. Not to mention, she'd kill you personally if she knew you were a Raven. Joe sneered. I couldn't bring myself to work alongside you again anyway. Then his features fell into a confused frown. She doesn't know you're a Raven? Kit shook his head. No, and if she finds out, I'll have a death sentence on my head, too. She thinks a Raven killed her brother during the Revolution, and she's had a personal vendetta against them ever since. Did a Raven kill her brother? Joe asked. Yes. He was killed during Black Night. Kit didn't elaborate. Joe inhaled deeply. Black Night had been the turning point in the war. The Revolution was a brutal civil war that would have continued for years longer if it hadn't been for the Ravens.
Pre-launch diagnostic
They'd infiltrated Zenith State's Central Command and assassinated all its government leaders.
Powering shield.
And anyone else who got in their way, in a bloodbath that became known as Black Night. Joe and Kit had been there, along with every other Raven they served alongside. Joe shrugged. I've never kept it a secret that I'm a Raven. If Kat doesn't know, it's only because she's never seen me. I still wear the banner. Then you're a fool, Kit said. Most folks may not recognize the banner anymore, but those who do tend to look upon us unfavorably. Let them. Joe eyed Kit. You do still have the banner, though, right? Of course. Once a Raven evermore, both men said together. Silence filled the room before Kit spoke again. How did you get out of the Devil's Playground? I didn't think anyone left there alive. With a lot of luck and a little help from a local, Joe replied. Kit blew out a breath. And you drove all the way through Shiprock on an open-air bike? Yep, and it was as much fun as it sounds. The trip took long enough to know all the lizards by first name. Joe thought for a moment. There were two of us, but the other guy didn't make it. Sorry to hear that. Me too. Joe took in a breath. I was heading up to find you. How did you find me first? In classic Ballast fashion, you had luck on your side. From how you looked, I have no idea how you made it as far as you had. Kit chuckled.
Engage, Joe!
I just turned in a ticket and was heading home. I came across a road gang. It was just a pair of punks, really, and
I'll be back!
Shooting at something. Curiosity got the best of me. I have no sympathy for road gangs, and
a few million
saw
credits.
that they were, sure enough, trying to take down a weary traveler. You, in this case. The punks didn't even have the proper gear to be a road gang. No cutter, not even blasters, but I guess it didn't matter given the shape you were in. Did you know that you were within 5 miles of the Iron Guild's headquarters? You're lucky 5 other hunters didn't come across you first. Wait, why were you coming to me? You were the closest. I needed your help. You know what they say about a friend in need? A friend in need is a schmuck, Kit answered. The friend I'm talking about in this case is Nick Swinton. Kit sobered. Nick's long since buried, Joe. His wife and son are in trouble. They need our help.
Engage Joe.
Kit swallowed. What's happening?
Charging the frameship drive.
Joe told him. Afterward, the pair sat in a long silence. Kit sighed. I'm in, but I'm doing this for Nick, not for you. Joe winked. I missed working with you, too.
Vectors.
This is a good book. And I know nobody's listening to it with me, but...
Joe was at the mercy of that hard, dilapidated mattress for 2 days before
Fine with
the
me.
medicines in the biowraps healed him enough to let him move without torment, though he still had quite a limp, and where the arrow had pierced his side gave him a constant cramp. His forearm was badly bruised from the arrow wound, and he still wore biowraps on his leg, side, and forearm. But his shoulder had completely healed. The mutant's cut hadn't been as deep as he'd first thought. He put on his boots with a small wince, then stretched away the stiffness in his muscles.
Open comms.
Kit walked in wearing his exo-shield with blasters in thigh holsters and a sword in a scabbard on his back. His chest plate read Turbo, and Joe was surprised that Kit had kept his Raven call sign rather than taking on a new one when joining the guild. The name suited Kit.
Hell yeah!
Better than any
Give me that grub!
Kit carried his helmet under his arm and held the blaster in his free hand, which he handed to Joe.
What the fuck?
I'll expect you to return that pistol once you get your own weapons back. Joe smirked. I wouldn't expect anything less from a cheapskate like you. He slid the pistol into his belt.
Those motherfuckers don't know what the...
What do you do with
coming
all those
after
credits you make on the job? You sure don't put them into this place. Kit motioned for Joe to follow, and Joe limped behind him through the small apartment.
This shit is so fun. Dude, I love this game.
Joe whistled. I should have known
I gotta
you'd
get my
spend your
space
credits
sim,
on your cutter.
flight sim set up.
Kit waved a hand toward the sleek gray vehicle. It had no obvious armor or weaponry, but Joe knew it was likely better armored than Monster. Joe, meet Silvershark. Treat her with respect, or else you can find yourself another ride to Cavil. I wouldn't dream of disrespecting another man's cutter, Joe said as he walked around and climbed into the passenger seat. Kit put on his helmet, climbed in behind the yoke, and powered up the rig's systems. Lights and sounds emitted from the dash that curved around him. We'll go to Sarah's house first, Joe said. I'm assuming they left my exo-shield behind since it wouldn't be of use to anyone, and they assumed I was heading off to be killed by someone's pet mutant. After that, we'll look for the kids. Kids? Plural? I thought Nick and Sarah only had one kid.
Who said I wanted to escape, bud?
They did. Their son's name is Nick, but
full power to weapons.
Romy staying with them too.
Commander, power to unrecord weapons.
Weapons out.
You have orphans around.
Red alert.
Joe looked out the window as Kit backed out of the parking unit. The windows instantly darkened against the bright sun.
Weapons
I
out.
thought we'd start seeing fewer orphans after the revolution.
Deploying and readying weapons.
It seems
Damn it,
I'm
thank
seeing
you.
more and more with every year. Things didn't quite turn out how the MRC's sales pitch made it sound. Sure, they're plenty different from Zenith State. They're not any better. We all fell for their sales pitch. Otherwise, we never would have fought for them. Joe shrugged. Looking back, it's hard to believe that the Mercs started off as the rebels, trying to kick a corrupt government out of their homes. Sometimes I wonder if things wouldn't have been better to have left Zenith in control and save us a few wars. No, it said darkly. Things would not have been better with Zenith. We're free now. Joe.
Where you going, bud?
The Mercs had won the revolution, and the people were free, and he agreed with Kit that things wouldn't have been better under Zenith's control. But he also didn't believe things would have been worse under Zenith's control. Zenith State had at least attempted to unite the Wastelands, but they'd been assholes with how they'd gone about it. The MRC's laissez-faire approach created openings for corrupt Merc administrators to step in and take control of their own town, just like the Sloan Brothers were. Some Mercs were better than others, but Joe had yet to meet any that were significantly better than Zenith State's representatives. The government was only as good as...
Boom, baby. I told your ass!
...to the plague that had claimed every government before.
Comms open.
Greed. The pair spoke little on the long drive.
Put away weapons.
It was much
Cancel red
shorter
alert.
than Joe expected. Silvershark was capable of traveling nearly twice the speeds Monster.
Cancel red alert.
He suspected Kit's cutter wasn't even running at full power.
Weapons in.
Joe turned to Kit.
Weapons.
When this is all said and done,
Stowing
maybe
weapons.
you can take a look at Monster and work
Damn.
some of your magic.
Open comms.
You could use a few tweaks here and there. Upgrades won't make you a better driver, Kit said before adding, but sure, I'll take a look. Joe smiled. He knew Kit couldn't resist the opportunity to work on a vehicle. When they'd served as Ravens, Kit had kept all the team's support vehicles in tip-top shape. It had become his passion during the Revolution and was clearly still the case. When they reached Cabell, Joe guided Kit to Sarah's neighborhood. If they know you escaped, they'll be watching the house, Kit said.
Oh, am I not? I'm
I know,
here. What am I doing?
Joe said, thinking. They may be expecting to see you, but they won't expect to see an Iron Guildsman, Kit offered. Joe nodded as Kit's suggestion formed into a plan. You go straight in like Kat sent you, while I sneak in from below. We take out any guards posted at the place. Sounds like a decent enough plan, Kit said. Okay, then drop me off here, Joe pointed. Give me 10 minutes to make my way through the tunnel network and into Sarah's house from the underground entrance. If I'm spotted entering her house, you can take them out while they're distracted. Kit stopped the cutter and Joe pointed at a small white dome several houses down. There's the Swinton house. I've got it, Kit said. Joe opened the door and squinted at the sunlight. He gave a simple nod to Kit and took off at a jog, which immediately became a limping walk when his leg protested. The cutter pulled away and Joe entered an alley between two ramshackle domed homes. At the end of the alley was a set of stairs leading down. He took them as quickly as he could, pulling out his blaster as he entered the cool underground. It took his eyes several seconds to adjust to the dim artificial lighting, and he made his way through the tunnel.
Engage Super Cruise?
Like all tunnels, this one had been roughly cut out of bedrock, with doorways leading to homes and meeting places. Most doors were marked, a few weren't, and Joe made his way around bends and curves, slowing as he drew closer to the door to Sarah's house. Joe came to a door with no signage. Instead of entering the code on the keypad set in the wall, he lifted the keypad.
Switch mode?
In the open space behind it was a handle.
Switch mode?
He pulled. The door opened. A single light came on. Inside was a small space, no bigger than a closet, with narrow shelves lined with food, water, and blankets.
That's going to be fun.
It was a hidden room known to only a few people, and it was where Nick had been taught to hide in case of any danger. There was no sign of the kids or the dog, but a ruffled blanket lay on the floor, and a bucket smelled like an old outhouse. He frowned. Had Sloane's mercs caught the kids before they could get away? He heard distant blaster fire, like the sound of shots being fired from the other side of a sealed door. He closed the door, rushed around the next corner in the tunnel, his blaster ready, to find no one was standing outside Sarah's door. He rushed to the door, entered the code on the keypad, and the door opened with a whoosh. Kit stood over two fallen mercs. Kit looked up at Joe. You were taking too long. I was moving as quickly as I could, Joe said as he stepped over the bodies. The kids weren't in their hiding place. They're not in here either, Kit said. Your shield's upstairs, same with your cutter, if that's what you're calling that thing you drive, but you won't be driving it out of here. Why not? Joe asked. You'll see. Kit turned and led the way through the living space and upstairs to the small
common area. Don't want none unless you got fun, son.
Exactly where he'd left it, as he expected, since every exo shield was custom built. His blasters were missing, which he also expected, as anyone could use them. His armlet sat a few feet away with a blaster shot through the center of the screen. He examined the armor to make sure it hadn't been damaged or booby-trapped, then put it on. He sighed as soon as it was on, the comfort of the extra protection and strength palpable. He slid the blaster Kit had loaned him into a thigh holster before putting on his helmet and running through the sensor readings. The suit showed a full charge. Feels good, doesn't it? Kit said. I've worn mine for so many years that I can't go out in public without it. Same, Joe said. I see you still go by Havoc, Kit said. Always have, always will. Joe walked over to the side table and opened the drawer to find the spare blaster missing. The mercs had likely found it, but Joe still found it disappointing. I have all my weapons back at my place. You think they haven't looted it yet? Kit asked. Joe shrugged. Won't know until we check it out. They walked to the door that led outside, but Kit paused at Sarah's corkboard, which was filled with pictures of Sarah and Nick Jr. His gaze settled on a picture of a smiling and very pregnant Sarah sitting next to her husband, Nick Swinton. He was wearing his exo-shield, minus his helmet. He looks young there, Kit said, looking at the picture. She was pregnant with little Nick, so that picture must have been taken right before the Shiprock riots. I think that's the last picture of them together, Joe said. I guess he just looks young there, then, Kit amended. War ages a person, Joe said. Nick hadn't survived the conflict, which meant that Nick hadn't lived 2 years beyond when that picture had been taken. Kit turned to leave. Joe was about to do the same when a picture caught his eye. It was one of Sarah and Nick, but had been turned upside down. He unclipped the picture. On the back, he discovered a handwritten note. "Hold up," Joe said, and read the note. "Honey, miss seeing you at Misty Bottoms. Not the same without you. Stop by the next time you pass through town. XOXO, Tabby Ray." Joe handed the note to Kit as he chuckled. "Girlfriend?" Kit asked, surprised.
Nice.
Joe shook his head. "No, it's a note from T-Rex. He isn't exactly the best at encoding messages. All he did was change the words for each name, keeping the first letters. Honey is me, Tabby Ray is T-Rex, and Misty Bottoms has to be Madame Bovary's, a brothel he frequents in Fartown. As encoded messages go, that is about the worst I've seen," Kit said. "But he must be a good friend of yours to risk sneaking in a message at a place that's being watched." "No, we can't stand each other most of the time," Joe inhaled. "But if Rex is reaching out, then he's probably with Reuben, and Reuben might know where the kids are and where Sloan put Sarah."
"Engage, Joe."
"Let's get to your friend's brothel," Kit said.
Engaging jump
The
drive.
pair walked outside, and Joe froze. "My
What do you
poor
mean?
baby." The words
Engage, Joe.
escaped on a breath.
You are.
"I always said you can judge a man by the cutter he drives." Kit shook his head slowly from side to side. "What did you do to that poor thing?"
Sorry, alright?
Joe stared in dismay at Monster with its destroyed wheels and smashed windshield. "The blaster shots are new." "Dents?" Joe peered into the vehicle and checked the back to find it stripped of weapons. "Courtesy of our friends, Bolt and Tumbler, when they rammed me off the road. That pair deserves an ass whooping for beating up a cutter like that," Kit said. Joe scowled. "That's exactly what I planned to give them." Chapter 47. The good news was that there were only 2 mercs standing guard at Joe's home, and just like the pair at Sarah's, Kit dispatched them quickly. The bad news was that the place had been stripped bare of weapons, leaving only the furniture behind. The alarms had been shot into charred pieces. "Wow. Sloan took everything and left just your bed and a measly table and chair? I can't decide if that's mean or considerate," Kit said. "That's all the furniture there ever was," Joe said.
Targeting
"The
the
bastard
highest
took all my
threat.
weapons."
Okay.
"Wait, you were complaining about my
Red
place
alert.
and this is all you have?" Kit asked. Joe didn't answer. "Wow.
Commander, what are your
That's the
orders?
plot column.
Full power to weapons.
Kit went on.
Attack protocol
Weapons were
alpha,
always
full
your
power
thing,
to
though,
weapons.
so I'm guessing you must have had an impressive blaster collection if this is all you have left. My extra money went to help Sarah and little Nick," Joe said. Kit walked. Joe picked up the sign from the floor, the one that read, "Home is where the blaster is," and tucked it under his arm. "There's nothing here. Let's go talk to Rex." As they drove into Fartown, Joe could see Kit visibly tense. "Worried your shiny cutter might get a scratch?" Joe moved. "Of course I am. Bet if I leave her alone for 5 minutes, someone will try to break into her." 5 minutes, Joe chortled. "I guess 3 at most." Kit pulled to a stop near a domed building with a flashing neon sign that read, "Madame Bovary's House of Pleasure." After they stepped out of the vehicle, Kit turned around and entered a lockdown sequence on the door. "There, let them try to break in. They'll learn about shark's teeth." Joe headed down the steps into the brothel.
Great shot, Commander.
The entry room smelled of perfume, candles, and sweat.
Cancel red alert.
Clad women and a couple of equally
Understood.
scantily clad men sat on plush sofas around the open space, some sipping drinks, all eyeing the hunters in exoshields. An older woman, who Joe expected to be the madam, stepped forward. "Gentlemen, are you visiting us today for business or for pleasure?" The woman crooned. "I have a friend staying here," Joe said. "I'm sure you know him. A fellow hunter who goes by the name of T-Rex." She nodded to a woman nearby who stood and headed downstairs. The madam lifted her chin. "And how am I to know you're friends of T-Rex?" "Anyone who knows T-Rex knows he doesn't have any friends," Joe said. "But I'm about as close as it gets to being one." She smirked. "I see. So you do know Rex." The younger woman returned and whispered something in the madam's ear before returning to her place on the sofa. The madam nodded at Joe and Kit. Follow me. She led them down the stairs and through a long hallway. The air was cooler here, but thick with smoke and perfumes, which didn't fully mask the cloying stench of sweat and sex. She stopped at a door near the end and pressed a button. When the door opened, she stepped to the side. Rex does have friends, just not many of them. She then walked away. Joe entered first, followed by Kit, and found himself facing the barrel of a blaster in T-Rex's hands. He was wearing his exo-shield and helmet, so Joe couldn't make out if he was serious or simply messing with him. Joe held up his hands. Whoa there, buddy. We're the good guys. You, I know. That guy with you is from the Iron Guild, Rex said. Turbo is my brother from the wars, and he saved my life. You can trust him, Joe answered.
See, believe it.
Just because you say I can trust someone doesn't make it so, Rex replied, then leveled the blaster on Kit. And if you take one step closer, you're going to be as dead as a can of beef. I'm starting to see what you mean about this clown, Kit said to Joe. Rex chortled. What Havoc means? Like how smart and good-looking I am? Well, I'm wearing a helmet right now, but trust me, I'm as good-looking as they come. Let them in, Rex, Reuben said as he stepped out from an adjacent room. Rex hesitated before lowering his blaster with a huff and taking a seat. Kit closed the door behind them. Reuben smiled at Joe. I think there's someone here who'd like to see you. He turned back to the doorway he'd come through. A second later, out tumbled Nick and Romy, Champ following with a wagging tail. Joe! Nick ran over and hugged him. Joe grunted when Nick put pressure on his healing side, and he placed a hand on Nick's back. Hey, kiddo. Romy walked cautiously closer, and Joe pulled off his helmet so he could give her a smile. She then took the last couple of steps in a rush and hugged him, too.
Gage jump.
Joe tossed his helmet to Rex
Charging
so he
friendship
could hug
drive.
both kids. You don't know how good it is to see that you're both okay. He looked over at Reuben. Where'd you find them? Reuben motioned toward Rex, who'd taken off his helmet as well. I have my ways, Rex said smugly. Thanks,
Vectors.
Joe said. I owe you. You bet your shield, Rex replied. Joe gave him a single nod, then turned to look from Kit to Nick. Hey, Nick, there's someone I want you to meet. This guy here fought in the Revolution and the Shiprock War with your dad and me. My dad? Nick asked in sudden awe. Kit took a step forward and pulled off his helmet. I did. He was the best of the best. I'm proud to have called him my friend. He set down the helmet, pulled off a glove, and held out his hand. My name's Kit. Nick stood taller when he shook Kit's hand. I'm Nick. I was named after my dad. Kit didn't jest at the obvious connection. It's a good name. Nick backed away, only to push Romy toward Kit. And this is my sister, Romy. She's not really my sister in real life, but she doesn't have any family anymore, so I made her my sister. Joe opened his mouth to mention how that was Sarah's decision to make, but the words died on his tongue. For all he knew, Sarah was dead, and all Nick had left was Romy and Champ. His jaw tightened. Reuben noticed, and he pressed Nick and Romy back to the other room. Joe and I have some catching up to do. How about you head back to that video game you were playing? All right, Nick said, sounding dejected, but he quickly rebounded and grabbed Romy's hand. Let's go. Champ seemed happy to follow wherever they went. Reuben closed the door behind the trio. Joe looked at Reuben. Any news on Sarah Swinton? Reuben shook his head. I'm afraid not. Nick and Romy told me what happened, but Gabriel Sloane's put a hefty price on both my and Rex's heads, and no doubt on your head as well by now. If we leave Fartown, we run the risk of being seen. You should stay here, it said. Kat's still working for the Sloanes. I might be able to get close enough to find out where Sarah's being kept. No one outside this room knows that Joe and I know each other. Why is an Iron Guildsman here to help the Haft Agency? Rex interjected. Kit turned to face Rex. I'm not. I couldn't care less about your defunct agency. I'm here to help the Swintons. He then turned to Reuben. I'll come back when I find out anything. Until then, you three need to lie low and protect those kids. We will, Joe said. Kit eyed him for a moment and then smirked. Sure you will. He put on his helmet. Try to do a better job at staying alive this time. He turned to Rex. And you're better looking with the helmet on. So are you, bub, Rex called out as Kit left the room. Reuben took a seat on the sofa. It's good to see you alive, Joe. When Nick told me that Sloane's mercs caught up with you, I feared the worst. Sloane sent me down to the Devil's Playground. It took me a while to get back up this way, Joe said. Devil's Playground, you say? Reuben shook his head. Damn, those Sloane brothers sure know how to hold grudges. You should know, Bolt and Tumbler were there. They've been working for the other team this whole time. Reuben scowled. I know. Rex saw them in Copper Gulch. By the time Rex told me, it was too late to do anything about it. He clenched his fists. And now my mother's agency is in ashes, and any Haft hunters still alive and not in this room work for Cat. I say we pay a visit to Cat in Copper Gulch and make her watch as we burn down the Iron Guild. Rex grumbled, cracking his knuckles. Reuben held up a hand.
Find me a landing pad.
Cat is now my mortal enemy. It'll do no good going after her guild at present. She's just the hired help. It'll do plenty of good, Rex replied.
Take us in.
Better for one thing. We have to deal with the Sloane brothers first. Joe put in, knowing where Reuben was going.
One quarter impulse.
I put out feelers after you told me about the army Roderick Sloane seemed to be gathering out in Clearwater. What I learned was that the Sloane brothers have hit several of the smallest towns with MRC administrators. The administrators in those towns pledge allegiance to the Sloanes. Those who don't disappear. With every town, they get the resources and the mercs aligned to that town, Joe said, putting the pieces together. Reuben nodded a second time. Exactly. They're starting small to build up their numbers, but I'd lay bets against Artie Law that the Sloanes will keep getting bigger and bigger towns until they have all the Midlands under their thumbs. Why stop at the Midlands? Rex said. If they have control of an entire zone, it'd be easy enough to take over the other zones. It's not like the mercs have ever managed to work together since the Revolution. Joe sighed. So, we're dealing with a couple of brothers with the ambition and viciousness to take over the wastelands. Sounds like the Sloanes are trying to start a war. Rex nodded in Joe's direction. Unlike Soldier Boy there, war isn't my thing. So I vote for us going in and giving the Sloanes a good ass whooping. I hate to admit this, but for once, I agree with Rex, Joe said. But we have one really big problem with that plan. What's that? Rex asked. The Sloanes have an army. We don't, Joe replied. We might be able to do this without one. Reuben steepled his fingers. Rex pointed at Reuben's brow, which was furrowed in concentration. I know that look. You've got the makings of a plan in that head of yours. Reuben thought for a length before speaking. Roderick Sloane is hosting the army. When Gabriel is in Cavill, he has no more than a couple of dozen mercs with him. Rex shrugged. The three of us against a couple of dozen mercs, no problem. He looked Reuben up and down, then Joe. The two of us against a couple of dozen mercs, no problem. Anything can be killed if you have a big enough blaster. Joe chortled. Though it should be noted that Gabriel Sloane has Bolt and Tumbler at his side as personal bodyguards. At least, he did the last time I saw him.
Max engine.
I look forward to killing that pair of turncoats, Rex said. Joe sighed. We also have the rest of the Iron Guild to deal with. Rex grunted. 2 hunters we can handle, not an entire guild. A guild is only as good as its hunters, Reuben said. Yeah, well, the Iron Guild has most of the hunters from Haft as well as all the ones Cat had before, so I'd say that the Iron Guild is pretty dang good right now, Rex said. Not necessarily, Reuben said. The only thing Cat treasures more than money is her pride. You can say that again, Rex said wryly. Reuben continued. Her convoy attack on Haft gave her a very public black eye. If she thinks Sloane is setting her up for anything that could hurt her reputation, I could see her back out. We're going to need Kit's help, Joe said. Yes, Reuben said. Can we trust him? Rex asked. Joe thought for a moment. I trust him to do the right thing. Reuben spoke. Then we'd better convince him that turning against his boss and guild is the right thing. Chapter 48. Kit parked next to 3 cutters he recognized as belonging to Iron Guildsmen. They'd been easy to locate. Kat required all her employees to have trackers on their vehicles. What Kat didn't know was that her tracking system was child's play to hack into. Kit had originally hacked Kat's system so he could change the location reading of his tracker at any time, which had come in handy earlier that day when he'd driven Joe around Cavil. One of the parked cutters belonged to Lobo, a hunter loyal enough to Kat to loan her his rig until hers could be repaired. Sucker. Kit couldn't imagine allowing anyone else to drive Silver Shark, especially not someone he disliked as much as Kat. She wasn't a bad person, but she never let anything like morals or scruples get in her way. To her, money came first, with pride a close second. That made her the opposite of Kit. Sure, he liked getting paid, but he'd become a bounty hunter to take out the worst of the worst. His sister had always jested that wanting to be a hero would only get Kit killed, but he never wanted to be a hero. Heroes had altruistic motives, and Kit's were selfish. A thief, one with an active bounty on his head, had killed his sister and her husband, who had the misfortune to come home during a robbery. If a bounty hunter had been doing their job, Kit's sister would still be alive. Kit couldn't save Miko, but he could save someone else's sister. Or in this case, Nick Swinton's widow. He put his cutter into lockdown and stood, looking at the MRC building before him. The stone exterior had plenty of patches from blaster shots and cannon fire. All Merc buildings had been Zenith State government buildings before the Revolution. Many had been destroyed, but those that hadn't had become the offices for Mercs, primarily administrators, or held barracks for soldier housing. Cavil's MRC building was the largest Kit had seen that was still standing. He headed toward the building in which Gabriel Sloan, Cavil's administrator, worked and lived. Kit had heard that Sloan had other homes that offered him more privacy, and even access to a silo that hadn't been sealed off by Zenith.
This is what we're gonna do.
But Kit only knew the location of Sloan's publicly known home, where he hoped to learn of Sarah Swinton's whereabouts.
Oh man.
Mercs guarded the front entrance. One held up a hand as Kit approached. No weapons, the Merc said. Kit tapped the emblem of 2 crossed spears on his bicep. "I'm with the Iron Guild." The Merc gave a small nod and stepped aside for Kit to enter. The bounty hunter strode into the long building. The atrium was a bustle of activity. Amid armed Mercs, people came and went, many carrying things from tablets to boxes of fresh produce. Small cafes and vendors filled the central space. Doors dotted the walls on each side of the large building. Nearly every door had the MRC letters printed on it, from officer quarters to armory to offices. Kit reached the middle of the long atrium when he saw a door that read, Gabriel Sloan, MRC Administrator.
Only 20 hours to kill 50? I don't know about that.
Outside the door was what looked to be a cafe, with lush plants hanging from the ceiling and a water fountain providing soothing, bubbling background mood. He took a seat under an exceptionally large fern so that he could take in the area. Sarah Swinton could be working anywhere in the building, at a food stand or in housekeeping, if she was even there. Knowing the Sloan brothers' reputation, she was likely already dead or sold off to a factory farm in another zone. It wasn't right. Nick Swinton was the best man Kit had ever known and would have done anything for his fellow Ravens, including sacrificing himself to save them, which he did. He should have lived instead of Kit or Joe or any of the others, but that wasn't how fate played her hand. Instead, Nick was 6 feet under while his widow was in trouble. The least Kit could do for Nick now was to get his widow to safety, and if that wasn't possible, kill the man responsible for killing her. Speak of the devil. The door opened. 2 armed Mercs stepped out first, followed by the plump, middle-aged man with slicked back hair. Behind him came another 2 Mercs, also carrying blasters. Kit laughed inaudibly. It'd be laughably easy to kill Gabriel Sloan. During the wars, no one could get close to an administrator, and if one managed to get close, there'd be dozens of armed Mercs to deal with. But here and now, a single shot to the head would eliminate a scourge from the Midlands. Kit considered it for a second before brushing off the thought. It would be imprudent and hasty to make a kill without an exit strategy. Once he'd mapped out the building and knew how many Mercs he'd need to deal with, Perhaps he'd come back and finish the job.
Have a
He
show
stiffened.
here.
Another pair of mercs came out through the doorway. Between them walked a woman Kit recognized from the photograph he'd seen earlier that day. Sarah Swinton was even prettier than in her picture, though now her gaze had a sad cast to it, and her brow was furrowed. He was surprised to learn she hadn't remarried. Nick had been dead for nearly a decade, and it couldn't have been easy raising a child on her own, though Kit supposed she wasn't on her own with Joe helping her out. Kit knew Joe felt as obligated as he did in helping Nick's family, since neither Joe nor Kit would be alive if it hadn't been for Nick. That Sarah was still alive was a relief, but her proximity to Sloane would make freeing her more challenging. He watched her be escorted behind Sloane to another door, which the group disappeared through.
Alright, launch.
Kit stood and walked over to the door. It read, "Private. MRC access
Launch.
only." He frowned.
Initiating.
What game was Sloane playing? Answers came to mind, none of them
because
in
it's
any
her.
way
Flex
appealed.
configuration.
He lucked out seeing her today,
Power
but he
shield.
needed to research the building
Gears
and
down
Sloane's
here.
habits before making a move.
Approaching
Had no
landing
time
zone.
to wait.
Through. Stand by for
He spun on
launch.
his heel to leave, only to find himself facing Kat and Lobo. She cocked her head. "Turbo, what are you doing here?" He scrambled for an answer. He settled on, "I was looking for you." Her brow rose. "For me? Whatever for?" "I thought I'd check in to see if you have any tickets up for grabs," he replied. She didn't seem convinced. "You drove all the way here from Copper Gulch just to chat with me? Why didn't you just call?" "I needed to come to Cavil to pick up a new GPS sensor for my cutter. I saw the Iron Guild's cutters, so I thought I'd take a gander." He shrugged. "Honestly, I was more bored than anything." After a moment, she sighed. "I'm light on tickets right now. A few clients have gotten skittish after the Haft incident, though that'll blow over soon enough." Haft incident. That was a nice way of putting it, Kit thought, since he would have phrased it as Cat declaring war on another guild. Sometimes Kit found that he missed the simplicity of war. In war, lines were drawn and the sides were clear.
landed.
He could trust his
Handoff
teammates with his
complete.
life.
Very
Life
fresh.
after war was
Commander,
exhausting.
the ship is yours.
No one had his back, and he couldn't rely on anyone, let alone trust anyone. "I can check with Sloane if he wants to take on another full-time hunter. He already put Bolt and Tumbler on his payroll without asking me," she said with a sour tone. He considered the option. Working for Sloane would mean he'd likely get FaceTime with the administrator, but from what he'd seen of Bolt and Tumbler, they were always off doing jobs for him and rarely in his office. That meant Kit might not get the time or opportunity to grab Sarah. "I'd prefer not to be locked into a full-time gig, but I'll take what I can get," he said. She thought for a moment. "Well, I have a couple of tickets I can open up to you, but there'll be a split bounty. Who else is running them?" She smiled. "Just you, but I take half credit to make up for the losses Lobo caused when he ran with them." He gave a nod and held out his hand. "I'll take them." She set 2 black cards in his palm. "These are knockout tickets that can be carried out with extreme prejudice. This pair has proven to be slippery. I need undeniable proof that they're dead. That means I need to see the bodies for myself." Kit opened the kill orders displayed on each ticket. He was glad he was wearing his helmet so Kat couldn't see the surprise on his face. He hadn't
Ruben
expected
and
to
Rex.
see the faces of the 2 men he'd met a couple hours earlier. He glanced over the details of each ticket. Ruben Talley's, then Rex T-Rex Orlov's. "Do you have a problem with the tickets?" He pocketed the tickets. "No, not at all." Chapter 49. Bolt and Tumbler entered Madame Bovary's house of pleasure in full armor and with their blasters in hand. The prostitutes inside
Another
skittered away
16
upon
ships aren't
seeing
gonna
them,
help.
and the madam rushed forward.
I got a lot
Bolt
of
could tell
them to
she'd
kill,
been pretty
so
in her younger
let's
days,
fucking just
but
go.
age had taken her smooth skin and feminine curves. "Gentlemen, there's no need for weapons drawn here," she said. "We're looking for someone," Bolt began pleasantly. "We know he's here. One of your whores tipped us off," Tumbler blurted out. Bolt tossed a glare at his partner, though even without his helmet, Tumbler still wouldn't have
I
noticed.
need to
I'm hoping you can help us. It's very important I find my friend. Bolt holstered his blaster and pulled out a handful of credits. The madam perked up. Our patrons come here for discretion. Bolt reached into his pocket and pulled out more credits. In his hand, he held more credits than most people saw in a month. But he knew how brothels worked. They provided safe havens to patrons, up to a point.
Let's see what this is
Each
about.
madam had a different point. This one was one of the more expensive ones. She smiled. Perhaps I can be of assistance. A bounty hunter came in earlier wearing an exoshield. The name on his armor
Preparing
is
for
Hal.
jump.
After a length, she spoke. I have seen him. He is a guest here. Wonderful, said Bolt. If you could help us, we promise to maintain discretion. Our blasters are set on stun. He gently took her hand and dropped the credits onto her palm, clinking one at a time. Her fingers closed over the credits and she pocketed them into her skirt. The madam fished out a chain with a multitude of key cards on it, flipped through them, and snapped off one. She handed the card to Bolt and her gaze brushed over the stairway that led below ground. Room 16, she said, then turned and walked away. Bolt led the way down the stairs and through the hallway. My blaster's set on kill, Tumbler said as they walked. Bolt grinned.
Yellow alert.
When they reached the right door, Bolt gave a simple nod
Attack
to
vertical
Tumbler
target.
before swiping the key card over the
Weapons
panel
free.
on the wall. The door opened and the
There's
pair
nobody
lunged
here.
inside. A bald man wearing an exoshield minus the helmet was sitting on the chair. He looked up from a book he'd been reading and his eyes widened.
There's not a
Their
single
bounty
fucking...
stepped into the doorway across the sitting room. Bolt grinned, swung his blaster over, and fired. Chapter 50. Rex kicked up and rolled over his chair before Tumbler's shots hit the cushion where he'd been sitting a second earlier. Joe dove behind the sofa as Bolt fired at him. Joe pulled out his blaster and yelled back to Reuben in the bedroom where Champ was barking. Cover the kids. Reuben didn't respond, but the bedroom door closed. Joe trusted the timid man to be brave when he needed to be. Stop firing, there are kids in here, Joe yelled from behind the sofa. Then you shouldn't have brought them here, Bolt said, and fired several shots at Joe. The gunfire punctured the back of the sofa and hit the floor and wall around Joe with a sizzle. He hoped the walls were thick enough to stop the shots from penetrating the bedroom. One shot ricocheted off his armor. He grimaced. His helmet was still sitting on the table across the room. He looked over to see Rex hunched behind the chair and returning fire to Tumbler. Their glances connected, and Tumbler gave a sloppy grin. The other hunter actually seemed to be enjoying himself. I'm looking forward to killing you, T-Rex, Tumbler said as he fired at Rex. Always thinking you're better than me? I'll show you. That's because I am better than you, whelp, Rex shot back. You should have died down in Shiprock, Havoc, Bolt called out. Now you're bringing your pals down with you. Joe fired random shots around the edge of the sofa to keep Bolt from reaching it. The furniture was rapidly breaking apart,
Full power to weapon.
floating in the smoky air. Rex's chair looked worse, and Joe noticed the hunter's face was wrinkled in pain. They didn't have much time. Bolt and Tumbler had the benefit of high ground and helmets. Joe and Rex had their exoshields on, but without helmets, Bolt and Tumbler only needed one lucky shot. Joe heard a pause in the gunfire. Tumbler said, Turbo, what are you? His words were cut off with a gurgling sound when Bolt spoke. Stand back, Turbo. Joe cautiously came to his feet to see Tumbler lying on the floor with Kit's sword sticking through his neck. Bolt and Turbo were facing each other, blasters drawn. When Bolt noticed Joe, he pointed his second blaster at him. I'll take at least one of you out before you kill me, he warned. Rex dragged himself around the chair, his blaster also leveled on Bolt. Joe kept his focus on Bolt. You're outgunned. Put down your blasters, and we'll let you in. I came here with a legal ticket for you, Havoc, Bolt said, and he became focused completely on Joe. You're all making it worse for yourselves by fighting. No one's going to help you, Shorty. Everyone knows you were playing for the other team, Rex replied. Bolt didn't speak. Look at Tumbler. That's what's going to happen to you if you don't put down your blasters, Joe cautioned. The pair faced off for 3 seconds, then another 3. Joe couldn't kill Bolt without getting himself killed. The furniture fragments still danced in the heavy air like weary fireflies. Bolt broke the silence first. If I put away my blasters, none of you will shoot me? Joe tilted his head in a small nod. That's right. You don't have to die today. Another few seconds passed before Bolt spoke again. Okay, I'll holster. Don't shoot. He held his blasters sideways to show that he'd taken his fingers off the triggers, then he returned each blaster to its thigh holster. Joe didn't lower his blaster. That was smart of him. Rex stood and limped forward. Kit also stepped closer to Bolt, keeping his blaster leveled on his. Did Sloan give you the knockout ticket for Havoc?
Shield online.
Bolt nodded. He issued the ticket as soon as he heard about the escape. So Sloan's issuing tickets now. He's cut out the guild completely, Joe muttered. Times are a-changing, Bolt said. If you don't keep up, you'll find yourselves as relics. Rex walked up to Bolt, raised his blaster, and fired point blank at Bolt's chest. Joe gasped as Bolt collapsed. No exo-shield could block penetration at that distance. Both Joe and Kit swung their blasters toward Rex. He'd surrendered. What did you do that for? Joe demanded. Rex sat down to examine his ankle injury before replying. Because you weren't going to do it. Since when did you go soft, by the way? The Havoc I know had no problems killing what needed killing. I'm not soft. I was going to question him, Joe countered. He doesn't know anything. This pair was just Sloan's lackeys. Rex rambled as he poked at his armor. A shot snuck through a joint. I just upgraded those joints, too. Wanted to see about a refund. The door behind Joe opened and Reuben peeked out. When he saw the dead hunters, he grimaced. Are the kids okay? Joe asked. We're fine. Just a little shook up, Reuben said, and Joe wondered if Reuben was really referring to himself. Good. Well, let them see this, Joe said. Get the kids ready to move out. We can't stay here. Reuben nodded quickly, then the door shut again. It's good he's dead. Bolt would have run back to Sloan and told him about all of it. Kit said as he bolstered his blaster, put a foot on Tumbler's back, and tugged at his sword. After several hard pulls, it came loose. He examined the weapon. When he saw Joe and Rex watching him, he added, What? The blade sometimes sticks in exoshield. Joe sighed and Rex whistled. Once he'd sheathed his sword, Kit spoke again. I found Sarah. Joe's eyes lit up. Is she all right? Kit nodded as he grabbed Tumbler by the shoulders and dragged the body over to Bolt and dropped it. For now, she was with the older Sloan. As long as he keeps her near him, we can't grab her without drawing a lot of Merc attention. Joe scowled and holstered his blaster. He's using her as bait. He knows I'm here and he's trying to draw me out. Except that you're not stupid enough to fall for it, Rex said. Kit motioned to Joe, and the pair moved the sofa in front of the bodies, hiding them from view. Hey, you're not stupid, right? Rex asked. Joe walked to the bedroom door and opened it. It's clear. He turned to Rex. Of course I'm going to
That fucking ship is so difficult to kill!
Rex shook his head. I thought Tumbler had a short family tree, but yours must be the size of a shrub. I'm going with you. I owe it to Nick, Kit said. Rex guffawed. Really? You seem like you have half a brain. How is it you two are even friends? Who said we're friends? Kit snapped back. Rex grinned. Reuben stepped through the doorway. Nick and Bromie followed, each carrying a small bag, and Champ was glued to Nick's side. The dog seemed skittish from the recent gunfight, and Joe wondered if someone had shot her before. Joe, you're okay, Nick exclaimed. The kids ran and hugged him. He smiled and embraced them. While he did so, Kit pulled out the 2 fobs. I got a couple of interesting tickets today. Joe pulled away from the children and took the tickets. He chortled when he looked at each one before handing them to Rex. Of all the hunters out there, Cat sent you to take out Reuben and Rex? Of course, I have the best record in the guild, Kit said, then added, and her favorite hunter failed already. Failed is an understatement, Rex said, chuckling. Those poor schmucks he brought with him fried like bacon. You gross, Dick said. He's just joking, Reuben said as he ushered the kids away while simultaneously glaring at Rex. Yep, just a joke, Rex said. Reuben stepped back to the group, this time eyeing Kit. You're not really going to try to kill us, are you? He asked, sounding genuinely concerned. Kit cocked his head. I was thinking about it. This is bad. This is very bad. 3 knockout tickets, all with a high face value, standing together in one room is just asking for trouble, Reuben said. If Cat decides to open up these tickets, every hunter across the wastelands will be after us. Kit pulled out his sword. That's why the 3 of you need to die. The sooner, the better. Chapter 51. I can't believe you still trust her, Joe said, his scowl hidden by his helmet as they stood in the madam's private room. Rex chortled. I don't trust her, never have, but I know where she stands. She's always for sale to the highest bidder. The kids are safe with her as long as there are no tickets on their heads. And if Sloan hasn't issued tickets by now, he's not going to. Joe tried to believe that. Thanks for paying for this. I'm sure hiring a madam to babysit isn't exactly cheap. Rex squeezed Joe's shoulder. What are you talking about? You're paying me back. With interest. He limped off to speak with the madam, who was saying something that would make Reuben blush.
Warning.
Joe
The
headed
has
over
been
and knelt
reached.
before
Emergency life support
You're
activated.
safe. I'm going to bring your mother back. Take us with you, Romy said. We can help.
Dude.
Joe shook his head. Not this time. I need to know that you're safe. Listen, we'll be back by morning, so you have to hang out here just a little while longer. Neither kid seemed pleased if their pouty expressions were any indicator. Joe met the others on the other side of the room. Kit looked up from his armlet. Cat's staying at the Merc house. She sent me her room number. Reuben had rubbed his neck red. And you're sure the pills won't kill us? The pills are safe, Kit said. And Joe heard a more or less tacked on, barely audible at the end. Then he spoke louder. This will work. Joe and I have used these pills plenty of times before.
Am I gonna be able to super cruise like this?
Bad side effects?
Not.
Reuben asked.
There's no way I'm making
We've
it.
used the pills on other people. We've never taken them ourselves, Kit corrected. Only one person died, and he had a heart condition. You don't have a heart condition, do you? Reuben's eyes went wide. I don't think so, but what if I do and I don't know? Rex clapped Reuben on the back. You'll be fine, boss. You've been saying that you've had a hard time sleeping. Sleeping is different than being comatose, Reuben clarified. Rex shrugged. Sure, one has dreams, the other doesn't. It'll be dinner time soon. We should get moving, Joe said. Kit opened the madam's nondescript back door that led outside the brothel. As Rex limped out, he wagged a finger at the madam. This doesn't make us even, lady. The woman smiled. You're right, Rex. You still owe me for driving that cutter of yours through my wall. Rex grimaced and put on his helmet. Water under the bridge, Laney. Water under the bridge.
Mike, Charlie, Delta. Thank you for choosing our station, Commander.
Chapter 52.
Find me a landing pad.
Kit tugged the weapon crate with him to the entrance of the MRC administration building. This time, the guards wouldn't let him through without verifying the contents of the crate. I'm bringing proof of 2 knockout tickets to Cat of the Iron Guild. We still need to verify the contents, one of the mercs said. Suit yourself. Kit opened the crate. The odors surrounding Cat had a pungent tang that was easily recognizable. Blood, urine, and the sickly sweet smell of rotting meat. He'd skipped the old meat cart, but he'd made up for it with the other 2 smells. Rex and Reuben would wake from their medically induced comas in a stuffy crate that stank like a corpse. He hoped neither was too squeamish, but he had his suspicions about the scrawnier of the pair. The 2 mercs stepped back, and the one who'd spoken earlier waved him on. Move along. He tugged the crate through the entrance, though it took only the strength of his pinky finger to pull it along. The crate hovered above the ground using reverse magnetism against small metal balls that rolled along the ground behind it. The balls rolled wherever Kit pulled the crate, It was an ingenious invention created by someone at some time in one of the silos for moving things easily up and down many levels. The same technology worked for transporting 2 corpses.
Oh my god.
Kit walked the crate a few hundred feet before he reached the office number Kat had provided. He knew his blasters were fully charged, his sword was always ready, and his fingers twitched to have something in his hand. If Kat was onto him, he could be walking into a trap. Being the one person in a room without a blaster in hand made that person as good as dead. He breathed deeply and then pressed the doorbell. He stood in front of the small panel on the screen, knowing it included a camera. The door opened, and he stepped inside to find a small office, smaller than he'd expected for the owner of a guild, though a second door on the far wall likely led underground to more spacious surroundings. Kat, alone, stood as soon as he entered. I've always known you were good, Turbo, but completing 2 knockout tickets in less than 4 hours is a new record. Kit shrugged. They were easy to find. They were hiding in Fartown, and there are no secrets in Fartown for those willing to pay. Besides, half the job had already been done for me. You never told me you gave Bolt and Tumbler the same tickets. She frowned. What are you talking about? Bolt and Tumbler were already there. He pulled up images on his armlet and displayed the holograms. This is what I found. He scrolled around the image of the wrecked room and the bodies strewn throughout. He scrolled the image, displayed each body as he spoke of it. T-Rex was the only person in the room still alive, but he'd been shot up pretty bad. That put him out of his misery. As you can see, Bolt and Tumbler were dead, along with Ruben Talley and this other hunter. I ran a search that pulled up the name Joe Ballast, who went by the call sign Havoc, but he didn't have any open tickets on his head. Kat pointed. Hold the image there. He froze the image. Her jaw slackened. He's wearing the banner. The banner? Kit asked. She nodded. He's a Raven. Each of them carries a red banner. I don't know what that is, he said. It doesn't matter, she scowled. I wish I'd been there to kill him myself. She leaned back. If Bolt and Tumbler were there, it wasn't under my orders. I already told you they've been working for Sloan. He probably sent them after that Havoc on his own. She closed her eyes and sighed. If it wasn't for adding the Haft Hunters to our numbers, the Iron Guild would be losing members far faster than I can replace them. He didn't comment. She walked over. I need proof of the knockouts. He nodded and opened the crate. She placed a forefinger under her nose as she looked inside. Ruben's body lay on top of Rex in the tight confines. Both bore the evidence of multiple blaster shots, and blood stained their armor and clothes. Rex had an additional blood stain on his neck. Kit had taken the blaster shots from a distance, shooting the clothes and armor without the men inside. Tumbler, who'd always annoyed Kit, had donated the blood. Collecting it had been an unpleasant task, but it would all be worthwhile if Kat bought the axe.
All right.
He reached gingerly into the crate. Kit tensed and poked Rex in the forehead. She sneered before stepping back. T-Rex has been a thorn in my side for too long. This is an exciting day for me. She cocked her head.
Launch.
Why didn't you bring in the third one? Havoc.
Initiating.
No ticket, Kit replied. No reason for me to mess with another body if I'm not getting paid.
Power diverted to
Left
shield.
him there with Bolt and Tumbler. I can bring them all in if you want to pay me for it.
All systems
No, leave them.
docking.
She held out her hand. I'll sign off on the tickets.
Initiating landing
He closed the crate and handed her the 2 tickets. She ran them through a computer on her desk. T-Rex Orlov, confirmed dead. Ruben Talley, confirmed dead. I'll deposit half of the contract into your usual account. He gave a nod. She motioned to the crate. Throw them in the garbage with the rest of the trash. I will, he said. Let me know if you have any other tickets come up. I will. She gave him an appraising look. You know what I like about you? That I'm the best bounty hunter around? She smirked. I like that you're single-minded. You focus on hunting and nothing else. I've never liked my hunters to be too good or crafty at things that take their focus away from hunting. Sure, I know you love that cutter of yours, but when you have a ticket, you're all in. You don't have another angle. She paused. Do you? You said it yourself. My cutter is my hobby. Otherwise, I'm busy being the best hunter in the Salt Flats. She raised a finger. And in the Midlands. Don't forget, The Iron Guild now runs tickets for 2 zones. A small thump emitted from the crate, and Kit covered the sound by tapping the lid impatiently.
Nice, Lion.
Well,
Sir,
if we're all done here, I want to get
yours.
rid of this deadweight and hit the road. She smiled. See you around, Turbo. Kit left her office and walked the crate as quickly as he could to the refuse center near the heart of the administration building. He pushed the crate into the small room, then stepped back outside and waved to the nearest pair of mercs, making their rounds through the atrium. They stopped, and Kit walked over to them. Either of you interested in some extra salt? The smaller of the pair, a woman, eyed him suspiciously. Are you trying to sell illegal goods to us? He held up his hands. Not at all. I just happened to come across a salt deal going down in the refuse center when I was dumping some trash. Seeing me, they freaked, dropped the stash, and ran. I don't care what you do with it. Turn it in, use it, or sell it. There's at least 30 credits worth of salt there. Kit could tell his story had piqued the male merc's interest. The man's eyes had lit up at the mention of salt, which was one of the most valuable spices in the Midlands. The female merc continued to watch him with trepidation. Why are you telling us about this? Why not take it for yourself? I've already got a full crate of crap I'm hauling, and I don't need to throw 20 pounds on it. He shrugged. Plus, I like to stay on the MRC's good side, now that we're working together. She scowled. We're not working together, Hunter. We just have to put up with your kind for the time being because Sloan says so. If it were up to me, all of your exoshields would be shredded and you'd be thrown into work camps. Kit held up his hands. Hey, I'm just trying to make a living like the next guy. We all do what we've got to do. He's just trying to make a living, the other merc echoed Kit. Show us the salt. Kit nodded for the pair to follow and led them to the refuse center. As soon as they were inside, Kit spun and shot them both. He closed and locked the door and pulled the two of them to the wall. Then he opened the crate. Rex shoved Reuben off him, and the smaller man tumbled to the floor. Both gasped for air. I thought I was going to die in there, Reuben said. I never realized I was claustrophobic until now. Took you long enough. Rex scowled at Kit. You got blood in my mouth. I almost threw up. Kit winced. You look like you did throw up. You threw up, Reuben said. I felt it on my back. You almost made me throw up. He turned around. Tell me, do I have vomit on my back? Rex and Kit both grimaced, though Kit's expression was concealed by his helmet. No? Rex said unconvincingly, then added, how about we keep what happened in that crate between the three of us? Trust me, I don't want to remember, Kit said. Rex sniffed the air, sniffed his armor, winced, and eyed Kit. Did you pee on me? Kit was very glad to be wearing a helmet so the larger man wouldn't see his grave.
Weapons deployed.
No, he
Weapons
said,
free.
knowing he sounded just as unconvincing as Rex had earlier. Rex shot him a dubious look as he reached into the crate and pulled out his helmet. I'm glad Kat didn't decide to keep my helmet as a souvenir. I think the smell deterred her from wanting any mementos. Kit motioned to the mercs. Pick your size, Reuben. The younger man gingerly rolled over the unconscious mercs. Kit had used the lowered stun setting on his blaster to prevent burns on the uniforms. Kit waited and surprisingly bit back a remark when Reuben fell into the women's uniform, which fit him pretty good. There was a knock on the door for the refuse center. All three men turned. Closed for maintenance, Rex growled, and there wasn't a second drop. Kit checked the time on his armlet and motioned to the same. Get yourselves cleaned up. Joe should be here any second. A tap on the composite trash door sounded with perfect timing. Kit opened it, and a duffel bag was shoved in. He grabbed the bag, then held the door open as Joe pulled himself up and through the square opening. The man landed on his feet inside the refuse center and rubbed his injured thigh. Rex and Reuben crowded around the single safe, but Rex stepped away as soon as he saw the bag. Rivulets of water mixed with dried blood ran down his armor. He pulled out his blasters, checked each, holstered them. Then he pulled out the flash grenade and handed a couple each to Joe and Kit. Reuben continued scrubbing at his hands and chest. Joe sniffed the air and winced. What's that smell? That's the smell of a job well done, Kit said. He glanced at his armlet, then looked at Reuben as he unlocked the door to the refuse center. Enough already. You need to get out of here. I still stink, the young man said. Deal with it. Rex pulled out the blaster from Ruben's holster and changed its power setting before handing it back. It's set on stun, so you don't have to worry about killing someone before you pull the trigger. Got it? Ruben scratched at his cheek before taking the weapon, and he stared at it for a couple of long seconds. I can do this, he said as he holstered it. Rex checked his armor. I'll keep my comm channel open. Report in as soon as you unlock the doors. Got it? Ruben gave a solemn nod. I wish I could go with you guys. Rex chuckled. No, you don't. He pushed Ruben through the refuse center's door and into the atrium. Chapter 53. Ruben walked through the atrium, feeling as though everyone was looking at him. He wore the same blue uniform as every other Merc soldier in the building, but felt like a poser. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, and he hastily wiped it away. He was surprised that no one stopped him as he walked, so he hastened his pace. He became so focused on walking that he nearly walked past the security room. He stopped, spun around, and swiped his key card over the panel. The door opened, and he stepped into what seemed to be an administrative wing. He walked past a couple of offices before he came to a door that read, Security Switchboard. He gulped, then swiped his key card over the panel. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. He pocketed the key card, held up his hand, wriggled his fingers before making a fist, and knocked. A man's visage appeared on the panel. What do you want? I'm new? Just in from Central today. They said I'm assigned to the switchboard. The man rolled his eyes. Can't anyone correctly handle new processing? The door opened and Ruben stepped inside. The man stood before Ruben. Behind him, two people sat in front of a switchboard that filled the wall. The man held out his hand. Show me your papers. Flustered, Ruben patted his pockets. Then he pulled out his blaster, but he didn't pull the trigger. He couldn't bring himself to kill someone. What are you doing? The man asked as though Ruben was an idiot. Oh wait, the blaster was on stun. Ruben squeezed the trigger and didn't let go. Blasts hit the man standing in front of him, and as he looked across the room, his blaster moved with his eyes, shooting the other two people before they could even get out of their chairs. He released the trigger and coughed daintily as smoke wafted through the room. He stared at three people lying unconscious on the floor. Then, in a rush, he holstered his blaster and went to the switchboard. He looked over the panels and found a section labeled Door Locks. There were at least 20 switches. He hesitated, then flipped them all off. He nodded to himself, then tapped out a notification and sent it to Rex. A weight suddenly lifted off his chest. Ruben left the room, closing the door behind him, and strolled out the front entrance. He smiled, then began whistling a tune as he headed toward Kit's cutscene. He just reached it when Kat stepped out from around it, holding a blaster. A hunter came up behind him, also holding a blaster. The tune died on his lips as his mood fell. Kat smiled. Hello, Ruben. Chapter 54. We have a green light, Rex said. Joe unlocked the door and stepped out with a forced nonchalance. The atrium was nearly empty as the cafes and food carts had closed for the night. Kit and Rex joined them. Kit motioned to Joe's right. Sloan's hangout is over there. I'll take the lead. Then he looked from Joe to Rex. Both of you, try not to laugh. Easier said than done when you've got a blaster shot at your ankle, Rex said. I saw your boot. It was just a burn, Kit said. Still hurt, Rex muttered. Try getting stabbed with a rusty pitchfork, Joe said. Kit sighed. Really? We're going to compare wounds now? Joe decided that silence was the best response. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to walk without a limp, but Kit set a quick clip, making it harder. He glanced at Rex, but the man seemed to be having no problem looking him in the face. As the trio walked through the long atrium, they passed the occasional service staff and pairs of mercs. No one paid them special attention, and no merc stopped them to verify their credentials. Joe suspected that bounty hunters had become a common sight thanks to the Iron Guild's alliance with the Sloans. If anyone looked closely, they'd notice that Rex and Joe bore the sigil of the Haft Agency, But fortunately, people tended to keep a distance from bounty hunters. Who I wouldn't kill for a photon cannon right now, Rex said, breaking the quiet. It's what I wouldn't give for a photon cannon right now, Joe corrected. Rex turned to him. What? Joe shook his head. Never mind. Here's our stop. Kit veered toward the door. We check his office first. Sure what's behind that other door. He nodded to the door marked Private, MRC Access Only. Kit waved his hand over the panel next to the door and it opened. Once inside, they drew their blasters. Kit led them down a narrow hallway that opened to a spacious office. Kit stopped a couple of feet inside and scanned his blaster over the place. Joe did a 360 as he took in the large office. Worry filled him when he noticed no other doors. This is too easy. Don't taint our luck with your pessimism, Havoc, Rex said. Kit looked around. No, he's right. Something's off. An administrator's office should have better security. Not a single alarm is set. I get there being no guards on duty when Sloane's not here, but this is too easy. Oh, I'm here, and I'm watching you. The voice came over the speakers in the room. The trio spun, searching for targets. Joe recognized the voice and practically spat out the man's name. Sloane. I knew you'd come, Havoc, but I'm surprised you were able to talk others into your foolishness. Why don't you come here and see how convincing I can be? Joe taunted. I'm too smart to be in the same room as someone with a weapon who'd like to kill me. I'll see you later when you pose less of a threat. An alarm sounded. We've got company, Kit said, and Joe heard the footfalls of several people in the hallway behind them. Joe yelled, "Boom time," and tossed a flash grenade at the mercs. He reached up to his helmet and closed the visual and auditory sensors. He trusted Kit and Rex to react as quickly. Even with the sensors blocked, Joe felt the boom of the grenade. He immediately turned on the sensors and checked to make sure Kit and Rex were still with him. Joe led them back into the narrow hallway. His legs protested, but his adrenaline made up for the pain. 4 mercs were on the floor in the hallway. 3 were unconscious, and the 4th was impressively struggling to grab his blaster. Joe shot him. The door to the atrium opened. The trio jumped through, one after the other, and froze. Facing them were 30, if not 40, mercs in a tight semicircle. Rex tried the door and cursed. Locked. Drop your weapons, ordered a merc. Joe rapidly assessed their options. They could go through the mercs, but though their exoshields could handle some blaster fire, a constant barrage wasn't viable. Even if they reached another door, Joe bet it would also be locked. The 3 hunters could take out several opponents before being taken down, but there was no way they'd shoot themselves out of the trap. Gunfights were a numbers game. Those with the most blasters always won. Funny how everything became clear when you were staring down the barrel of a blaster. Joe swallowed and looked to his friends. Their body language told him they had made the same deductions. Joe held out his blasters and set them slowly on the ground. Kit and Rex did the same, though Rex muttered a string of curses. Get down on your knees, came the next command.
It's not falling up.
Joe scowled and knelt, and shot a quick glance at Kit and Rex kneeling alongside him.
There it is.
Mercs stepped forward, picked up their blasters, and tied each of the hunters' hands behind their backs, being none too gentle. As they knelt there, the line of mercs before them parted, and Joe watched Gabriel Sloane step forward, a sneer plastered on his face. Well, well, well. What am I to do with this little band of miscreants? What do you think I should do with them, dear? Sloane asked as he motioned to someone behind him. Joe sucked in a breath as Sarah Swinton was pulled forward by 2 soldiers. Her features tightened.
Blow up!
Joe. He forced himself to not say anything that could put her in further jeopardy. That she looked healthy and unharmed brought him some comfort, but seeing her also stirred up the boiling hatred he held for Gabriel Sloane. Sloane turned a haughty expression on Sarah. Well, dear, what should be done to those who attempt to assassinate a government official? she answered softly. Sloane belted out a laugh. Let them live, she said. Several mercs laughed. What kind of example would I be setting? No, my dear, I think you are a rather bad judge of character, falling in with the likes of these. Sloane turned toward someone else weaving through the lines of uniforms, and Joe saw Kat stroll through. Behind her was a bound Reuben, escorted by one of her hunters. 2 additional hunters accompanied them. What do you think I should do with these troublemakers? Sloane asked her. Kat looked across their faces, lingering on Kit's. A public execution would show that no one is above the MRC. Sloane grinned. I like the way you think. I ask that you return my hunter to me, Kat continued. He brings shame to the Iron Guild, and I wish to see to his punishment personally. Sloane nodded. Of course, of course. Kat walked over to Kit and pulled his sword from its sheath. Then she motioned the 2 hunters with her. They stepped forward, grabbed Kit by the arms, and yanked him to his feet. Kit remained quiet. You know, Kat, I should have killed you back in Westtown, Rex gritted out. She smiled at him. And I should have made sure you were dead when you came through earlier today. Kat shoved Reuben, and he fell down in front of Joe and Rex. Have a nice execution, boys, she said, and left. Kit was dragged after her by her hunters. Damn it, Reuben, Rex said. Why'd you go and get yourself caught? I'm sorry, Reuben blurted. Kat was waiting for me at Kit's cutter. It's not your fault, Reuben, Joe sighed. Sloane watched them with an evil glint in his eyes before he turned to face the mercs around them. Good work tonight. Tomorrow will be an exciting day for everyone. I'll host a feast tomorrow following the public execution. You're all invited. Fresh lemons for all. Chapter 55. Lobo clutched Kit, stomach and fell to his knees, the air gone from his lungs. They'd stripped him down to his clothing. He'd worn his exoshield so long he'd forgotten how badly a punch hurt. He pushed himself to his feet again, only to be sucker punched again before he was fully erect. Pain erupted in his jaw, and he felt a tooth crack. Kit landed hard on his hands and knees and blinked away the scars in his vision. When he could somewhat see straight, he spat blood, leaned back onto his heels, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He made no attempt to get to his feet again and knew better than to fight back. They'd unbound his wrists to remove his armor. Lobo's overconfidence in his own exoshield left Kit's hands free. He needed to conserve his energy for the right moment. He shot Lobo a hard blow. Lobo swung back and hit him again. That's enough for now, Kat ordered. Lobo looked at her before lowering his fist, but didn't move away. Kit didn't look, but he knew Lobo always wore 2 blasters and thigh holsters and a long knife in a sheath on his right thigh, which was less than 24 inches from Kit's hand. Kat stood, leaning on her desk as she scrutinized him, as though she could figure him out by watching him. She had his sword on her desk inches from her hand, and he wondered if she planned to use it to execute him, though he'd never seen her get her hands dirty before. He noticed the blaster next to her sword, and that shocked him. She raised a finger. I knew something was up when you accepted a half payment without a single complaint. That was your first mistake. And my second, Kit answered. Using a desk jockey in the field. She pulled up a video feed and displayed it as a hologram. It showed Reuben very unstealthily entering and later exiting the security. It goes to show how incompetent Sloane soldiers are that they didn't notice. She shook her head. But what I don't understand is why you did it. For as long as I've known you, you've been a loner who keeps to yourself. I know you've had qualms with the unsavory tickets, but otherwise, you've been a solid hunter. What made you throw away a good career? More than that, what made you throw your life away? It's not like you owe those half-hunters anything. He could see straight now, and his breathing had leveled out. His chance was near. He answered her after a length. Because I served with Havoc in the Revolution. She frowned. You fought in the Revolution? Her frown deepened. But Havoc's, She trailed off. His lips curved upward. A raven. Her eyes widened. Kit swung out and grabbed the knife. He yanked it from its sheath as he jumped to his feet. Lobo reached for his blaster. Kit stabbed the blade into Lobo's exoshield just above the hip where the armor had less plating to allow for movement. As he stabbed, he grabbed Lobo by the shoulder and spun him toward Cat, using him as a shield. Cat's desk was near a second door. Kit had no idea what was behind it, but he knew it had to be better than trying to escape through the atrium. Cat grabbed her blaster and started firing. Most of the shots hit either Lobo or the wall behind Kit. Most of them. One hit him in the right arm, and he lost his grip on the knife. He opened the door and shoved Lobo the last couple of feet toward Cat, sending the man toppling into his boss. Kit spilled through the doorway. He closed and locked the door behind him, knowing it bought him mere seconds. A nanosecond scan revealed the room to be living quarters. A window above a soft sofa let in moonlight from across the room. He sprinted, leapt onto the sofa, and smashed into the window. Was knocked back onto the floor. Kit shook his head to clear it. The damn thing hadn't even cracked. He noticed bar stools lining a tall countertop against a sidewall. He grabbed a stool and jumped back onto the sofa. He was about to swing when blaster fire pelted the window and walls around him. The shots shattered the glass. He gave a mental shrug at the small bit of fortune, tossed the bar stool at Cat, and jumped up and grabbed the pane. Glass shards sliced through his palms in sharp agony, but he managed to pull himself up and through the opening. More glass cut through his pants, and he rolled off the ledge. Kit fell at least 6 feet and landed on his back. It took him a couple of seconds to regain his senses. He pushed to his feet and glanced up to see Cat reach the windowsill.
Friendship Drive.
He took off running in what he hoped was the right direction, her fire at his back. He instinctively covered his head as he sprinted to get around the next curve of the exterior. The government building was designed as a single long atrium with multiple domed branches for offices, living quarters, and other spaces. At night, these branches resembled tumors on the otherwise smooth exterior. Blaster fire kept coming, and Kit felt heat graze his cheek. He ran around the next domed branch and leaned against the warm stone to catch his breath. Behind him, Cat let out a furious scream. He took off at a run. He held his arms close to his body as he ran, but it did little to stem the pain. Spears of pain shot through his arm with every jolt. His hands burned from the deep cuts, and he kept them fisted to help staunch the blood. Kit reached the final edge of the building before slowing to a walk. He spotted his cutter. Silver Shark practically glowed in the moonlight, and he took off toward it. He looked left to the main entrance where 2 men stood guard.
No fucking way.
Hadn't sounded the alarms yet. It was only a matter of time before the soldiers came out of every doorway like bees protecting their hive.
That's crazy, dude.
The alarms sounded. Chapter 56. That's Kit. Nick pointed to the lone figure running toward the road with 2 mercs running after him. One was raising his blaster to fire. Val made a beeline toward the man. "Open the door and make way for him," she ordered. Nick did as told and piled into the back seat with Romy and Chan. The sheriff pulled her cutter in front of the sprinting man's path and yelled, "Get in." He didn't hesitate. He dove into the passenger seat just as blaster fire pelted her rig's shell. The instant he was inside, she throttled forward and the vehicle sped away. "That paint had just mellowed down to the patina I like," she muttered to herself. Nick leaned forward between the front bucket seats. "Hey, Kit." His eyes went wide. "Oh no, you're hurt." Kit turned to see the kids in the back seat with the dog pressed between them. "What are you 2 doing here?" "We're on a mission with Val," Romy answered. "A brothel's no place for kids," Val added. "And getting shot at in a cutter is?" Kit asked. Val wrinkled her nose. "It was more because I didn't trust the madam." "I didn't trust her either," Kit said, then grunted. He held his right arm with a bloody hand, and his features were tight. She scowled at the amount of blood dripping from his hands. You're bleeding. A lot. How bad are your injuries? He glanced down. Nothing that'll hold me back. A few cuts on my hands, maybe a few minor cuts on my legs, and a blaster burn on my arm. There was a lot of glass. Was the blaster through and through? He winced. No, just a glancing hit, but still hurts like hell. She nodded. Hang in there. I'll get you patched up after we get off the road. Thanks. He then eyed Val and her blasters with suspicion. Who are you? I'm Val, she smirked. And that's the kind of thing most people would ask before jumping into a cutter with a complete stranger. I'll keep that in mind the next time I'm getting shot at while I'm running for my life, it said dryly. Is Joe okay? Nick interjected. Why isn't he with you? Kit's brow furrowed. Things went south and we got separated. But I'll go back in for both him and your mom. I swear it, kid. You're going back in? Val asked. Yeah, I guess I have to. He didn't sound very happy about it. Good. She glanced at her map to see several blips leaving the vicinity of the MRC building. She turned down a side road before she spoke again. Romy called me. She glanced back to see the shy girl give a sweet shrug, and Val gave her a smile.
Find me a landing pad.
Romy said something about Havoc and a few of his buddies starting
Find me a landing pad.
That's a war I'm not going to miss. It's a war that we're not going to miss. Right, Val?
Take us in.
Clarified. Val
Yes,
nodded.
Commander.
Right, kiddo.
Standing by.
Kit inclined his head at Val.
1/4
He went to
impulse
speak,
engaged.
but Nick patted his shoulder. Romy and I are going with you this time, Kit. And you know what? If you'd let us go with you last time, maybe you wouldn't have gotten yourself all shut up. Kit chuckled. You're probably right, Kit. He kept his gaze on Val. I'm not keen on taking kids to a gunfight. It's not what you think. They won't be in direct action. They won't even enter the building. My plan needs them if we're going to make this work. She shot a wink to the back seat. We're a team. Nick grinned. See, Kit? We're a team. Besides, Val continued, they look like they can be a lot more help to me right now than you. He couldn't exactly disagree. Kit's face constricted in pain, and he tugged apart the hole in his sleeve to examine his arm. She reached in front of him, popped open the dash, moved her spare blaster to the side, and pulled out a pill bottle. She handed it to Romy. Here, open this up, give Kit a pill. Nick, see if you can't find a rag back there for Kit. I don't need painkillers, Kit said through a clenched jaw. You better make it 2 pills, Romy, Val corrected, then added, don't worry about these pills. These are weak. They won't cloud your mind. I need your head in the game. We have to get each other up to speed. Romy went to hand Kit the pills. He struggled to take them from her with his injured hands. Open wide like a baby bird, Romy said, and plopped them in his mouth. You can't even hold a pill. How can you hold a blaster? Val said. I'll tape it to my hand if I have to, Kit replied. She glanced over to see that he was serious. How in the world did you get out of there without any weapons? A whole lot of luck. Plus, Cat's a terrible shot. Val frowned. Cat, as in Cat, the head of the Iron Guild? The one and only, and my boss, although it's safe to say I'm excommunicated now. Ah, Val said. You're a bounty hunter. So that's how you know Havoc. He shook his head. No, we're with different guilds. I fought alongside him in the wars. She grunted in surprise. Don't tell me. Another Raven? He sighed. He really needs to stop wearing the banner.
Transferring power to engine.
She swallowed the distaste in her mouth. We all have pasts, and that's where they should stay. What I need to know is if you were serious when you said you were going back in there. I am. I'll be good after I get myself patched up. I gave my word, and once given, I keep it. Plus, I need to get my sword back. She eyed him for a length and decided that he was being sincere. Okay. I can handle most of the work, but it'll be good that we go in together. Mercs travel in pairs, so 2 of us will stand out even less than 1 would. We're going in as mercs, he said. She nodded. We just need to find ourselves a couple of uniforms. That'll be easy enough in Cavill. There's as many mercs as there are cockroaches here. Ew, cockroaches are nasty, Nick said. But they don't taste so bad, Romy said. Nick's face contorted. Gross! The kids started to poke at each other, so Val continued speaking with Kit. I've been gathering intel on Gabriel Sloan in that admin building for months. Fitting in a rescue complicates things, but it's not a showstopper. At least one of the Sloan brothers will die tomorrow. She checked the map again. The blips were still there, but farther away. We have to get off the road for a few hours. We need some place that's close and that no one knows about. Kit shrugged. Well, look at me. I live in Copper Gulch. And I'm from Clearwater. She glanced back at the kids, but they were watching her expectantly. She thought for a moment, then slowed and took a hard right. I know someone who lives nearby. He goes by the name Grundy Campo. He has no love for politics, so I think we'll be safe there. He's an old-timer who's had a lot of interesting experiences. Some of them are even true. She drove several more blocks deeper into Fartown until she came to a dilapidated row of homes all hooked together. She parked behind the home in the middle. She glanced at Kit. Just so you know, Grundy's not a fan of a lot of things, including bounty hunters. He nodded. The four of them exited the cutter, though Val noticed Kit struggled with the handle. But since he didn't ask for help, she didn't offer. The door to the house opened with a creak, and a bent old man hobbled outside. He held up a cane as he shielded his eyes against the house lights above his head. Is that you, Val? Val smiled as she walked to meet him. It's me, old man. He grinned, showing yellowed teeth, and reached out to embrace her. That is you. How long has it been, girl? 5 years since they suckered you into wearing that badge? 8 years, she said as she hugged him. When she pulled away, he looked at the others with her. Don't tell me you've got yourself a family now. She laughed. A family life isn't in the cards for me. She motioned first at Kit. This is Kit, my deputy, who could use some rest. She shot Kit a quick glance and saw that he didn't even blink at her lie, and she was glad. While Grundy was old, he was still quick on the take. She then motioned to the kids. This is Nick and Romy. The dog's name's Champ. They all belong to a local who got herself taken by Gabriel Sloan. Grundy spat on the ground. Sloan. There's been no good that's come from anyone by that name. We need a place to lie low for a few hours, she said. He motioned. Well, come on in, then. I'll put some tea on the stove. He disappeared inside, and Val saw the kids eyeing her. Grundy's a good man. It's safe here, I promise. She waved them toward the ramshackle place. When they entered, she looked at Kit. My first aid kit's in the back. Kit followed her around to the back of her vehicle. So I'm a deputy now. Does that mean I get a badge? She smirked. Sure, but you'll find the pay isn't as good for honest work. Being a bounty hunter is honest work. Do the job and get paid. Not any different than any other kind of honest work. She didn't answer. She'd seen too many bounty hunters pass through Clearwater in her day, and too few of them seemed to be laden with scruples. She opened up the back of her cutter, and Kit took a step closer. All this is yours? He asked. She smiled at the stacks of blasters, grenades, and even a grenade launcher. I told you, I came ready for war. Chapter 57. If you think things can't get worse, it's because you have no imagination, Rex said as he lay on his back on the stone slab bench. It was odd seeing a hunter in full exo-shield in a prison cell. Joe had expected to be stripped of their shields, but Sloan had left them with their armor for their execution, planning to make a show that even feared bounty hunters were powerless before the MRC. We're going to be executed. How could things get worse than that? Reuben, who still wore the stolen uniform, asked. They could torture us before they execute us, Rex replied thoughtfully. Forget I asked, Reuben groaned. Let's talk about something else. Like what? Reuben thought for a moment. I don't know. How about what happened in Westtown? You said you had a chance to kill Kat in Westtown, but you didn't go through with it. Why? You hate Kat.
Max engines.
Rex was quiet for a length. Sorry, Reuben. I promised your mom I wouldn't talk about Westtown. My mom was there? Rex didn't answer. Come on, Rex. We're going to be dead in a few hours, Reuben said. As long as we're not in front of a firing squad, we've got a chance to get out of here. Rex sat up and looked at Joe. You've been awfully quiet over there, working out ideas for our great escape? Joe frowned. I came up with 2 ideas so far. Unfortunately, neither one will work. Then keep thinking. Joe turned to Rex. You can start thinking up ideas too. Rex held up his hands. Hey, it may look like I'm doing nothing, but I'm actively waiting for a grand rescue. Joe's brows rose. And exactly who is going to pull off a rescue? Rex nodded at the speaker in the hall outside their cell. That alarm that went off earlier? That had to be your buddy Turbo causing problems. If he broke out, then he'll come back for us.
Max engine.
Joe's lips thinned. He might come back for Sarah, but he has no reason to come back for us. There you go, being a pessimist. I think I like you better as an optimist, Rex grumbled. There's not a lot to be optimistic about right now, Reuben cut in. We tried to do the right thing, and look where it got us. Right thing? Rex's features tightened as though he was genuinely confused. I thought we were just having fun. Reuben blew out a breath and waved his hand around the dank cell. This stuff doesn't get to you? Rex shrugged. I'm more of a crying on the inside kind of guy. Joe heard footfalls outside their cell and turned to see Gabriel Sloan with guards on each side and another pair walking behind him. Sloan came to a stop in front of the cell. I trust my accommodations are sufficient, he said stately. Rex spoke first. I prefer down pillows over... what's this? Limestone bedding? It's a bit too firm on the back.
All power to engines.
Fortunately, you don't have to worry about a stiff back for long. My brother arrives by noon, at which time I host your execution. Sounds like quite the party, Joe said dryly. Oh, it will be. Just before your deaths, I'll announce that exoshields are officially outlawed across the Midlands. Bounty hunters will no longer have the sway of fear over the general population. Sloan turned to Reuben, who seemed small standing between the 2 armored hunters. If only you'd done as you were told, then none of this would have happened. It's so simple. You receive a job, he held out one hand, then another, and you complete the job. Yet the Haft Agency failed time and again. Reuben bristled. That's because we chase criminals. The guilds don't exist to carry out personal vendettas. Sloan smirked. You don't? It seems to be that the guilds will do whatever they're paid to do. There are some lines I won't cross. Reuben practically spat the words. And that decision has led to the death of your guild, your friends, and you. Sloan lifted his chin. I'll see you at noon. Joe watched Sloan walk away. I don't like that guy, Rex said. Joe nodded. For the second time ever, we agree on something. Chapter 58. It was a good idea hitting a patrol team, Kit said as he pulled off his shirt. The bio-wraps around each hand made him clumsy, and he couldn't lift his right arm more than halfway without doubling over in pain. Val had her boots, pants, and shirt off before he'd removed his shirt. Val shrugged as she pulled on the pants belonging to one of the 2 mercs lying unconscious on the ground. Then she grabbed his shirt. We need uniforms for our plan to work, but they'll know something's up when these 2 don't report in. He kicked off his boots and slid his pants off. He grabbed the merch pants and pulled them on. He reached for the shirt, wincing as he attempted to put it on. Val watched him. Before buttoning her shirt, she rolled her eyes. Here, I've got it. She helped him slip his injured arm into a sleeve. He tried not to look at her cleavage as she assisted, but he couldn't help but notice that she had plenty of curves. Nice curves. She frowned as she buttoned his shirt. You have a lot of scars. He glanced down at his chest and shot her a crooked grin. You're checking me out. She rolled her eyes. I was not checking you out. She stepped away before finishing his shirt and began buttoning hers. If you say so. Kit's grin faded as he struggled with the final buttons on his shirt. Pinching his fingers brought pain with the motion. Val groaned, and he looked up to see her struggling to button her shirt as well, but where he struggled because of his injuries, her shirt looked to be a size too small on her chest. "You can try my shirt," he offered, his cheeks
Max
heaving.
engines.
She shook her head. "I think they're the same size. I'll make it work." As soon as they'd finished dressing, they grabbed their gear and headed to her cutter. She started handing little orbs to Kit. "Here, put these in your pockets." He held one up in the early dawn light. "Flash bombs? I've never seen them so small before." She smiled. "Made them myself. I call them my baby Bettys. They're pressure sensitive, so a hard throw will set them off. Be sure not to get knocked on the ground with them in your pockets, or else you'll need more than a few painkillers to recover from that." "Thanks for the tip." He slid them gently into his cargo pockets. She grabbed several strips of tape with bulbous dots running down the center and slid them carefully into her chest pocket. He eyed the explosive strips. "You came prepared. I've been preparing to take on the Sloanes for a long time. I've had the admin building staked out for even longer." She shook her head. "But no matter how well prepared you are, something unexpected will always pop up." She grabbed a pair of black gloves from the center console. "These should hide your biowraps. Someone may get suspicious when they see a soldier walking around with two hands wrapped." I figured I'd just tell them that I tried to cook and failed. "I take it you're a bad cook." "I'm certainly not a good cook." Kit tugged them on. The pressure hurt his wounds, but once they were on, they seemed to cradle his injured hands. Val drove them through Cavil. She cocked her head as she looked for the sun. "Red sky at morning. That's good luck, I think." Kit chuckled wryly. "I think red skies bring the opposite of good luck. Plus, that's only for ships. We're 1,000 miles from the nearest body of water. I'll take every bit of luck I can get," she said. Val drove them to the MRC building. In the courtyard, they saw stands being set up and a single wall being erected. Kit grimaced. Looks like Sloane wasn't joking about a public execution. He turned away from the spectacle and pointed to an alley where Silver Shark was parked. "That silver cutter over there is mine. Park near it, but not too close. Cat no doubt has eyes on it." She gave Silver Shark an appraising look. "Nice cutter." Inside, he beamed. "Thanks." They strode across the road and into the building without being noticed by the soldiers posted at the entrance. Once inside, Kit said, "We need to find where they have the brig." "It's just above the barracks," Val said. He shot her a questioning glance. "I wasn't always a sheriff," she said. As they walked on, she added, "The Mercs didn't have any government experience, so they based their policies and procedures on Zenith states." Her comment made Kit suspect that Val's experience had come from Zenith rather than from being on the other side of the law, especially since the way she moved and spoke conveyed military experience. No wonder she had a dislike for the Ravens. Val and Kit had served on opposite sides during the Revolution. She guided them straight to the brig, even though there was no sign posted until they'd traveled through 2 sets of secured doorways, both of which opened with the key cards the patrol team had on them. 2 mercs stood guard at the 3rd door. "We're here to relieve you," Kit said. The pair of guards looked at each other, confused. "But we just got here 10 minutes ago." Val shot them. They fell, and she stood over them. "You're relieved." She nodded at the panel on the wall. "Open the door." Kit looked through the small window in the door before swiping his stolen keycard, prompting the door to open. Val grabbed a boot on each unconscious soldier, then dragged them through the doorway. Once through, she dropped their legs. They looked at the 3 cells. 2 stood empty. The 3rd contained 2 hunters in exoshields and a young man in the blue MRC uniform. All 3 prisoners stood and stared. "Did any of you call for a rescue?" Kit asked, and swiped his keycard on the panel next to the cell. The bars retracted into the floor. "I knew it," Rex said, and turned to Joe.
A lot of these.
"I told you so." Joe ignored Rex and tilted his head.
But I kind of like the green and the black. So
"Good to see you're still alive." Then he realized who stood next to him. "Val? I came to kick your ass for leaving me in the lurch, but I see you just got yourself into even more trouble." Joe shrugged. Just lucky, I guess. We have to hurry if we're going to find Sarah and Sloane, Kit said. You really think you can rescue us and try to save the girl? Last time didn't turn out so great, Rex said. You didn't have me last time, Val said. What do we have to do? Reuben asked, stepping forward. Follow my lead. We're going to be up against a lot of mercs, so I need all of you shooting. I don't have a weapon, Reuben said. Don't worry, I'll get you one, Val replied crisply. Joe noticed that Kit was holding a blaster in his left hand, even though he was right-handed. He was also wearing gloves, even though mercs rarely wore gloves. He met Kit's eyes. You're injured? Nothing that a little rest and relaxation won't fix, Kit replied. The floor rumbled beneath their feet. Reuben looked at the ground. You feel that? Joe looked at Val. What's that? She smiled. That's
Diverting power
what
to
I
engines.
call a diversion. Chapter 59. The counter shut off at 0. It's time. Take the shot, Romy said.
What?
I'm not ready yet, Nick grumbled without looking up. He lay on his stomach holding an honest-to-God real rocket launcher. Romy sat next to him holding a blaster and constantly scanning the area for soldiers beyond the boulder they hid behind. Pride bloomed in his chest. He was going to be a hero.
What the fuck?
Romy blew out a breath. Seriously, Nick, I'm close enough I could hit it with a spitwad from here. Val's counting on us. She says everything falls apart if I miss the shot. I can't miss this shot. He wriggled beneath the weight of the launcher. Through its scope, he saw the mechanical jumble of pipes and tanks which Val called the oxygen processors. She'd said they were extremely flammable, but he wasn't so sure. He'd shot metal plenty of times before, and it had never burst into flames for him. But he'd also never had a rocket launcher before. You won't miss. I believe in you, Romy said. Nick kept the mechanical beast in his scope. It was pretty easy since the giant unit filled the entire view. Val had said that as long as he hit the processor, the grenade from the rocket launcher would do the rest. But she'd also said that the tanks were the best parts to hit, so he aimed very carefully. His finger pulled the trigger more jerkily than he should have, but the trigger was a harder pull than he'd expected. There was a whoosh, and if Nick had been standing, he would have been knocked on his butt by the recoil. A smoking ball zoomed through the air, and he watched, it felt like slow motion, as the ball rammed into the oxygen processor. There was a really cool explosion, followed by a series of even cooler explosions. His jaw dropped, and he looked back at Romy. Did you see that? Finally, she said. Let's go. She pulled him to his feet, and he hefted the rocket launcher, and the pair ran toward the open-air cutter parked behind a store. Grundy Campo sat behind the vehicle's yoke, all hunched over like he always was.
I didn't know I can customize
the man
all
looked
of this
older
shit,
than dirt,
dude.
and his skin looked about the same color and
That
texture
is
as most of the
fucking
rocks in the
great.
Midlands. Romy was faster than Nick and reached the vehicle first. She dropped the blaster into the back seat and reached out for the launcher. Nick handed it to her. She tossed it in the back seat, too, and covered everything with a heavy, musty-smelling blanket, and then he jumped into the front seat alongside her. Nice fireworks, Grundy said as he pulled away. What are fireworks? Romy asked. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Magnificent things. I'll show you pictures. Can't you drive any faster? Nick said. There's no need. Those mercs don't care about some old geezer and a couple of kids. Grundy glanced up at the sky. Besides, it's a nice day for a Sunday drive. Nick frowned. It's Thursday. Figure of speech, Grundy answered and continued driving slowly through Cavill's roads. Nick debated if he could walk faster than Grundy drove and decided he could, but didn't voice his opinion. Grundy had called his vehicle a convertible, but Nick just figured that was a fancy name for a cutter missing its top. The breeze blew at Nick's hair, and although it was hot, it felt good because it dried his damp shirt. He'd been nervous when he fired the launcher and was sweating like he'd just finished a game of soccer. Look happy, like you're having a grand old time riding along with your Gramps, Grundy said. Nick frowned. Why? Then he noticed the blue vehicle speeding toward them. His eyes widened. Romy forced a laugh. It sounded awful, and he forced a wide grin and belted out, "Ha ha ha." The transport whizzed by without even slowing. Nick leaned back in his seat and grabbed his chest. "Good job back there, kids," Grundy said as he turned a corner. "You two are quite the actors. Now it's up to Sheriff Vane and her deputy to do their part." Chapter 60.
Power diverted to engines.
"The key to going up against greater numbers is chaos," Val said after the rumbling receded. "The lower levels have just lost their oxygen supply, and the failsafe systems should have automatically sealed all vents. That means everyone underground will be forced to come up for air." "I didn't realize this building had lower levels," Rubin said. "It has 2 levels below this one. It's where all the servants are, the barracks and the control centers. That means there's about to be a whole lot of people smashed into the atrium," Val explained. Joe disarmed the unconscious guards. He kept a blaster for himself and handed the other to Rex. Of the 2 key cards, he gave one to Rubin and kept the other. Val and Kit led the way through 2 sets of doors. Joe followed with Rubin safely behind him and Rex covering their rear. When Val glanced back, she frowned. "You're limping." "Long story," Joe said. Kit opened the 3rd door, flooding their ears with the sounds of panic and shouting. Val glanced back. "Try to keep up." She picked up the pace. She and Kit pushed against the rattled crowd of servants and mercs making their way outside. It was like running against a strong wind. Joe had no idea how many people were living in the building. Most looked to be servants in dirty, tattered clothes. His gut turned sour. Gabriel Sloan had been running on slave labor right under Joe's nose, and he'd never noticed it. That Joe hadn't seen it meant that he didn't want to see it, and he realized that he'd long since broken from his ideals of a free world. He was no better than the Sloan brothers for allowing people to be used like that. He gritted his teeth and pushed through the crowd. The fleeing people, including the soldiers, were panicked enough that they didn't pay any regard to the pair of hunters walking through the atrium in exoshields. The group of 5 rescuers made slow progress through the tide until they passed Sloan's office door and reached the next entrance. "How do you know he'll be inside?" Joe asked. "Because he has a safe room in his personal residence," she replied swiftly. Kit swiped his key card and the door marked "Private" opened to a small foyer. They stepped inside to meet a pair of mercs standing guard at the next door. The pair didn't react when they saw Kit and Val, but when they saw the hunters behind them, they startled and rushed to raise their weapons. Kit and Val fired first, each taking down 1 guard. Val grabbed a blaster off a fallen guard and held it out to Rubin. "That wasn't so hard," Rex said. Val looked over her shoulder. "We're not even inside his residence yet." Kit placed his ear against the door before looking back. "I can't hear anything." Above the door, a sign read, "Know thyself." Rex chuckled. "I know every inch of myself. Some parts better than others." Val turned to him and winced. Joe slowly shook his head and walked past him to the door. Kit opened the door. Blaster fire shot out through the doorway. Everyone ducked. Val pulled out 2 small balls and threw them through the opening. "Cover your eyes and ears," she yelled. Joe barely had time to close his helmet's sensors before the flash grenades went off. When he reopened them, he saw Val motioning for him. "Exoshields, take lead." Rex gave a drawn-out sigh and hoisted his blaster.
Pre-launch diagnostic
"If you're gonna go, go memorably."
Power diverted to shields.
Chapter 60.
Divert power to shields. Landing gear systems ready to go.
Kit shocked the panel next to the door, making it impossible for anyone else to open it from the other side.
For launch.
Joe eyed Rubin, who was clutching the blaster like it was his lifeline. "Stay behind everyone," Joe commanded. "I'll be fine," Rubin said, sounding not at all fine. Joe gave him a single nod, turned, and stepped through the doorway to find a second foyer, this one far more lavish than the one he'd just left. 2 mercs were dragging themselves up. The flash grenades Val seemed to have less bang than the ones
damage I can do with this fucker.
Rex walked up to each merc and shot them point blank. Kit closed the door behind him and flattened against a wall. "We've got more coming." Val flattened against another wall. Reuben just stood there, so Joe yanked him out of the center of the foyer just before blaster fire shot through the space he'd occupied. Joe fired down the hallway and realized with some surprise that it was his first shot since leaving the prison cell. Val pulled out more of the mini flash grenades and threw them down the hallway. Eyes and ears. The grenades blew and Joe was running before the light returned to normal. His injured leg, albeit weak, supported his weight. As soon as he was clear of the hallway, he started shooting at anything moving in the room, hoping none were servants, but willing to shoot them regardless. The flash had knocked down at least a half-dozen mercs, but 3 were already back on their feet. Joe took one down before the other 2 fired. He spun away, firing back as he did so. Rex's gunfire joined his, and Joe used the relief to aim his blaster at a merc using a sofa for cover. He took him out with a single headshot. Shots hit Joe back like firing mud balls, and he turned around and started firing at reinforcements entering from another angle. 2 of those reinforcements wore exo-shields. "We're getting close," Joe yelled as he dove behind a fallen merc. He laid down a barrage of blaster fire, and the mercs fell back into the hallway they'd emerged from seconds earlier. "Kit, throw some baby Bettys," Val shouted. Kit reached his right hand into his pocket and winced. Val batted his hand away, stuck her hand into his pocket, and pulled out more flash grenades. Joe slung his blaster to the side and held out a hand. "Val." She looked from the hallway to him and tossed 3 spheres. He caught them and sprinted toward their goal. Blaster fire came from behind him as his team provided cover fire. When he had a clear shot of the hallway, he threw the grenades, spun, and went down to the floor. They exploded before he closed his sensors. Vertigo slammed into him and his ears rang. He struggled to his feet, only to be pulled up by Rex. Joe clumsily ran toward the hallway entrance once more and fired before the smoke cleared. 1 bodyguard was on his feet, having closed his sensors before the grenades went off. He and Joe faced each other and fired at the same time. Hot pressure hit the center mass of Joe's chest plate. His shot had hit the bodyguard in a flexible neck joint, and the man tumbled backward, clutching at his throat. Joe continued firing at the other mercs crowding the hallway, and Rex shot the second bodyguard as he struggled to get up. Joe kept his finger on the trigger until all the mercs were down. Rex smacked Joe on the back and continued ahead of him. Joe called over his shoulder, "Clear." Val and Kit came around the corner. Joe looked beyond them. "Where's Reuben?" They each paused and turned. Joe caught the expression on Kit's face first, before Kit and Val left the hallway. Joe shot a quick glance back at Rex. The other hunter, who'd been frozen looking back at the room they'd come from, took off running. He nearly knocked Joe over as he ran past him and back into the first room. Joe followed and found the group circled around a prone form. Joe pushed his way through. "Reuben." "No." He clenched his eyes closed before reopening them. The young man sat propped against a sofa. He was clutching his chest, which was blackened by a direct blaster shot. Rex had knelt beside Reuben. "Come on. Stick with me, Rube. I'll get you out of here." Reuben tried to smile, but coughed instead. Red droplets of blood marked his lips. "Sorry, guys.
Attack vertical
I screwed up this time." "No, you didn't. You did good," Joe said when Rex didn't answer. Reuben managed to smile for a brief second before his features relaxed, and his last breath left his lungs. Joe's lips trembled at seeing another life taken away too soon. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. Reuben had been a good man, too good for the hand he'd been dealt. Rex grabbed Reuben's shoulder.
"Let's go."
"Stick with me, Reuben. I still have to tell you about Westtown." "He's gone, Rex," Val said softly. Rex remained a statue for a time, then grabbed his blaster, stood, and stalked down the hallway they just entered. Joe took longer to stand, feeling the weight of the loss on his shoulders. He trudged behind Rex and heard Kit and Val walk before him. The end of the hallway opened to a stairway down which led to an office. Val stepped around them and into the room. She scanned the ornate metal desk and extravagantly carved built-in bookshelves before she walked over to a wall filled with books. Her forefinger floated over the spines before settling on a brass bookend. She grabbed it and pulled. With an audible click, and the bookcase swung out. Behind it stood another door. She glanced back at the team, which stood ready for battle, then swiped the key card over a small panel. Nothing happened. I was expecting that, she said, and reached into her pocket and pulled out strips of explosives. Joe's brows rose. Did you also bring the kitchen sink? Left it behind. It didn't match my outfit, she said without looking up as she lined the door frame with explosive. Once it was in place, she glanced over her shoulder. Ready? Joe went to stand out of the direct path. Just blow it already, Rex growled from his spot. She pulled out a red tab and stuck it onto the explosive strip, then jumped back and joined Kit behind the desk. After 3 seconds, the explosives triggered. The explosion rattled Joe's teeth while smoke polluted the room. Rex had turned sideways for the blast and now headed straight for the now open door. He raised his blaster. Sarah could be in there, Joe shouted, but Rex fired anyway. Joe rushed forward as blaster fire shot out from within the stadium. He dove to the side of the doorway across from where Rex stood. Joe swung around to scan the safe room. In a nanosecond glance, he took in the small room, which was no larger than the office. 4 bodyguards, all in exoshields, formed a barrier across the center of the room. Beyond them, standing behind a table, stood Gabriel Sloan, holding a blaster to Sarah's head. Joe would be an even match against anyone else in an exoshield. At this distance, blaster fire would burn but not be fatal unless shots hit the joints in the armor. A few feet closer and blaster shots would penetrate. With Joe's upgrades, he trusted his suit. But the Mercs exoshields looked to be brand new. For all he knew, their armor was better than his. If Sarah wasn't in the room, he'd have no qualms about jumping in with guns blazing, but a single ricochet or bad shot could kill her. Joe glanced at Kit and Val. To Kit, he gave hand signals. Using all 5 fingers, he sliced the air 5 times to signify the 5 armed enemies within. Then he tapped 4 fingers against his chest plate 4 times. 4 with exoshields. After that, he closed his fist and tapped his forearm once for the single friendly. Sarah. Let Sarah go and we'll let you live, Joe called. Rex cocked his head at Joe. Why would we do that? Joe pressed his forefinger to his mouthpiece so that Rex hopefully got the hint. You just don't give up, Sloan said. Joe thought for a moment. He turned to Kit and tapped his thigh. Kit tapped his cargo pocket and shook his head. No more flash grenades. With nothing but blasters at their disposal, Joe searched the office. His gaze fell on a round paperweight on the desk. He pointed at it and then at Kit. Kit's brow furrowed as he tried to understand. With a helmet on, Joe couldn't rely on facial expressions or eye movement to make his intentions clear. Instead, he pointed at the paperweight again, and then held his hand up as though to catch it. Val caught him. She picked up the paperweight and tossed it to Joe. He caught it, and to Rex he whispered, "Aim high." Joe threw the paperweight into the room and yelled, "Grenade!" And he jumped into the safe room. The bodyguards had turned their backs to form a protective wall around the bomb. Before they realized they'd been played, Joe was in the room and within killing distance. He'd shot 2 guards in the back before the other 2 had turned. 1 guard squeezed off a shot before Rex took him down, and Rex and Joe finished the 4th with a double tap to the chest. Joe leveled his blaster onto Sloan, whose face glistened with sweat. His eyes had become cue balls. They were so wide with fear. Even so, he managed to keep the blaster at Sarah's temple. Rex took a step closer, dramatically aiming his blaster at Sloan's forehead. "There's no way you're getting out of this if you harm Sarah," Joe said. "Let her go." Joe heard movement behind him and glanced to see that Kit and Val had entered the room. Kit remained near the doorway, keeping watch. "I'd do what he says, Sloan," Val said as she walked closer. Sloan showed his teeth in a growl before shoving Sarah away. She landed onto her knees, and Joe reached out with his free hand to help her up. He didn't let go as he pressed her behind him. Sloan dropped the blaster onto the table. He sneered, You're going to arrest me, Sheriff? I believe you're out of your jurisdiction. Who said anything about arresting you? Val glanced at Joe, who stepped forward. Sloan gulped. If you kill me, you'll have the entire MRC army after you. I'm an administrator. Joe raised his blaster. Wait, I have money. Enough for every single one of you to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. Joe watched the man beg for his life and almost felt pity for him. Money really could buy everything, but good sense. He went to pull the trigger, but someone else fired first. Gabriel Sloan collapsed with a blaster shot through the center of his forehead. Joe turned to see Rex lower his blaster. That's for Reuben. Chapter 62. We'd better hurry, Kit warned. Sloan would have called for backup as soon as he knew we'd found his safe room. Joe looked down at their fallen enemy. Sloan's eyes stared lifelessly at the ceiling, the blaster burn a round black mark on his forehead. In death, the man looked no different from any other dead body. Yet in life, he'd caused pain to far too many people, including those Joe had sworn to protect. He turned to Sarah. Are you injured? Did he hurt you? No, I'm fine, she replied. Her exhausted expression said differently, but he'd address her imprisonment later. He grabbed her hand and the five exited the safe room and worked their way back to Reuben's body. Rex bent down, slung Reuben over his shoulder, and started walking again. When the group reached the foyer, Kit opened the door. Mercs filled the room on the other side. He closed the door. Not that way. A pounding on the other side of the door ensued, and the group made their way back into the residence. Soon, Joe heard blaster fire against the door. Any other ideas for an escape? Kit asked. Honestly, I'm surprised we made it this far, Rex said. Joe racked his brain. Sloan had to have another exit. I've never seen one on the maps, Val said. Wait, Sarah said and paused. I think I know where it is. I've seen him go into his office where he disappears for hours at a time. Sometimes when he comes out, he's wearing different clothes. Let's go, Joe said, and the group ran back to the office. Rex, surprisingly, kept up. Once inside the office, Val rushed around the bookcases, pulling at every bookend she found. She tossed a glance at the safe room. Too bad Roderick wasn't here. What time is it now? Joe released Sarah's hand and began looking around. 9, Val replied. The sound of blaster fire from the other end of the residence increased. They're breaking through, Kit said. Gabriel said Roderick will get here by noon. Joe narrowed his gaze on the wall behind the desk. It was partitioned. Curious, he walked up to it. Val paused. Roderick's on his way here? Now? Kit stiffened. Don't even think about it. We can't risk going for him today, too. Val scowled as she dropped the bookend. I know that, but if I had known Roderick would have been here in 3 hours, I would have adjusted the plan. Like how? Skip the rescue and go straight to the killing? Kit said. Her lips thinned. Never. Kit gave a hint of a smile, then turned and swiped away an entire bookshelf. Val picked up a paperweight. By the way, Abbott, you really thought they'd mistake a paperweight for a grenade? Joe shrugged. I was a bit surprised they bought that. He knocked along the wall. When he heard a hollow sound on the second partition, he pressed against it. Nothing happened. He ran his fingers along the woodwork, stopping when he found a bump. He pressed it, and the wall opened. Behind it stood a door. Joe swiped a key card over the small wall panel, and the door opened. He gave a start, not expecting it to open, but fortunately no one outside shot at it. In fact, no one was outside the door. He motioned for the others to follow, and they hurried through the doorway. Joe closed the door behind them just as a crash and shouts came from the residence. He hoped the false wall reset itself when the door closed. If it hadn't, there was no way they could outrun a bunch of mercs, not with their injuries and Rex's extra cargo. They moved quickly around the building's various extensions, Joe keeping pace alongside Sarah. Not hearing a ruckus behind him, he glanced over his shoulder. No one was following them. Yet. He did notice plumes of black smoke coming from somewhere just behind the building and suspected that as the source of their diversion. Whatever it was, the explosion must have been huge to cause so much smoke, the fire requiring a lot of attention.
Get the fuck out of here.
He handed it to Val. She'd come prepared. Rex slowly fell behind and Joe slowed. I can help carry him. I've got
one.
Rex said gruffly and kept going. Ahead, Kit came to a stop outside a broken window. He motioned to Val. Give me a step up. It's too risky, she said. Kit scowled and turned to Joe. Give me a hand. My sword and exoshield's in there. Joe shook his head. Come back for it later. We have to get Sarah to safety. Kit's expression deepened, then he spun and started running again. He didn't slow until they'd reached the end of the building. Val flattened herself against the edge, then peeked around the corner. What are we facing? Joe asked. The mercs are trying to herd everyone into the courtyard, but the people are pushing back. She motioned for everyone to follow. We have a shot if we go now. Walk slow and smooth, with Sarah in the middle. We'll look like mercs and hunters corralling the locals. But keep your blasters ready, Kit added. Joe glanced at Sarah to see fear embedded in her features. We're almost there, he said. A little longer, and you'll see Nick again. A tiny flash of hope spawned in her eyes, and she nodded. I'm ready. Val and Kit took the lead. Joe gently grabbed Sarah's bicep and pulled her along with him, while Rex followed with Reuben over his shoulder. Joe kept an eye on the bustle at the courtyard on the other side of the building. He gave the mercs another minute, maybe two, before a riot erupted. The servants, many likely coerced into working for the mercs like Sarah, saw their chance for freedom and were about to take it. They outnumbered the mercs 10-1, but the soldiers carried blasters, which more than evened the odds. Joe already knew the outcome. Some people would die today, the rest would be forced back to work. He turned to Sarah. I'll come back for them. Val looked over her shoulder. We'll come back for them. Joe recognized Val's cutter, which sat nearly hidden by a large transport. Beyond it, slipped into an alley, he made out the distinct silver of Kit's cutter. He looked around, searching for snipers.
Holy shit, it's so far away. Why is it so far away?
There was a shout from the courtyard, and Joe looked to see the crowd of people crash against the mercs like a tidal wave. Go, Val commanded, and closed the remaining distance to her vehicle. Kit broke off, running toward his vehicle. Just as he reached the corner, blaster fire shot out at him. He ducked, spun, and ran back toward the group. One hunter, then two, emerged from the alley behind Kit's cutter. Val opened her driver's side door and used it as a shield while she returned fire, forcing the hunters to take cover. Get in! Get in! Rex opened the cargo door at the back and set Reuben in before piling in next to the body. Joe pulled Sarah with him to the second set of doors and practically flung Sarah into the back seat as he shot at the approaching hunters. Kit left, slid across the hood, and jumped into the passenger seat. As soon as he was in, Val took her seat and yanked the door closed. Do we have everyone? She asked. Yes, go, Joe replied. She sped away with hunters firing at her cutter as she drove past them, and Joe caught a glimpse of Kat crouched on the hood of Kit's cutter. That really has it out for you, Joe said. Kit blew out a breath. Yeah. Then he scowled. But I'm still going to get my stuff back. No one's following us yet, Val said. My guess is Kat assumed Kit's cutter was our escape vehicle. We lucked out this time that no one expected me to be here. I'll take any luck I can get. Joe gave a haggard sigh. Joe? Sarah said, and he turned to her. Is Nick okay? Sloane's men never got him? He's okay, he assured her. And Romy, is she still with him? Joe chuckled.
Weapons hot.
That pair is inseparable.
No.
Good luck breaking them apart. They kept each other safe, Val said. And they were the ones who blew up the oxygen generators today. Oh, the oxygen generators. So that was how Val and Kit had cut off oxygen to the underground levels and forced everyone to the surface. Sarah's features hardened. You brought my son into this? Val shot her an even harder look. You're damn right I did, and you can
20 seconds, I'm gonna die, dude!
Save your life. You had no right to put him in danger. Val snorted. He was in danger the moment Sloane came into your life. I just gave him a chance to fight back. Sarah clamped her mouth shut, but glared at Val for the rest of the drive. Chapter 63. Joe and Rex stood at the freshly covered grave they'd spent the last 3 hours digging. Joe's injuries throbbed, but he hadn't taken a break.
You're the one that took your sweet ass time to fucking dock us, you dumb bitch!
Rex out a good spot for the unmarked grave, on a slope in a hidden cove in the foothills of...
Fuck!
Rex nodded to a boulder several feet away. That's where Harry Haft is. Joe turned, startled. I had no idea where she was buried. No one knows.
I didn't realize it was going to be...
Reuben knew. Rex trailed off. Joe had often wondered about Rex's relationship with Reuben's mother. It seemed Rex knew all the family secrets, yet there'd never been mention of the pair being intimate. Maybe someday the truth would come out, but Joe somehow doubted it.
So.
Neither spoke for a length. Joe eyed Rex. You want to say something for him? Rex shook his head. I already said my piece when I was in the back of Val's cutter with him. Joe's brow furrowed. After another length, he spoke. You were the best boss I had, despite being too young to know how to run a decent business. You were too good for the guild. You deserved better. With nothing left to say, he returned to silence. Really? Rex asked. Joe turned to see the hunter's head cocked in his direction. What? That was the worst soliloquy I've ever heard. Joe bristled. What was so wrong with that? Then how about you do better? Rex waved him off and returned to Val's vehicle. Joe followed. When Rex climbed into the driver's seat, Joe said, Val specifically said you weren't to drive her cutter. She's not here right now, he said, and shut the driver's door. Joe shook his head, walked around the front, and climbed in the passenger side. Rex drove fast over the rough terrain, jostling Joe. He grabbed the bar above his head to hold on. You better slow down. Val won't like it if you bust up her ride, Joe said. Rex grunted. I won't bust it up. The next second, the headlights no longer illuminated the ground, and the rig went airborne over a ledge. It landed a good 8 feet down, sending Joe and Rex smashing into the windshield. Their helmets cracked the pane. Rex paused before driving forward. Oops. As they made their way out of the ravine, Rex said, Hey, you don't think Val would shoot me for messing with her cutter, do ya? Would you shoot someone for messing with your cutter? Joe asked back. Of course. Crap. Rex drove slower the rest of the trip back to Grundy Campo's house, their hideout for the night. A thought occurred to Joe. So, what really happened in Westtown? Rex chuckled. I didn't tell Reuben. I'm sure as hell not telling you. A few minutes later, Rex pulled in to find Val standing in the headlight's beams, hands on her hips. Kit stood a couple of feet behind her, arms crossed over his chest. The moment the pair exited the vehicle, Val spoke. Did you run into Mercs? No, Joe replied. Did you run into a road gang? She asked. No, Joe answered. She looked slowly from Joe to Rex. So you didn't run into any trouble? No, Joe said. Her features tightened as she glared at Rex. Then why were you driving my cutter? Rex shrugged. I wanted to. Her lips thinned. Take off your helmet. You're not going to shoot me, are you? He asked. Take off your helmet. He hemmed and hawed, then finally did so. She swung back and punched him, sending the bulky hunter back a couple of steps. She said nothing, turned, and walked into the house. Kit watched her enter the house before turning to Joe and Rex, a smirk on his face. Rex came forward, rubbing his jaw. She has a good right hook. Look at the bright side.
I don't know how I blow up if I ran out of oxygen. I had a docking computer that was fucking...
I like her. She's got ganache. Joe cocked his head.
That would have fucking taken me in.
Oh, so now you're the wordsmith? Rex asked.
Good enough.
Joe held up.
And then as soon as I got in,
Rex entered the
I was
house
like
and
10 seconds
Joe
from getting into the fucking station.
The hunter inside. Joe remained outside. He took off his helmet and inhaled the fresh night air. The stars were brighter that night, brighter than they'd been for some time now that the atmosphere had cleared from the latest dust storm. Sarah joined him outside. Dinner time. He turned to head inside. I'm starved. She put her hand on his forearm and he paused. I wanted to thank you, Joe. You saved our lives. Mine, Nikki's, Romy's, all of ours. Thank you. He looked away. You wouldn't have been in trouble to begin with if it wasn't for me. She shook her head. It's not just for what you did today. It's for what you did after Nick died. Things were bad after the war. I wouldn't have made it without you. He shrugged, uncomfortable with the conversation. It's the least I could do. I promised to Nick that I'd look after you. She smiled. I know you loved each other, and he would be so proud of how you've helped us. But you've more than fulfilled your promise. You don't have to look after us anymore. He frowned. When he opened his mouth to counter her words, she held up a finger. Val's taking us to a place where she's taken others who are on the run. We'll be safe there. Nick, Romy, and me. So you've decided to take in Romy? Sarah laughed. It's the other way around. I think Romy and Nick decided to take me in. Then she sobered. You can come with us. We're leaving tomorrow. He gave her a tender expression. As long as Sloane is walking the earth, you'll be in danger. She slowly blinked her eyes. You're going after the other Sloane. He gave a single nod. I gave Val my word. And you're not one to break your word. She sighed. You can't change who you are, and I'm glad. What you're doing will help a lot of people. They need you more than I do. With that, she turned and walked inside. Joe remained outside for another minute. The Swintons had become family, even though they were never his family. He felt an emptiness in his heart. He'd watched little Nick grow up from a squawking infant to a capable boy who bore many of his father's traits. Sarah was right. Joe had loved Nick Swinton, and it broke Joe's heart every time he remembered that Nick could have been still alive and taking care of his family if only Joe had been 1 second faster. A lot of good people had died around Joe. People too good for the violent world they lived in. Reuben had deserved better. The same with Terry, and more names that began to filter through Joe's thoughts. After a time of surrendering to his memories, he gave one final glance up at the stars in the sky, then walked inside. The dark calm outside was a stark contrast to the bright bustle within. Sarah was using a large ladle to dish stew into mismatched bowls before handing them out. Joe set his helmet down next to Rex's by the door. Grundy lifted a pitcher from where he sat at the table. Fresh goat milk? Screw the goat milk. Where's the whiskey? Rex asked. Grundy motioned to a cabinet, and Rex helped himself. Here you go, Joe, Sarah said as she handed him a bowl and spoon. She claimed the last bowl, taking a seat at the table with only 2 chairs. Thank you. He leaned against the wall and stirred the thick soup to cool it before eating a spoonful. Rex leaned against the kitchen counter where an opened bottle of whiskey sat. He'd forsaken the spoon to drink his stew directly from the bowl. Across from Joe on the floor sat Nick and Romy. As they slurped from their bowls, he noticed they took turns sneaking chunks of meat and potatoes to Champ, who sat before them, watching with the intent focus only dogs can manage. Kit and Val sat on a bench made from a couple of 2x4s laid across 2 buckets. Rex smacked his lips and set his bowl in the sink. He took a long swig of whiskey before putting the cap back on. He looked around the room, then walked over near Joe and picked up his helmet. I need to pick up my cutter from Laney. He gave a crooked grin. Besides, her bed is a lot more comfortable than trying to sleep on a hard floor surrounded by people who can wake the dead with their snoring. I don't snore, Joe said. Yeah, but he does. Rex pointed to Nick. Nick grinned. He does. He sounds like a real old engine, Romy said. Where are you off to after that? Joe asked. Rex thought for a moment. A vacation. After that, who knows? Maybe I'll look into restarting the agency. Joe guffawed. You, at the helm of a guild? Rex grinned. Yeah, I think I like that idea. Then he jabbed Joe in the ribs, though Joe barely felt it through his armor. Come find me if you want a job? Joe's brows rose. You want me to work for you? Hell no, but I'm desperate. Rex nodded in Kit's direction. Offer stands for you too. I'll keep it in mind, Kit said. Rex winked at Val. And I hope to see you again. Val narrowed her gaze, then gave him a ghost of a smile. See you around, Hunter. Take care of yourself, Rex, Sarah said. Rex tilted his head in Sarah's direction, then he smirked. It's funny how nice people are to you when they know you're going away. Then he pulled on his helmet and walked out of Grundy's house. The remaining dinner conversation was subdued, and Joe could see the exhaustion in everyone's movements. No one had gotten more than a couple of hours of sleep the night before, and adrenaline tapped deep into a person's energy supply. Joe remained at his position near the door, standing guard over the occupants in the house. His exoshield was dirty, he was in dire need of a bath, and he wanted nothing more than sleep at the moment. But he knew that the mercs would be scouring Cavil for Gabriel Sloane's assassins. Joe wasn't sure if the mercs had figured out who'd killed Sloane, but he reckoned they had to have their suspicions. He had no doubts the MRC would issue knockout tickets for Joe and his friends, if they hadn't already. Grundy scrummaged enough blankets together for the children, and Sarah lay down next to them, her arms draped over both kids. Champ lay at Romy's back, and Joe smiled at their relaxed contentment. Grundy had disappeared into his bedroom while Val and Kit sat at the table as she changed his biowraps. Joe winced as he saw Kit's hands. Those cuts look pretty deep. They'll heal, Kit said. How's your leg? Healing, Joe said. I can take a look at it, Val offered. Joe shook his head. I'll be fine. Have it your way, she said. I'll give you a lift to your cutter in the morning. Joe's lips thinned. I imagine the mercs will be watching the house. Not to mention that it needs some work before it'll drive again, Kit said. Joe sighed. Yeah, Monster's going to have to sit there a while. I'll get back to her once the dust settles. The next few days are going to be pretty hot around Cavil. You going to hide out here at Grundy's? Val asked. No, he's already put himself in danger by helping us. I don't want his death on my hands. I'll head out in the morning and disappear for a while until I can grab some supplies. Then I think I still need to make good on a promise I made to you. Her brow rose. You still up for taking Roderick Sloane down? Joe eyed her. He needs to be taken down. It was people like him that led to the Revolution, the Shiprock War, and the Wild War after that. He and his brother were building an army for something. I prefer not to see another war in my lifetime. Kit chortled. You two are crazy to go after another administrator right now. His protection will be impenetrable after his brother's death. Besides, he'll have a vendetta the size of the Midlands out for you if he thinks you're behind Gabriel's killing. Joe shrugged. Probably. Val eyed Kit. You've seen what the Sloanes were doing. They were turning people into slaves while they tried to build an empire. Gabriel was the rational one. With him gone, there's no telling what Roderick will do. What I should do, what you should do, is run as far from here as possible and let time work out the mess, Kit advised. Probably, but I've never been very good at running. Joe unholstered the blaster and set it on the table. Here, it's not the one you loaned me, but it'll do. Kit pushed it back toward Joe with the back of his wounded hand. Keep it. You need it more than I do. Is that what you're going to do? Run as far from here as possible? Val narrowed her gaze at the man sitting across from her. That's the smart thing to do. It's not like I have a job anymore, and if I know Kat, she's already issued a knockout ticket on my head, Kit said. Joe chortled. Join the club. Kit examined his bandages for a length before glancing at Joe and Val. He leaned back and blew out a breath. It's not like I'd be much help right now, with these.
Shiba! Stop!
held up his hand. Not to mention that there's no way I'd go up against an army without my cutter, exoshield, and sword. And all your stuff is sitting in the middle of a Merc hot zone, Val said. Kit grimaced. Kat's probably having my sword mounted above her desk as we speak. Joe eyed the other man for a moment. You've already decided that you're going back for your stuff, even if you have to take on the entire Iron Guild. Kit thought for a second before he nodded. If that's what it takes. A smile tugged at Joe's lips. And once you get it back, you'll go after the other Sloan with us. Kit's features tightened as though he'd just eaten something rotten. Why not? I guess I have nothing better to do. Joe clapped his hands together. All right, then let's go get your stuff back. Then we'll take down Roderick Sloan together, Val said with a smile. Kit reached for the bottle of whiskey and took a drink before setting it on the table. Together. Epilogue. Mr. Sloan, your brother is dead. Roderick Sloan sat in his office and replayed those words over and over in his head. He sent the messenger away within seconds of delivering the message, not because he was distraught, but because he was free. His entire life he'd stood in Gabriel's shadow. Whatever the decision, Gabriel had had the final sign-off. But now? Now Roderick had the final say. Now he could take control of his brother's finances and Merc army. The Midlands lay at Roderick's feet, and all he had to do was to reach out and take them. He spent several moments composing his features into a proper sadness before placing the call to MRC Central. When President Darville was patched through, Roderick had managed to bring a tear to his eye. I heard the news. I'm sorry for your loss, Roderick, the President said. Thank you, Madam President. Your brother is the fourth administrator to have been killed in the past year, all without a confirmed suspect. I'm growing concerned about the security of the Midlands, she went on. There are small groups of riffraff. Their views are spreading among the youth like a disease. With your permission, I will engage the other administrators and quash this uprising before these hooligans can unite. He neglected to mention that he'd already bought or killed all of the administrators within a 200-mile radius of Clearwater. There was a delay in her response. Finally, she asked, What do you need? He fought to keep himself from smiling. I'm glad you asked. Book 2. Dig 2 Graves. Chapter 1. The servant bleeding on Roderick Stone's freshly polished marble floor did nothing to improve his mood. He gave his guards holding the filthy, bleeding man a commiserating glance before returning his scowl to the prisoner. This is the last time I'll ask. Where have you and your fellow contract dodgers been hiding out for the past 2 months? I told you already, Mr. Sloan. I was staying in the back of that barn those guys found me in. I was all alone. I don't know where anyone else went. We all ran separate ways when we broke free, the man replied. Sloan's eyes narrowed. Broke free? Don't you mean when you and your pals reneged on labor contracts you signed with me and left me high and dry? Or have you already forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I'll never forget. You told me that if I didn't sign that slavery contract, you'd kill my wife. And he snarled. I signed, and you still killed her. Sloan nodded to Captain Boris Stolichov, who stood on his right, making the captain quite literally his right-hand man. Boris raised his fist, and the servant cowered. Please, don't hit me again. The captain double-checked, and Sloan gave another nod. He took a step back to make sure no blood splatter marred his clothes this time. He hadn't stepped back far enough last time. Boris punched the servant again, who collapsed into a heap again. Workers had no fortitude anymore, and the problem was becoming more pronounced as Sloan's need for more workers grew. He motioned to his guards, and they lifted the whimpering man back to his knees. You've been lying to me, and I don't appreciate that, William. Tell me where you've been staying since leaving the farm. The man's bottom lip quivered like he was about to cry. I told you. You told me a lie, Sloane interrupted. Tell me the truth, or I'll have Boris execute a worker in front of you, and for every lie you tell me after that, he'll kill another one. How long will you keep lying to me then? His features tightened. He looked like he was attempting to portray a raisin. Boris, fetch me a worker. Make it a young one, preferably female, Sloane said. Yes, sir. Boris turned to leave. No, I'll tell you whatever you want, the prisoner exclaimed. A smile crept up Sloane's face. Excellent. Then we understand each other. Where are all the contract dodgers hiding? The prisoner gulped. The silo, he said almost inaudibly. Sloane held a hand behind his ear. What's that you said? The man stiffened. The silo. We've all been staying in the silo. Sloane frowned. Impossible. The nearest silo is over 100 miles from here. He shook his head. This one's just on the other side of the lake. Sloane found it curious that people still referred to the lake as a lake, since it was nothing but a sludge pit anymore. As a lake, it had been beautiful, but pretty scenery didn't bring in credits. Production facilities did. He took a step toward the worker. You remember what I said would happen the next time you lied to me? I'm not lying, he cried. There's a silo out there. This one wasn't even used during the fallout. Tell me more, Sloane crooned. Words came easier for the prisoner after he relinquished his precious secret. It's never been raided, not even once, so there's enough down there for people to live underground forever. Sheriff Vane knew about it. She took us there. Sloane's nose wrinkled in distaste at the mention of that name. Sheriff Val Vane had been a thorn in his side for too long. She harassed his mercs, and he was convinced she'd played a hand in the breakout the night William and over 100 other indentured servants fled the farm. Sure, his mercs had rounded up over half of them within the first 3 days, but the remaining contract dodgers had mysteriously disappeared. Something else he suspected she'd had a hand in. He couldn't publicly kill Vane since she was the town's sheriff and he was a government official, but once he received the equipment he'd requested from President Darville, he wouldn't have to worry about keeping up the tiresome charade anymore. Vane's death was imminent, and he looked forward to being rid of her once and for all. He turned back to the prisoner. Even if the sheriff knew about the place, silo doors are built to withstand nuclear attacks. How'd you get inside? Sheriff Vane had access. Curious. How had the sheriff, especially one not originally from Clearwater, let alone the Midlands, gained access to an abandoned silo? Then he realized that, as sheriff, Vane had likely arrested a drunk at some point who happened to have a key. If there truly was a silo near Clearwater, some people had to have known about it. Once we were all inside, she pulled a few folks aside and gave them clearance for locking and unlocking the silo to keep it secure, even with folks coming and going. And, pray tell, do you happen to be one of that select group? Sloane asked. No. I work in maintenance. We all have jobs, just like we did in other silos during the fallout. There's maintenance, security, plumbing. Sloane waved him off as he began to pace. No need for the history lesson, William. I remember quite well what life was like and how we survived before we reclaimed the surface. Bear with me. I'm finding it hard to swallow that there was an untapped silo in Clearwater all this time, and no one, save our dear sheriff, was aware of it. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. I believe you are. Sloane resumed pacing. He found the knowledge disconcerting and fascinating. People had emerged from their silos because the structures had become underground shanty towns. Humans had lived below the surface for generations longer than originally intended. With resources sucked dry and plagued by equipment failures, people returned to the toxic surface in desperation, even if doing so was a death sentence. It had been for some, but enough had survived, thanks to desperate ingenuity and the sacrifices of the first ground cleaners. Roderick Sloan had never returned to his tribe's silo after he stepped out to the surface. There was no longer anything of value for him down there. But a new silo, chock full of its precious resources, would be of immeasurable value. He could sell its food and supplies for millions of credits. His older brother, Gabriel, would have been intrigued by the mystery and considered it a pawn in his never-ending game of chess. But he would never have appreciated the silo for the gold mine it was. That had always been Gabriel's flaw. He had been focused purely on being the most powerful man in the Wastelands. It had been his dream to take control of the MRC. The Monuments Republic Command was the only government that still operated in the Wastelands, and he thought Roderick short-sighted for not wanting the same. But Roderick saw things